WTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey. Damn, I can't believe I stepped on Jalen Reed.
Has he not had enough hardship in his life, Sean?
I know. We've been doing the same basically.
Talking about stomping on a guy when he's down on the ground injured.
Well, and and Jalen Reed, we got to keep his confidence up because he's probably going to get a lot more snaps now with no MJ Stewart in the lineup, or at least get a few snaps. We'll see. Welcome in, everybody, on a Thursday. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Payne and Pendergast is who we are. We're with you till 10 a.m. this morning. How are you this morning, my friend?
I'm good. I'm a little bit out of sorts just because I had all kinds of technical difficulties that I fixed, Sean.
Well, you sound
if anybody
good now.
knows, when there's a technical problem, call old Sethers and he'll have it all fixed up.
He is on the way. Superman is on the way. Yes.
Yeah. It's like the other day I spent 3 hours trying to work through a problem with Aaron Raybald, our engineer, and he figured out a fix around it. And then this morning I realized, if I just pressed that button right off the bat, everything would have been fine.
You would have saved both of you 3 hours if you had just.
I'm not going to tell him.
No.
Yeah.
Don't tell him. Of course, he's like right down the hall.
It wasn't my fault. The button wasn't lit up the way it's supposed to be. But if I had just tried that, it would have saved us a lot of time.
Okay. Well, that's.
I was trying not to screw things up.
Yeah.
I don't go pushing buttons that aren't lit up like they're supposed to, because that's when Seth accidentally sends nukes over towards Russia.
That's
or something.
exactly right. And you got to spend a little time with Aaron, and that's quality time. So it's all's well that ends well. We'll get to the Texans here in just a second. The Rockets last night, it's funny. They Cam Moore's new squad came off the bench, played about 25 minutes, scored 11 points. But it was one of the, the Rockets' wins are all pretty much the same game, and their losses are pretty much the same game.
Yeah.
Like when they play good teams, it's a hotly contested game, which more often than not they've lost this year. Like their three losses are to good teams.
One win versus a team with a winning record.
With a winning record, that's right. So the 7 wins, by and large, have been the same formula, which is, the two teams are feeling each other out for about 5 or 6 minutes, and then the Rockets go on a run, and they go up by – last night they went up by 29 at the half. I had the Rockets – minus 10 for the first half, so I was breathing easy. And then they sort of fart around for a little while. Last night they farted around a little too long. They let the Wizards back within like 11 points in that game, and then they put a run on them, and they ended up winning by 20 or 30 or whatever the case may be. That's what last night was with the Wizards.
And the big thing is Reed Sheppard starting to get more comfortable.
Huge,
just
man.
being a free will and free shooting son of a gun.
Yeah.
Under the threat of physical violence by Amen Thompson.
Right.
Amen Thompson told him he's going to punch him in the jaw, the nose, the face, whatever he said.
Somewhere above the neck, yes.
Amen Thompson said, if you have an open shot and you take one more step without shooting, I'm going to punch you.
Yep.
And Reed Sheppard was appropriately motivated.
That would be enough for me. And I don't think he's going to be the point guard for this team, really, at any point that would replace Fred VanVleet. And I think we saw that early in the season. He's not the get the ball up the floor guy. Like, you can smother him on the dribble and things like that. If he just becomes this sniper off the bench, then cool with that. That's
cool with that. But then also, I'm just trying real hard. Much as you're trying to be patient with the team, and that when they face bad teams, they just absolutely destroy them.
Yeah.
But when you face good teams, you start to see where it's a brand new offense that they don't even know themselves exactly how it's all going to work out. This is how I choose to look at it, Sean.
Okay.
They are like a Navy, a guy on the first day of SEAL training.
Okay.
Like, he's been identified as somebody who's potentially got what it takes, but there's a lot to go through before you get him into being a polished warrior.
Right.
And I feel like that's where the Rockets' offense is right now. They've got the potential, And versus you take some SEAL recruit versus any other normal young 18-year-old, and he's going to mop up the floor with him. But you put him up against a Navy SEAL himself, and he's screwed. He needs the training. He needs the time. He needs the challenges. And then once he gets to that point, he can go to toe-to-toe with other Navy SEALs.
I like
or
that.
some haggard special ops from some other country.
I like that analogy a lot. I like that, the Navy SEAL analogy. There was a point in the game last night where there's an analogy in my own mind that I didn't like very much, but it was on the broadcast, it was either Craig Ackerman or Ryan Hollins. One of them, as the Rockets are just piecing the Wizards in the second quarter, and they're like, you know what? This looks like these Wizards. They look a lot like the Rockets from a few years ago. Well, they've got, you can tell they've got some nice young pieces there as they were hanging in the game early. They are clearly where the Rockets were, like after they drafted Jalen Green, or even before they drafted, but when they drafted Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün, and you knew there were a couple more seasons of 22 wins coming a little bit. And I thought to myself, I'm like, you know what? This speaks to me because you were there the other day at the Bad Pants Open when Les Fox, who is Lindsey Fox's dad. Lindsey is one of the awesome PR people with the Texans.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Les is Lindsey's dad, and Les has been part of the Bad Pants Open forever. So it was great to see him. Hadn't seen him in years. And he brought me a picture of the Bad Pants Open, I think from 2007 or 2008. It was one of the first 2 years that I was on the radio with John Harris. Yeah. And the station we were with at the time was partnered with the Bad Pants Open. So there's a big group picture of me and Johnny and like 5 or 6 people who were with the tournament. And boy, was I fat.
Yeah, you were.
I was super.
You were really big.
I was really fat. You can say
I don't remember you as being that big.
You didn't meet me until after I had at least experienced some weight loss.
I honestly didn't think it was you.
Yeah.
You were telling me that was you, and I didn't believe you.
I was huge in that picture, and I'm like, that must be what the Rockets think as they're looking across at the Wizards. Like, wow, we looked that bad 4 years ago?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah,
I didn't realize. Why would anybody even play me?
Your A1C was 8,000%.
You're gigantic.
4 years ago. No, that was hold up. That was J.J. Watt talking about me, but that was during COVID in the Zoom era where my head.
Ben, do you have the full drop of that where he mentions the 4K?
No. No.
Oh, okay. He said something that you're in 4K and you are gigantic.
Yeah, it was really funny.
He wasn't making a fat joke. No,
but Ben was apparently. Yeah.
Yeah, no, honestly, who did we say you looked like?
In that picture?
You look. I didn't think it was you at all.
I don't know that we made a comparison. I don't know that anything looked that ugly.
Because you're also, what year was it?
Like 2007, 2008. I can't remember.
Yeah, so it was almost 20 years ago, so it was like a younger version of you, too. So it was really, without your distinguished lines, aging lines and everything, it just looked like a big bloated bee sting victim.
Dude.
Like you were just.
And I still had like a little, I still was keeping the hair around the back, not like long out. It was like buzz cut, but you could still see, like now I just shave it bald every day, which is a much better look. Dude, he handed me
like Gomer Pyle because he had the buzz cut and the.
He handed
Gomer
me
Pyle from Full Metal Jacket, not Gomer Pyle, the Jim Nabors.
Either one, really.
Yeah.
It's
Well, but Jim Nabors wasn't actually all that chunky. You know, he's just kind of dopey looking. Gomer Pyle from Full Metal Jacket.
So I felt for the Rockets last night because as Craig or Ryan, whoever said it, is saying that, I'm like, this is what the Rockets looked like 4 years ago. I'm like, wow, they were this ugly, and then it rung in my head. I'm like, huh. I feel like in the last few days I took a look at how super ugly I was a few years back. And yes, thank you, Les Fox.
I'm going to make retroactive fat jokes about you. I'm just going to start ripping on 2007 Sean.
2007 You know what? That was hideous. Our boss.
Good for you. You'd probably be dead by now.
Definitely. Would definitely be dead by now. Yeah.
That wasn't just like you looked big.
Unhealthy.
Sometimes guys are bigger and they got some extra weight. They're obese, but it kind of suits them, and it doesn't. It looked alarmingly big.
I was unhealthy.
I would have been worried for you.
I was unhealthy. I was in a job where I was making 20% of the money I was used to making for the previous decade.
That's stressful.
I was in the middle of a divorce. My kids were in Chicago. I was in Houston. You want me to keep going? I mean, now you feel bad about these jokes that you're lining up right now.
I feel bad about the future jokes.
Future jokes you're going to make. You feel future bad about how much fun you're going to make of 20 years ago, Fat Sean.
You look like an obese orca whale.
I got it together, though, man. That was good.
No, a beluga whale. A beluga.
Yeah.
You look like a beluga whale, but obese.
I wish I was an orca.
You're the beluga whale that got picked last for everything.
For everything, and was getting divorced from his beluga whale wife. Yeah.
Don't even get me started on her.
Yeah. No, she was nice and thin. That's. It's a wonder she didn't want to stay with that, Like, all right. Payne.
But as far as Reed Sheppard goes, the biggest, the big other concern with him is, he does not look like a beluga whale whatsoever. Quite the opposite, in fact. He's a little guy, and it tends to hurt him defensively. The big thing with him is going to be learning how to balance when to go for the steal.
Yes.
Versus okay. And if you inevitably will, as you try to play defense as a tiny little guy that you are, then get your steals and everything. But don't go the James Harden route of at times going for steals just because it looks like you don't feel like working.
Right. Right. Yeah, and you got to be careful with the foul trouble and all that other stuff. So yeah. But we say all that to say Rockets win last night. Nice, comfortable win, 23 points. Portland up next on Friday.
Portland.
Be a long 4 hours. And I gave him permission, Ben. I gave him permission. You know what?
You asked for this.
I know. Normally I'd say, you know what, I'll post the picture. I'm never posting that picture. Ever.
I said orca. I meant an Ozempic whale.
Yeah.
not an orca whale.
I wish I was an orca. When you said orca, I'm like, all right. Didn't they make a movie about orca? Like, where he was a pretty badass whale.
Yeah, orcas are badasses.
Yeah. All right, Texans. Danielle Hunter, the complete polar opposite of 2007 Sean Pendergast.
Oh, my gosh.
In every way, shape, and form. Defensive player of the week yesterday. 3.5 sacks, 4 TFLs, whole bunch of havoc that he wreaked. Here was Matt Burke yesterday. Coordinators went yesterday at the podium. Here was Matt Burke on Danielle Hunter.
I think, honestly, in both phases, I think probably underrated a little bit of just how we set edges and playing the run. I mean, obviously the sack production was there. Really just felt like his get-off and his, surge in the rush was just very consistent. Wasn't wasting any movement. Just really had some just real efficient, really elite rushes. And then just the way he set edge in the run game, I mean, obviously the TFL numbers and stuff really helped us snuff up. Deservingly awarded that honor, and hopefully we can keep that going. Sometimes we joke, he had I think 4 games where he hadn't had a sack, so sometimes you got to see the ball go in the net and then it opens up. So hopefully he can keep that momentum going.
Yeah, he'd been quiet on the sack front before.
Yeah, and he ends up, the biggest thing about that in the fourth quarter, and the really cool thing to see, and when we talk about the Texans defense closing a game out, 2 things happen. 1, they got a little bit of help from the offense. 2, well, they got a little help from penalties as well. 3, they made the big plays on the final drives of the game, and got some help from the offense where they only had to be out there 3 times in the fourth quarter instead of 5 times in the fourth quarter because the offense in previous games would keep punting. But Danielle Hunter ends up having a tackle for a loss and 2 sacks. Was it 2.5 sacks in the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 2.5 sacks in the fourth quarter. Henry To'oTo'o got in on one of them.
Yeah, the last sack was the split sack with To'oTo'o.
Yeah, and then Will Anderson with the final sack of the game, which I'm happy for Will that it looks like they're going to let that stand as a sack. I kind of felt like it should have been an interception, but just nobody go end up, you know what, your help with that. Sometimes a team will ask the Sports Bureau, Elias, to review it.
Revisit it, yeah.
Yeah, but they're not going to, the Jaguars aren't going to be like, hey, that should actually be a Trevor Lawrence interception.
Give Trevor Lawrence an interception. They should. They should to punish him. That's what they should do.
And the Texans, meanwhile, aren't going to say, hey, we want to be sure Mario Edwards gets an interception instead of a fumble recovery.
Oh, right. Yeah, but
I have a hard time keeping all the defensive tackles straight. They rotate so many in.
They rotate, and they're all just sort of they're all high energy journeymen. They're kind of cut from the same cloth, and I don't say that disparagingly at all. I'm a big admirer of the interior D line for the Texans.
That was the first touchdown scored by a 300+ pound Texan.
Oh yeah,
which surprised me.
How much does Derek Barnett weigh? Is he
Derek
not?
Barnett must be 290 or something.
Yeah, he's a big dude. Yeah.
J.J. Watt, obviously. I wonder with J.J., I'm going to have to ask him if maybe – because a couple of his touchdowns would have come after Thanksgiving. And J.J. was always like right there at 295.
Yeah.
I bet he was 300-plus on a couple of those.
I bet if he stepped on the scale, he was. He's been in the program, he was probably 290 something.
Yeah, and on game day, you're all bloated with Gatorade and everything.
That's right.
You're super hydrated and carbo-loaded.
Yep. Okay, the important question now is we congratulate Danielle Hunter on his Defensive Player of the Week award and congratulate me on my extensive weight loss for the last 20 years. C.J. Stroud, not feeling good. I don't know how C.J.'s feeling. I'm not feeling good about C.J. playing this weekend, Seth. Not at practice.
No.
Back in the building, which is progress, reportedly, and that was, I think, according to either Aaron Wilson, Jonathan Alexander, somebody on the beat. My apologies.
Yeah.
But C.J. not at practice yesterday, and he has to. The rules are, among many rules with the concussion protocol, is that you have to go through 2 practices symptom-free before you're allowed to return. Today, that ain't happening this
week. And that Derek Barnett's only 260, by the way. He looks bigger than that, doesn't he?
Definitely looks bigger than that, yeah.
So this is where I'm guilty of this. You know, I was aware that the Bills game is a Thursday night game, and I was kind of thinking about it in terms of C.J. Stroud coming back. And but I'd forgotten about this dynamic. That after the Sunday game, you don't even have 2 full practices. They'll be out on the field a couple times, but one's a glorified walkthrough, and they're really both glorified walkthroughs on a Monday and Tuesday as you try to recover from the game, or they might do Tuesday and then Wednesday morning and then leave for the game. That CJ can get out there and technically make it through the concussion protocol, but he's really not going to have a whole lot of time to work with full speed timing and reps and everything with the offense.
Yeah.
You don't have actual practices those weeks before a Thursday game.
Okay, so that's an interesting point. So if he's available, let's say he doesn't practice this week, but he continues to recover over the weekend, and he recovers to the point where if it were a normal week, he would get real practices.
Yeah.
As you point out, next week, he won't. Nobody's getting real practices next week. Does that affect your decision to start C.J. Stroud versus Davis Mills?
Really? I think it depends on how much he gets done this week, I suppose.
Okay.
And then I guess how he looks. I think, boy, you might have to get creative in how you handle it. So everybody think about if you play a Sunday game and then you've got a Sunday game the next week, usually what will happen is you come in on Monday, do your recoveries, correction, walkthroughs, all those things in your weight room workout. Tuesday's off, and then Wednesday and Thursday are your highest activity practices. Mm-hmm. And then you kind of start tapering down Friday and Saturday. You don't do as much because you want to get recovered for the rest, fresh for the game.
Sure.
So on a Thursday night game, you have the game on Sunday. You come in, you've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to compress all of that, rest and recovery, plus get some work in, but then also be sure you're rested for the game.
Yeah.
It ends up being a lot of jog through kind of 3/4 speed type stuff. It's just tough to get a lot of really high speed work in.
I'll be honest with you. My biggest concern was, do you even have enough? You barely. I think you just kind of made this point. Like this week, on a normal week, there's 3 practices every week. I know Friday is light walkthrough stuff, but it counts as a practice. In this case with CJ, we're literally talking about you have to do something that counts as a practice twice. I don't care what you're doing.
I think it would count as a practice because you're out there with the team doing whatever the team is doing.
Sure.
As far as I understand it.
Right. Yeah. But on a normal week, you get 3 of those. On a short week, do you even get 2 days like that?
Yeah, because you do, you're out there with the team at least a couple times.
Okay.
So whatever the football activities you're doing are, he can do that.
Yeah. That's what I'm more worried about the runway than I am.
We've seen it before. We've seen people in a concussion get a concussion on Sunday and still play that Thursday night.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's definitely possible.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That was my big concern. Is just, man, you're running out. On a compressed week, do you have enough practices for him to be able to check those 2 boxes?
Yeah, because people. I remember, I can't remember who it was, but I know there was a quarterback where I kind of had that same concern a few years ago.
Yep. Jalen Petrie still out, by the way. Titus back at practice. Kaimi not practicing. We should play that. Frank Ross, we'll do this in the next segment. Frank Ross knows how to answer the questions about injuries when the head coaches have not had a chance. The head coach has not had a chance at it yet. We'll play that. Also, we'll get to Dana Brown at the GM meeting. Speaking at the GM meetings, Something that Astro fans may want. Doesn't sound like you're going to get. We will tell you what that is coming up next. Also, football talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Beck's Prime. Love Beck's Prime.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. We'll get to the Astros in a second. We went through the injury report for the Texans. Jalen Petrie, C.J. Stroud still out in concussion protocol. They would each have to practice both days this week to be eligible to come back this Sunday. So we'll see. They were not at practice yesterday. Titus Howard back at practice, so that's good news. So we'll see what that means for the offensive line. Jaime Fairbairn did not practice, which could mean that we get Matt Wright Part 2 this Sunday. This was Frank Ross when he was asked about, hey, what's the deal with Jaime this week?
Yeah, and I know I anticipated that question. I think just without Coach coming up first and starting to lead the week, I'll just leave all the injury stuff to him. I know we're talking about a kicker, but everybody, I do know Emi is working hard and recovering hard, and I would say just let Coach handle all the injury discussions. Okay, so we should point out the coordinators. They flipped the schedule around this week. D'Amico was not at practice yesterday, so they flipped it.
Do you think that's the reason they did it?
Yeah.
So that when D'Amico got up, maybe he might have some more clarity on
No. They did it because D'Amico, I think, he had personal stuff going on this week.
Because of Earl Cochran limousine. Okay, I got you.
Yep. So D'Amico's, no, I'm sure they didn't switch the schedule because of the Jaime Fairbairn injury. Pretty sure.
Well, no, it's just the multiple concussions and everything, all that. So, because it's the coaches, none of the coaches didn't really say much about the concussion protocol. They tried, especially since the Tua Tagovailoa. What the hell?
We know who you're Tua. We know who you're talking about.
Since the Tua situation.
Yeah, we know who you're talking about.
You know what always gets me with Tua is the fact that it's pronounced way differently than it's spelled.
Tagovailoa.
So, but in my mind, I'm picturing the way it's spelled, and it always screws me up.
Yeah.
Anyway, they try to keep the coaches as removed from that as possible. But
Jaime's a quad, and I was very interested when Frank Ross got, because I watched the press conference, and I'm like, ooh, is he going to step out and give us an injury update?
And then for a team in the Texans who's been just miserable in the red zone and has had to kick a lot of field goals because of it, lo and behold, they go 4 for 5 in the red zone against the Jaguars.
Matthew Wright was hardly a part of the game at all because they went 4 for 5 in the red zone, so there are very few field goals. But even on the touchdowns, only one of the touchdowns was there a conventional PAT. There were actually 5 touchdowns.
They kept going for 2.
There were 5 touchdowns. The very first one that made it 20-10, they kicked the extra point. All of the touchdowns in the second half on offense, they went for 2. And then the last touchdown by Sheldon Rankins, there was no extra. Yeah. So Matthew Wright, and his field goal was 23 yards. His field goal was literally about as short a field goal as you could possibly kick. So he was not part of in what a lot of people thought was going to be a very close game that could get decided by a kick. The kicking game, in terms of place kicking, had almost 0 to do with the final score.
I'll tell you one thing that I was pleasantly surprised by in that game, because I generally I hate even thinking about field goal kickers and special teams and everything. Mm-hmm. I got enough going on in my frazzled brain to worry about that stuff.
Yep.
The presence and absence of certain kickers in that game made for a much more exciting football game, because the presence of Cam Little made it really interesting, especially when you're up in the press box. We look up at the TV because it's nice. It's on a delay. Mm-hmm. But so for people watching at home, seeing that field goal target right on the 50-yard line made that fourth quarter so tense.
Oh man, yeah.
And then likewise, without knowing what you really have in your backup kicker for the Texans, you don't know exactly what the field goal strategy is or whether you can even plan on, kicking a 50-yard field goal or what have you. That made it really interesting. And then you add to it the fact that kickoff returns are actually relevant again, and your kicker has to have the skill to kick it into the landing zone.
Yeah.
So it was a factor in that game.
Yep. All right, Dana Brown, GM meetings, met with the media. Brian McTaggart, Chandler Rome, they had some nuggets yesterday on Twitter. I haven't seen any video of the powwow he had with the media transcribed by Tags and by Chandler Rome. Apparently they are not trading Christian Walker, Seth. Quote, Dana Brown says, "We haven't talked about Walker in a trade. Walker is our everyday first baseman. He will get some time off. We'll play Paredes there."
Yay! I guess. And that was unprompted. He brought that up, as I think Chandler said, unprompted. He brought up Christian Walker.
Okay.
And I'm guessing because Christian Walker has been bandied about in various hypothetical trade proposals.
Yeah.
It makes sense because the Astros have a really crowded infield right now. But it's crowded with guys who are your 1 through 6 hitters is the problem.
Yeah,
so,
all your good players are there.
Yeah,
it's crazy. Yeah.
So I can understand where he is there. Now I didn't look at that as an emphatic. There's no way in hell we're trading Christian Walker. It's just that he said, we haven't. It's not something that we're really focused on. We're not going out and seeking a trade.
Look, even if you were looking to trade Christian Walker, you don't do any good to his value if you act like, yeah, he's on eBay, come bid.
We got too many infielders. Right. And we got a fire sale going on.
No, Dana Brown, that's the right thing to say. So I have zero issue with Dana Brown saying that. I would not mind seeing Christian Walker leave in the right deal, as we made clear earlier this week. This was the one that gets me. This is the one that tickles me. And this is Brian McTaggart. I'm reading McTaggart's tweet. Dana Brown said Isaac Paredes is about 65% recovered from his hamstring injury. Quote, will feel like he'll at least get to somewhere between 80 and 90% at the start of spring and potentially be ready to go by opening day, end quote. These guys quoting these percentages on these injuries. Of all the teams, 65.3%, 65%. He's about 65% recovered. Get the hell out of here. 65% recovered.
That's where, because everybody in their mind goes back to, I remember when Yordan Alvarez had 0% of a fracture, and then all of a sudden it turned into a very specific. It's 60% healed right now.
Yeah.
When he gets to 70% healed, he'll be able to play.
We don't trust
you're looking around like, wait a second, you clowns.
Yeah.
You're telling me that you couldn't even tell he had a fracture, and now you're parsing it down to 5% increments about where he is healed or what have you.
Nobody believes your percentages, Dana. Stop with the percentages.
And nobody feels like, because Paredes is X percent recovered right now and that he's going to be limited come spring training, that he'll be just fine when we start the season.
Yeah. Just say
but it goes back to, remember, I mean, hindsight is 20/20, but I think the majority of Astros fans, when Paredes said he wanted to forego surgery and play and try to an attempt to play, you give hey, great, I love your moxie, but man, I don't want this to be something that ebbs over into 2026, and yet here we are.
Yeah, well, and that is one thing I think when I see this is that, to my knowledge, Paredes hasn't had a procedure on the hamstring, right? I haven't seen where he's.
At the time that he first had the injury, it was reported that he could either have a surgery or he could see if he could wait it out and play this in 2025.
But I meant since the end of the season, we haven't.
Yeah,
heard
but
anything.
I don't anticipate getting any kind of clarity from the Astros.
Procedure, then that good on Isaac Paredes for getting back in for his teammates last year, man. If he had an injury to where they haven't done anything on it, it's just recovering through normal rehab.
Yeah.
And it's somewhat of a question that he might be there for opening day next year, and he's getting on the field last year to be with his teammates. I mean, I admire that, man, getting back out there. Here's what you
have to worry about. Is it something that could have had a surgery, but you decide to wait first and see if you recover without the surgery?
Yep.
And then it feels like more times than not, you end up with, you know what? Turns out he needs a surgery.
Yeah, that would suck.
The old J.J. Watt dynamic with his back.
That would
way
suck.
Back when.
Yep, that would suck. Josh Hader is throwing off a mound. He's thrown off a mound 3 times, and he should have a normal progression to spring. See, I like that report. You can't screw up that number. How many times has he thrown off a mound? 3. Okay. That's cool. I trust you on that. And he should have a normal.
I prefer McTaggart's tweet where there was a typo and it said Josh Hader was thrown off a mound.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah. Somebody threw him off a mound and he recovered just fine. That's a big step in the recovery.
I don't mind the vagueness of that one. A normal progression to spring. There we go. No 72% this or 58% that. Yordan Alvarez is jogging at 65 to 70% right now. So.
Jogging at okay, so does that mean he's 65% of full jog speed?
He normally jogs a 7-minute mile, and right now he's jogging a 10-minute and 14-second mile.
His normal jog, I don't buy any of these numbers from the Astros.
Anything after I don't buy.
The biggest and most encouraging thing I saw was that Dana Brown said that they are doing a deep dive into their recovery process and that it looks like in the past guys maybe have come back too soon. So whatever they're going to do and hopefully however they figure out exactly how they can tweak their rehab process or return to play plan. Maybe they figure some things out.
Okay, I hope so. That would be nice.
It'd be awesome. It'd be awesome if they didn't have to play 100 players in a season.
I love the quote from Dana Brown. He's like, "Yeah, we might have brought a few guys back a little too early." I'm like, "Oh, you don't say." Oh, that's interesting. All right, headlines coming up next. We will get back to the Rockets. Big win last night. If you're just getting in your car and you haven't heard the Texans injury report, we'll have that for you as well. We got some awards announced in Major League Baseball as well. Headlines coming up next.
Easy Honda. When it comes to the holiday.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get you guys updated. If you're just getting in your car and you were maybe a little unplugged from the news cycle yesterday, C.J. Stroud and Jalen Petrie, both not only in concussion protocol, but not at practice yesterday, and that's a key distinction. Now, Titus Howard, still in the protocol, but he was practicing yesterday.
Yeah,
so there's that.
He's on track to be back. They have to get a couple of days of work in without showing more symptoms, and then there you go.
Yep.
The concerning thing about Aaron Wilson's tweet was that, and it was a little bit unclear whether CJ's still experiencing sensitivity to light, or if that's just maybe one of the things that he just overcame. But the fact that the game after this is a Thursday night game makes things really dicey for him. If he doesn't return to practice this week, they've got a Thursday night game after that, limited opportunities to practice and actually really exert yourself. I'm preparing myself for him not being
choosing to think about it right now. I'm just going to eat what's on my plate with the Titans right now.
Like 2007 Sean Pendergast. Going to eat everything that's on your plate.
I love this show. For those who missed it, go back and hit rewind, and you can listen to the open.
Sean used to be really big.
I did. I used to be really fat, and it's a good segue actually. We'll go straight from the Texans injuries here into the Rockets, because the comparison that brought out Fat Sean was the fact that the Rockets ran the Wizards off the floor last night, 135-112. They were up 29 at the half. Reed Sheppard looks like he's turning into a thing. He had 21 points on just 11 field goal attempts. He was 8 of 11 from 3. Steven Adams, how's this for a stat? I know plus-minus can be a dicey thing, but when you play 8 minutes in the first half and you're plus 23, and that matched the eye test. It felt like every miss that the Rockets had with Steven Adams on the floor, he was getting the offensive rebound last night.
Yeah, them turning offensive rebounding into such an extreme weapon is one of the fun things about this basketball team.
Yeah.
And it carried on from last year over into this year. But when you just look at the extreme size that's out there at times, you can just see, like, okay, this is going to be – if they can figure out all the other minor little details, like not having a true point guard, it gets exciting to think about the possibilities. With
it is one of those things. Like, can you imagine if Fred VanVleet were out there and none of these point guard issues were there? But then maybe we're not getting the same type of year we're getting out of Reed Sheppard and some other guys. So we'll see how it all plays out. The funny thing about the offensive rebounding is last year they were excellent at offensive opportunities to go get offensive rebounds. They're a better shooting team this year than they were.
Well, that was the problem. It was like, great, they had all these second chances, but didn't really do much with them because they couldn't shoot. Yeah. Now they've got shooters all over, and guys who are improving as shooters as well.
Yes.
So by the end of the season, it should be even better than it is now. Yep. Hopefully, ideally, hypothetically.
The reason Fat Sean came out in this conversation was because last night, either Craig or Ryan, I can't remember who, said that, wow, these Wizards look a lot like the Rockets from 4 years ago. They were rebuilding, had a bunch of young guys. And I got thinking about, boy, how must the Rockets feel if they were to have heard that? Like, wow, that was – because the Wizards suck. I mean, that's a bad basketball team. The Rockets are probably like, wow, that's what we looked like. And I compared it to a picture that I was handed at the Bad Pants Open this week from Les Fox, friend of the show, who handed me a picture of the Bad Pants Open from nearly 20 years ago that me and John Harris were doing radio from. And, boy, was I fat. And I'm like, that's probably the Rockets looking at the Wizards. That's me looking at Fat Sean. I'm like, wow, that's what I used to
look like. That
I used to look like that.
Oh boy,
how did I get so many chicks?
I was talking to a really smart Rockets person, a person who follows and covers the Rockets the other day, and I kind of just threw out like, so is there any chance at all that Fred VanVleet comes back? And he gave me a look like I was the dumbest person on earth. And he said, because he said, well, what do you know? Because he'd be coming in and May or like April or May or something and disrupting chemistry and all that. And it wouldn't make any sense. And I'm like, every time I watch the Rockets and I think, okay, boy, it should be a lot there. I don't know. I always I'm keeping that in the back of my brain just in case. Whenever the snooty baseball or basketball people shut me down, like when I said that, hey, don't you think they're going to move George Springer to center field at some point? No, Seth, you stupid idiot jock. Yeah.
So you're keeping receipts right now.
Yeah, I'm
on
keeping
that
receipts
guy,
on this one.
On whoever that is. Okay, noted. The Cy Young Award was announced yesterday. Hunter Brown did not win it, but he did finish third. Tariq Skubal, 26 first-place votes out of 30. He finished first. Garrett Crochet, he got the other 4 first-place votes. Hunter Brown, 24 third-place votes. He and Max Fried got all the third-place votes. So Hunter Brown, and I don't think wins count nearly as much as they used to back in the day, but Hunter Brown's record of 12-9 probably didn't pop quite as much as like 16-9 might have popped if the run support had been there. Now, that said, Paul Skeens was a unanimous Cy Young winner in the NL, and his record was 10-10 because the Pirates don't score any runs for that guy. But he had a 1.97 ERA. Can you imagine going 10-10 with a 1.97? You're allowing less than 2 runs per 9 innings, and you're scraping together a 500 record because your team is so ratchet. But yeah, Skeens, congrats, unanimous Cy Young Award winner.
How old is Skeens? 23 by now?
Yeah, I mean, first-round pick out of LSU. He's probably 23, 24 right now. Yeah. He's his second year. Rookie of the year is first year, and unanimous Cy Young is second year. And so we'll see where the Pirates trade him to at some point in the next year or two. Just not to the Yankees. Okay. Antonio Brown gets $25,000. His bail set at $25,000 in Florida and put on house arrest with a GPS tracker. For attempted murder.
Dream. Yeah. House arrest. Oh, God.
I don't like the GPS tracker, though. I don't like people knowing where I am. You know.
They know that they know where you are as long as you're abiding by the rules of your house arrest.
I suppose that's true.
They just know that you're at your house. They're not tracking you all over the place, Sean, unless you're jumping.
Unless I go on the lam. I just don't like people. I don't like having. Although I guess I carry a GPS tracker around with me in some degree all the time.
Yeah, you don't like anybody knowing. Meanwhile, there's a room in China that's monitoring you specifically.
Right. Big phone is watching me. I know.
Yeah.
I get that. The most surprising part about this thing to me, honestly, was the judge being convinced that Antonio Brown is not a flight risk.
Yeah.
Only because I think he's pretty much an anything risk.
He's an anything at any time risk.
Yeah. No, this guy seems just fine.
Somebody tried to shame us the other day for being classless in discussing Antonio Brown.
Oh yeah,
because he's clearly got some mental health issues.
Right.
I don't know where to walk. I don't know where to toe the line on all of that.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't know, man. It's there's a fine line sometimes between how much do I chalk up to mental illness versus also some people are just bad people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because the fact that you know what it is. I know. Him not paying people for things.
Yes.
I cannot excuse that.
Thank you, yeah.
I cannot excuse him not paying private chefs. Things.
Yeah.
I just can't quite excuse that.
Especially the moving company people, because that's
that's a miserable job.
It's a miserable job. Now I'm guessing the workers got paid in their paycheck, but still, you know what he didn't do? You tip movers, right? Like I guarantee you didn't tip those movers. If you're a mover, you're counting on at least a few 20 spots extra.
I was out on my walk the other day. I walked in that little neighborhood west of Wesleyan there, that tiny little neighborhood, and I walked past a moving truck, and I just like 30 seconds before been thinking as I'm on my brisk walk, it's a little too hot today. I should have done the treadmill. And then I see these guys just flying in and out, wearing long sleeve shirts and pants and everything.
They got that back brace on and everything.
He's got 2 refrigerators strapped to his back.
Dude, yeah. That's
didn't change the way I felt. It was a little too hot for a walk.
I quietly walked back home.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. All right, we got a lot to dig into with the Texans here. Nick Caley met with the media, talked about a couple of the rookies yesterday, which I thought was pretty cool. I've got a factoid that makes the Texans a lock, not just to win, but to win big this weekend. I will share it with you. You can do with it what you want, but I'm just going to give you the information. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, the holiday season is already upon us, but it's not.
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, we were just talking about movers. Someone texts in, don't tell me this. I have movers coming in like 2 hours to load 2 full trucks of my own bleep for me.
I think they make pretty good money, though.
I think they do,
It's a hard job, but it is amazing to watch. Every time I hire a mover, I feel a little in this myself. But then once they start loading the truck, I'm like, oh, I could not Tetris that thing the way these guys are doing it.
No. You're right. They put the puzzle together really nice in the back of those movies. Do you think they work out, movers, or is that their workout, just moving
There's
stuff
no way
all
in
day?
hell they should be.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't think they should either. I'm wondering.
I don't think they're training. Well, the thing is, if you were a hardcore bodybuilder or something, you couldn't have that job because you don't rest enough.
Yeah.
Like if you're trying to build max muscle and everything.
Yeah.
And I think they're just their workout is because their heart rate's got to be at 120 or so the entire day.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like elite athlete, workout bodybuilders. I'm just talking about if you're a regular person that wants to fit into your clothes, whatever you do as a job as a mover is probably enough to accomplish that.
You know what? Yeah.
You don't see a lot of chunky fat movers.
They get way more resistance and cardio work in a day than most people do who exercise do in a week.
That's what I'm saying.
And then the other, because that's why, you know what? One of the healthiest jobs in America is a garbage collector. If you're somebody who actually, it seems like everything's mini dumpsters these days. But if you're actually throwing the garbage into that's a really high energy,
doing a lot of jumping off
job.
And hopping on with the truck and everything. Yeah.
And I'm going to go out there. I'm going to get a bunch of nice Lululemon workout gear and then just get a job as a trash man. I'll fit right in. I'm like, hey, guys, this is a great workout, isn't it? You guys must be so excited to do this every day.
I know you're joking, but the Lululemon trash guy would be a major influencer. That would be a unique.
Oh, they actually. Yeah, doing a couple like lunging his way with the trash can on his back towards the garbage thing.
They had a good personality to go with it. I'm telling you, dude, anything works these days, All right.
I had my brother-in-law hook me up with a job just loading and unloading trucks for like an hour or two a day. It was a long time ago. Just I was like, I just want to get out. I don't want to actually work out, but I want to work out.
Yeah.
And if I have to be there because I'm a good employee,
right,
then I'll stick to it. And it was too much.
How long did you?
I didn't sign on for this.
How long did you last?
It was like 2 weeks. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. One paycheck. Yeah.
He knew I wasn't going to last. It wasn't a big deal.
Right.
It was mostly getting up early. This is before I got into. This is when I was still just bouncing around, just kind of trying to keep from drinking.
Yeah.
More than anything else. Then I realized, okay, I need to get a job to keep from drinking, but I don't want to do this loading and unloading stuff anymore.
And you're like, this getting up early is for the birds, and now here we are.
Yeah.
Here we are, 2025. Nobody gets up earlier than Seth Payne. All right, factoid making the Texans a lock this weekend. I will credit the NFL Network very funny 6 or 7 minute videos they have for each of the matchups in the NFL every week. And I don't know. I only watch the Texan ones, Seth. Do you know? Are they all narrated by this same guy?
Yeah, he's good. He throws in a whole lot of Gen X friendly references.
Really funny references.
He does all of them. I think he writes all his own copy.
Okay.
No, you know this guy. He's David Anderson's friend.
Well, I know, but I don't know him. I know David Anderson.
Okay. Yeah, he does all these videos, and as far as I understand it, he writes all his own copy, and he throws in a lot of Gen X jokes.
I was wondering about that. I'm like, man, this guy must take a lot of time to do these because you got to splice all the highlights together and get all the stats and everything. They're really good videos. They're easy to find. If you just search the matchup, you put in Texans, Titans, matchup, NFL, it'll be one of the first ones that pops up. And they give a lot of good numbers on there. This number I loved, and this was right out of the chute. In this game, Seth, against the Titans, Texans-Titans, Sunday, noon, Sports Radio 610. The lowest scoring offense in the NFL, the Tennessee Titans, averaging just over 14 points a game. Can you imagine watching that offense?
Yeah.
Is facing the number one scoring defense in the Texans. Texans are still by a smidge, even though they gave up 29, and it wasn't all the defense's fault. They are still number one by, I think, about 3 or 4 total points over the Rams right now. So they're the number one scoring defense. The number one scoring defense in that matchup, the last 16 times that's happened, and this goes back to, merger days. It goes back decades. The last 16 times that matchup has happened, the worst scoring offense versus the best scoring defense, the defense has won 16 straight. I mean, 16 straight's kind of a surprise because it's hard to get 16 straight of anything. But, you're telling me the way better team won all these times? Yeah. By an average margin, though, of nearly 20 points a game.
Oh, my goodness.
It's been blowouts on average that the number one scoring defense has beat the worst scoring offense 16 straight times.
That is where sometimes when things up and down and left and right with all kinds of advanced analytics, points scored and points allowed still matters a lot.
Yes.
And you don't have to overly complicate things.
That's
at
our
times.
Gen X take on this
Hey,
show.
this
right?
team is really good at preventing points, and this team is really bad at scoring points.
Yeah.
Let's not overthink this or do a deep dive into all of these other things. I honestly, and this is hard for me to admit, I feel kind of bad for Titans fans right now.
Oh, my God.
As they sit at home
Shut up.
trying to watch football with their first cousin bride. And I'm listening to there was a Locked On Titans podcast yesterday, and the guy was pretty funny because he's talking about how bad the Titans are on third down.
Yeah.
He says, well, I mean, a big part of it is you've got a rookie quarterback, and they're in third and long a lot.
Yeah.
It's not just that they're in third down, they're in third and long a lot. So why are they bad on third down? Because they're bad on first and second down. And,
we know all
why
about
are they bad
that.
on first and second down? One of it is that they've got a rookie quarterback, and they're running out of the gun a lot on first down. And it's just not a good offense. The offensive line is underperforming to a drastic extent. And you look at the Texans and how they match up versus teams, and when they decide to stop the run or limit the run, they do a really good job of it. I think you don't have to overly complicate this. The Texans are going to shut down the run on first and second down. They're going to get into third down and long, and the Texans are one of the best third down defenses in the league. It's hard to see a way that the Titans win this game without a bunch of really weird when the Titans won.
Yeah, right. Without some fluky plays. I would say they've got a really good return game. Do they get some short fields on special teams? Cam Ward is 32nd in the league in passer rating, 72.1. The Texans' defense is first in passer rating allowed at 70.8. Like, this is a horrible matchup. The Titans have allowed 38 sacks. And I was reading an article yesterday, Seth, in The Athletic his name escapes me, the Titans beat writer for The Athletic, just kind of summarizing Cam Ward's season so far and what the issues have been. And obviously his coach gets fired 5 games in and then whatever. Honestly, in reading some of it, it sounds like a lot of the same stuff that the Texans have been trying to coach out of C.J. Stroud a little bit. Like, to not be so hell-bent. And C.J.'s done a good job with this, but not being so hell-bent on the big play, holding on to the ball too. Like, he's been sacked 38 times, but a lot of them have been Cam Ward's fault because he's trying to extend plays. He's got incredible arm talent. His first ever touchdown in the NFL was a throw that nobody should make all the way back across the field, and he had the arm talent to fit it in there. And so it's a rookie quarterback behind a bad line who's having a hard time learning how to take the easy money, is what I was reading in there. You know what?
The other thing that this lockdown guy brought up was interesting because I've seen this a couple times, but I haven't watched every single Titans game. But was Cam Ward just actually bobbling the football? And almost, he was talking about him almost like a point guard who has a bad handle. That he just bobbling the ball himself or losing control of it. He does have small hands.
Okay, that's what I got.
Only 9 inches.
I was going to ask you that. Yeah.
I don't know why for some reason, people took up hand size almost like it was like you were talking about race or ethnicity or religion or something, to where now you can't talk about a guy's small hands. You're handist if you talk about his small hands. I think maybe because it reached such an epic level with Kenny Pickett, who, by the way, isn't doing much as an NFL quarterback right now.
No.
Cam Ward, he's got little elfin hands and sometimes has a hard time holding on to the ball.
Elfin hands. Doesn't Joe Burrow have small hands too? I thought Burrow had small hands. Maybe
That's why he dresses so snazzy.
Yeah.
Now, Kenny Pickett's hands are really small,
Yeah,
8.5 inches.
Yeah.
I think Cam Ward's are 9 inches, which is below average, but not as small as Kenny Pickett.
Okay, gotcha.
Let me look at Joe Burrow's hand size.
Google Burrow hand size. I'm curious.
His are 9 inches as well.
Okay, so those are relatively small hands, and he managed to make it to a Super Bowl. So anything's possible in the NFL. Anything's possible.
Plenty of guys who have overcome the disadvantages of small hands.
Small hands.
But it's still something to think about. If a guy is actively bobbling the football, you start to wonder about it.
Well, and I mean,
and if he's running around trying to extend plays and everything
against the defense, it has Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter out there.
Yeah.
So, and defensively, boy, if I were CJ, I'd really want to get back for this game. The Titans are allowing 104.4 passer rating and 4.9 yards per carry on the ground. Texans should have a pretty good offensive day in this game too, I would say.
The big question about Davis Mills is that he's had a really good half of football. Before that, it didn't look so hot.
No.
And what version do you get versus a bad Titans defense? And do you not put the ball in harm's way? All of that. One of the things that I was most encouraged by with Davis Mills in last week's game was his pocket presence and some of the throws he made as guys were closing in on him. The decisions he made, when to run, when to scramble a little bit, all of those, I thought he did a good job of it. Because when he came in the first game, I was nervous about his pocket presence.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, it looked like he was, at one point, he just did a full 360 to nowhere as he was trying to spin out a way. He almost had, he's way stronger than you expect. Even though he's a big guy or something, you just don't. He stands up to contact pretty well.
He's pretty sturdy.
And then will scramble and continue to look to throw. So that part of it was intriguing. And Cam Ward, meanwhile, does lead the league in fumbles right now.
He does. Okay, fumbles and 38 sacks. Like I feel good about the matchup. I mean, Eureka. I feel good about the matchup for the Texans defense in this game. Yeah, Davis Mills, the whole like standing in the face of pressure. I mean, I think of both the throws especially the 3rd and 10 to Dalton Schultz. I mean, it was just that's one of the most important plays of the year, and he's backed up into his own end zone throwing that ball. Davis had a nice second half, no doubt about that. And it'll probably on Sunday. C.J. Stroud, no practice for him yesterday.
I am grateful that. If CJ can't play this week, which it looks increasingly like he won't play this week, we'll see. Today, if he doesn't practice today, there's not a chance.
Mathematically, he can't. Yeah, there's not enough practices.
So if he doesn't practice today, he's definitely not playing on Sunday. But it does add a level of intrigue to this game where if the Texans lose this game, it's going to be a huge, huge disappointment. Oh, yeah. It's hard to get excited about the Texans facing the worst team in the NFL right now. And but the Davis Mills dynamic does make it a lot more interesting for me. I'm genuinely excited about it, and it also helps. It also helps in my daily pick'ems and whatever that he seems to really try to get the ball to Nico Collins.
That does help. 15
targets.
Some of
Nico Collins' numbers right now, I'm looking at him a little bit differently than perhaps the way the gambling public at large is.
15 targets for Nico. 15 targets for Nico and 11 targets, 11 or 12, whatever, double-digit targets for Dalton Schultz. Like he's as much as the rookies. I mean, he threw the ball 45 times, so there's plenty to go around. But the rookies getting involved too, really, really nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this weekend.
Well, Woody Marks rushing yardage too.
Yep.
Because I think we knew from the pregame interview with D'Amico Ryans that they wanted to get the ball to Woody Marks more and call plays that help that. Helped suit his skill set, and that's exactly what they did versus the Jaguars. And as D'Amico said on the coaches show this week, he doesn't consider those guys rookies anymore. He doesn't consider learn to the offense, and it sounds like the coaches trust him, and they've got more explosiveness, speed, playmaking ability than other guys that have been targeted at times. So I think that's going to be a trend over the second half of the season that you can count on.
Good.
They're going to get those 3 rookies more involved more offensively.
Good. Yeah, here's Nick Caley yesterday, Texans OC, talking about Woody Marks' increased usage.
Yeah, I think it goes with everything. You go into a game and you sit there and you try to have balance in a variety of ways for all the right reasons. And sometimes you get into a rhythm and he played well and he was playing well down the stretch. I think they both complement him and Nick both complement each other. So he did well. It's hard to say how every game's going to go. Sometimes it doesn't go the way you want it to, but he did a great job and I thought played consistent throughout the game and happy with his performance for sure.
This felt more intentional than just he's the hot hand, and you get a feel in the game because Woody Marks, if I'm not mistaken, was the named starter in this game. He was the star, and I know that guys rotate and this and that. Like I don't think that's insignificant that he's he was bumped up to starting in this game. And the amount, like this, the lopsidedness of the usage, which I think benefits Nick Chubb. Look, I know Nick Chubb's here on a low-level 1-year deal. Even in Nick Chubb's heart of hearts, I don't think he thought he was going to come here, rush for 1,400 yards, and get another $12 million a year contract. This might be the perfect role for Nick Chubb, getting about 5, 6, 7 carries a game. He was fresh legs at the end of that game. He did almost all of his damage on the last couple of drives.
Yeah.
And he's out there.
I think he wanted to make it through this season healthy.
Yeah.
And maybe get better as the season goes along. And 5 to 10 snaps per game right now feels about right for him. It feels like we're still in a very precarious situation because you feel good about the way they're using Nick Chubb. You feel good about the upside of Woody Marks. If one of those guys gets injured, I don't feel nearly as good, obviously.
No.
But Woody Marks in pass protection, there was that one play. It was a play where Davis Mills ended up scrambling off to the right and just kind of throwing the ball on a maybe throw down the right sideline. But Woody Marks, they started at the 20-yard line about. Yeah. Woody Marks picks up a blitzing defensive back at the 15-yard line and then drives him into the end zone.
Yeah, dude, he rode him into the bullpen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was awesome. And
usually you're watching Trevor Penning bulldoze a defensive back and people saying like, "Oh, look at Trevor Penning."
Yeah.
No, this was a running back doing a Trevor Penning.
Yeah, and not like a big bulky running back either. I mean, Woody Marks not small, but he's not a monster of a man either.
And there's times too in pass protection where he's doing a good job going up and taking the fight to the blitzer.
Yes.
That's key for running backs. If you sit back there 3 yards away from the running back and any blitzer, defensive back, linebacker especially, comes at you, you get trucked right into the quarterback's lap. Yeah. Woody does a really good job of identifying and just going and attacking the mic. And he's just way further along than most rookie running backs are with that.
Yeah, here's one more from Nick Caley on what have you seen from Woody Marks.
Yeah, I mean, just consistency, not just as a runner. I mean, obviously he can catch the ball, but blitz pickup, he'll put his face on guys and be physical, and that's a big part of what we ask those guys to do. So it's just a complete package and just continuing to get better and learning from things as we go, and there's plenty to learn from, too, as we get going.
The other thing about that game when it comes to pass protection and blitz pickup is the offensive line. I think this entire season they've steadily looked better and better compared to last year when it comes to picking up games and blitzes and everything else. This last week I thought there were a few snaps of them doing it almost picture perfect. And that's with a disheveled, rejiggered offensive line with a couple of backups playing.
Yep.
But Ariante Ursary might have had the best game of any of the offensive linemen.
Dude.
And he's going against the guy in Josh Hines-Allen who made him look extremely like a rookie in week 3.
Yeah, that was the best part, is he was going against the guy who you had already seen him. Hadn't played many games, Ursary, but he's going against the guy that you've seen him fail against earlier this year. And then he has really good success against him. Yeah, Caley was actually asked about Ursary yesterday as well.
Yeah, I think he's in a good place. I really do. I think he's continued to show toughness. He cares. He wants to get better. He works at it. Same thing that has been the case since we got him here right after the draft. Just obviously with more reps and more. Now he's got some more games under his belt. But I think he's playing good football. I mean, he's playing tough. He's playing disciplined football in terms of alignment and leverage and those type of things. Hand usage is getting better. So just got to continue on that track. He's conscientious of that. And I think that, Cole and Zach do a really good job with those guys. And I'm pleased with him. I really am.
He still has a lot of technical things to clean up, and a lot of it probably won't happen until the offseason because he is a long guy. He's big and he's heavy, he's tall, and there's times where he still looks like a guy that got away with poor technique in college, kind of leaning into guys and bending at the waist. He's improved. But some of that, he needs a real full off season to really, now that he understands the downside of it, to really get it right. The part about that I feel good about is that he does have really good weight room strength. Mm-hmm. He's not like one of these tall guys that's just kind of there and isn't going to be capable of playing with better knee bend and everything. I think he's very much capable of it. He just needs to really drill it.
That play that Woody Marks, it was a 3rd and 3. We talked about it yesterday. 3rd and 3 on one of the final drives. might have been the final drive, where they give the ball to Woody Marks on, stretching it out to the left side, and they've got Ursery pulling out that way as his convoy his one-man convoy in front of him. That going and watching that play, like that was a play that popped as you and I are watching it in the stadium. They're like, holy cow, look at that big guy run right there. I'm sure Laramie had plays like that, I'm guessing, but whenever I think of Laramie, I always think of him more in the pass pro stuff than I do stuff like that. Like Ursery was thirsting and looking for somebody to bury on that play.
Laramie more times than not, you'd see him out in space, and you'd think, why is the most athletic on the team not hitting anybody at all? He was awful as a run blocker in space. Yep. To a point where it just didn't make any sense given how athletic he was. And that was always the thing with Laramie Tunsil. It's that he was a reluctant run blocker. Mm-hmm. And on screens, same thing, just wouldn't touch people.
Brutal.
I think Ursery looks like he understands the assignment. Yeah. And then all those people that would love to show Laramie Tunsil's PFF grade and pass protection would curiously ignore his overall grade, which would put him as a maybe slightly above average overall as an offensive tackle. Yeah, he's an awesome pass protector, but for a team that wants to run the ball, 40 to 50% of the time, that's a pretty big chunk of plays.
Yes, it is.
So who Laramie Tunsil is overall as an offensive tackler, you can't just completely ignore the run blocking.
Yep. J.J. Watt was on McAfee yesterday, and J.J. Watt kind of peacocking a little bit over the Texans' win over the Jags on Sunday.
That's what we're saying.
I noticed you're avoiding talking about the rest of the AFC South today. I noticed you didn't want to talk about really anything else going on in the AFC South.
Colts get a huge win. Colts get a huge win. What else happened?
Big comebacks, like huge comebacks, crazy games.
Like 26 points in the fourth quarter comeback? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Was that in America or was that an international game?
That was on home soil.
Well, Germany wins
home of the brave.
What you're saying is something historic happened for the Houston Texans, down 26-0 fourth quarter. We should maybe say a little something. Is that what you're trying to say here, Jay?
I mean, it's just you seem to be just sliding over the team's history in a game that's very impactful in the AFC South. It was an insane game. They were down by 19 at the start of the fourth quarter, and even on the broadcast, we thought that last ETN touchdown was the dagger. I said that was the nail in the coffin, and then lo and behold, Nick Haley calls great plays. Davis Mills plays lights out. Some huge plays. It was a crazy fourth quarter in Houston.
And not ignoring in victory, but what we would address in defeat. If the Texans don't stage that historic comeback in that game, even if they come up just short of it. Let's say the Jaguars kick a field goal on that final drive to win it. Even after the Texans made an impressive comeback to make it a one-score game.
Yep.
With full transparency, we're pretty negative this past week, right? We're not sitting there saying like, "Hey, but look at what happened."
No, 3 and 6 is 3 and 6.
Yeah. So I'm not shying away from just how irrational we are about using the outcome and everything. The ability of them to make that comeback it's real. Like you gotta give them credit for it. But at the same time, the fact that they were in that situation at all should be a huge reason for concern.
It should be, and yet I feel like those were very much outlier type of thing. Like, I don't think, even with Davis Mills at quarterback, I don't think the Texans are putting the opposition, whoever it is, if he's starting, on their side of the 50 twice. Now, one of them was because of special teams fumble. I don't think we'd see, like, the fact the Jags built that lead, other than the last drive where everybody thought that was the dagger to end the game.
Yeah.
It was a lot of smoke and mirrors to build that lead. It was a drive after a pick that started at the Texans' 40 that resulted in a field goal twice because of a penalty on Danico Autry. It was a short drive that started at the Texans' 19. They had another short drive because the Texans turned it over on downs. There was a punt return for a touchdown. The Texans have very good special teams. I don't think we're going to see fumbles on kickoff returns and punt returns for touchdowns again.
The thing that I worry about that game is that if you're facing a good passing offense or something, where the Texans are right now in terms of depth, They ended up having Tremont Smith play on the outside a good amount as Kamari Lassiter moved into slot.
Right.
And That's there. Miles Bryant was able to come in and he played all over the place because of injuries and also because he didn't look that great in the slot when he was in there. It gets dicey right now without Jalen Petrie returning.
Yeah.
And when they face good offenses with receivers, which they won't for a few weeks, because you want to move Kamari Lassiter inside versus the Bills? 100% cool with it because that's the only good receiver they have is Khalil Shakir, their slot receiver.
Yep.
So for the next 2 weeks, it's not really an issue. When you start getting into the offenses that have really good outside receivers, it gets dicier. But presumably Jalen Petrie doesn't have the worst concussion in the back, but you still are down. You're down MJ Stewart now, and your secondary is starting to get a little depleted.
Colts and Chiefs games is where it becomes a problem. I mean, there's a lot of issues with those two games, both on the road to start with. I saw JJ after the game down in the lobby in the West Club there, where everybody sort of files in on the west side of the stadium. He was getting off one elevator, and I was getting off the other, and we talked for a little bit, and he got his first taste of what it's like to have a comeback like that, sort of scuttle your content after the game, because I guess he does like post-game stuff, maybe for CBS, and it sounded like he had all his stuff ready to go, and then the Texans staged this huge comeback, and you got to crumple everything up and throw it away. And we have those days like that.
With the writers, especially though, because the writers a lot of times will have their whole article written.
Yeah. I'm like, now you know how McLean feels. I gotta write this whole article again. But yeah, like that's it happens with us sometimes in this business. We come in with a whole rundown, and then some news breaks at 6:30 a.m. and it's a whole new show.
Well, that game especially, you could have told the story of the game after those first 3 possessions.
Right.
That once the Jaguars had a 17-0 lead, if the Texans hadn't come back from it, that's pretty much the story right there, was how they blew it right out of the gate.
Yes.
And then were incapable of making the comeback, and you fill it in with a few details. But then the only thing that actually mattered was the very end of the third quarter and on into the fourth quarter.
Well, especially, and think about if they don't stage the comeback. And let's face it, the comeback itself was on the ropes a few times. And we pointed out that 29-10. They don't make that. I mean, they had a 2% chance of winning the game before that snap, and so they don't get that. And there's a chance they go on and lose by a couple of scores. And then we're talking about a whole lot more, Seth, than just a 3-6 record. I mean, we're talking about, boy, this team wasn't ready to play. Are they responding to coaching? All of those things. So. It's I'm
D'Amico lost the locker room.
Yeah, I mean that's the type of stuff. So, now meanwhile, over on the other side of things in Jacksonville, let's just spend a couple minutes on this because we were told that Travis Hunter was going to transform the game. This was Liam Cohen, their head coach, on it was earlier this week. I think it was yesterday, Wednesday or Thursday. Because Travis Hunter has had his knee surgery now. He's done for the year. And he was asked, can Travis Hunter come back and be a wide receiver 1 and cornerback 1 again?
It's all that's very premature to answer at this point. You have a lot of confidence in the makeup, the person, the competitor, the athlete, the talent. Like I said, so many players have gone through minor setbacks for major comebacks. And that's been the complete message to him.
Each season's over, it's tough.
Yeah, I think it's always that initial, shock is I'm sure a challenge, and then he's very fortunate to have a strong support group around him, and got a lot of guys. I feel very confident that he will come through on the other side of this thing.
I think the thing that needs to be pointed out, because the original question was literally the person asking the question said Travis Hunter coming back and being a wide receiver 1 and a cornerback 1.
Yeah.
This trade was made with the idea that he was going to be elite at both of those jobs. Right. That's what we were.
You don't trade up as aggressively as they did for a guy who's just a really good receiver or a really good defensive back.
Right, or even just sort of like average at both of them. Like you're trading for a guy who's we were told. Seth, we've got the audio right here. Do we want to remind people? Do you want to?
Yes.
Do you feel like you're in Gladstone right now?
Yes.
This is what we were told back on the day after the draft.
Yeah, as we sit here, Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguar, and really what comes to mind for me, right? thinking about the sport of football and really the power of the game itself, right? Its capacity to ignite belief, right? Belief in ourselves, belief in others, right? Belief in achieving what many may deem impossible. Travis Hunter, he embodies belief, right? He's a rare person, he's a rare player, but he's also a reminder that the boundaries of the game of football were built to be challenged. And so the decision to select him was actually a statement for how we plan to move, who we are, and we want him to be known, because when he is, he elevates the space around him. From the football field to the city,
give it to us,
to the game of football itself.
There it is.
Travis Hunter is who we've been hunting up. Couldn't be more jacked to be sitting right here beside him and introduce you all to the man of the hour.
And it does not give me pleasure to recite these stats, but these are the final stats for Travis Hunter's supposed to have been transformational rookie year. 28 catches, 298 yards, so a little over, 11 yards a catch, thereabouts, 10 yards. 1 touchdown, which was, A, totally meaningless in a blowout loss to the Rams in London, and B, replayed ad infinitum times on SportsCenter because it was Travis Hunter's first touchdown.
The first touchdown midway through, like a third of the way through the season.
And then
and it was as the Rams defense was basically not even covering him. The large majority of that the first impressive stat line he had, they were just an extremely soft coverage.
Soft
in Europe,
coverage.
just giving him.
We just want to get on the plane.
And I don't like it because. Travis Hunter seems like a great kid.
That's why I say it doesn't give me pleasure. By the way, 15 tackles, 3 pass breakups on defense this year.
Yeah, he did some good things on defense.
Yeah.
I think that there's probably 200 people in the league right now who could have done the exact same thing if they had played both ways. I think Derek Stingley might have done a much better job of it if he had played both ways. So there's nothing that's ignited my belief in the game somehow being transformed. He sounds like that annoys me about that pitch. It's like somebody
Gladstone?
James Gladstone. It's like he's saying he's trying to sitting in somebody's living room in 1975, explaining how your kid can become valedictorian,
right?
Because we can expand his worldview beyond the boundaries of just this small town.
Yeah,
we can open up the entire world to him. Yes, and he can become that person that others think is impossible.
Yeah.
All right here in this 26 leather-bound collection of encyclopedias.
You imagine your kid being able to recite the Bill of Rights and then correlate it to the War of 1812. The Encyclopedia Britannica is what you've been hunting up.
Yes.
That's what you've been hunting up. You couldn't be more jacked to have these 26 books on your shelf. It is what he sounds like. Hey, did you see A.J. Brown was... A.J. Brown on Twitch. Did you hear about this?
Yes, I did.
A.J. Brown on Twitch. He was playing. It looked like they were playing Madden, I guess. And A.J. Brown was on Twitch playing with somebody and gave a little bit of fantasy football advice to the person he was playing with.
I promise you, you might get 200, and I ain't even trolling.
Hey, if you got me on fantasy, man, get rid of me.
Okay, he said, if you got me on fantasy, get rid of me. And then, so he was confronted yesterday by the media about this.
Yeah.
And he had this to say. He said he will not apologize for his Twitch comment.
Explanation that maybe you wanted to give everyone for some context behind those comments?
Which context? Which comments are you referring to?
I believe it was a Twitch stream where you said, you alluded to the fact that you weren't totally happy or things weren't going well work-wise.
Yeah. I think that's fair. I think if you got eyes, you can see that. The same things I've been saying all season. So me making light of my situation on Twitch with my friend, that's something I'm not apologizing for. Because like I said, if you got eyes, you can see that. And so that's me trying to laugh through my situation.
Yeah, I think I would say the way that she framed it wasn't quite accurate or fair, given the actual quote.
She misquoted him to him, yeah.
Yeah, it's the very harsh reality from his perspective of the fact that he's only had over 100 yards receiving twice this season.
Yep.
Multiple instances where he's had single-digit receiving yards.
Devontae Smith's had a better year than A.J. Brown.
Oh, no. Last week versus the Packers, A.J. Brown had 2 receptions for 13 yards.
Right.
So, I mean, if you have him on fantasy, I don't know.
Good advice.
I would say, try to find a fair trade, but God, I mean, good luck with that.
Yeah. Don't start him. Definitely don't start him right now.
Definitely don't start him.
Yeah.
So he's had, and even when he hasn't had over 100 yards, his high water mark was, he got 2 performances this year where he's had, or 3 performances with more than 43 yards receiving.
Wow.
It's been a really, I mean, Sean, I'll go, he had an 8-yard game, he had a 27-yard game, he had a 7-yard game, he had a 43-yard game, he had a 13-yard game. It's been bare slim pickings for A.J. Brown.
Yeah, and yet they're 7-2, 8-2. Like that's the hard part.
In a really weird way though, too, where obviously they just are they're not a high-powered, reliable offense.
No, but if they get in the red zone, they score. That's the big thing.
Yeah.
They're really efficient.
In short yardage, obviously.
In short yardage,
too.
they're killer. Yes.
And this way, smoke them while you got them, because this will probably be the last year they're allowed to do the tush push.
Yep, absolutely. All right, let's circle back to baseball. Scott Boras. Oh man, somebody needs to stop this man. Scott Boras at a microphone. Do not let this man in front of a microphone anymore, please. Biggest dork ever. Super agent Scott Boras. We'll let you know why coming up next.
Oh, if you are looking for the exact opposite of that, when it comes to that guy's
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth, you sent this to me yesterday, and Scott Boras at the GM meetings. You know, obviously it's the GM meetings, but all the agents are there. Hell, there's players there. Framber Valdez is strolling the lobby at the GM meetings, looking for meetings with GMs to talk about $200 million contracts and whatnot. So at some point, Scott Boras is going to hold court with reporters and talk about the various players. I'm sure he's got dozens of players that are via free agency or trades or whatever the case may be, and one of them is Alex Bregman.
Yeah.
We all know well here. He left here to go to Boston last year.
Yeah.
Opted out of his...
represented by Scott Boras.
Yep.
A man who once said this about Carlos Correa. You're the Dior of defense. You're the Hermes of hitting. The Louis V of leadership. The Prada of the postseason. It's a one-stop shop for a championship designer. This is the kind of stuff that he says about his clients.
He does, to the point where you have to check and make sure whatever outlet is conveying it to you is real.
Yeah.
And it's not, you know what I mean? Like, okay, this isn't the fake John Heyman. This isn't the phony. Is this at real Ken Rosenthal or at fake Ken Rosenthal?
He's big into puns. He likes. It's not even dad jokes. It's your creepy uncle jokes.
It's corny, creepy uncle jokes.
Yeah, it's your uncle that never did find a spouse, but who thinks he's the funniest person on earth, and then elbows you in the ribs after he tells the joke.
Yep. So here he is yesterday, Scott Boras, holding court with reporters, talking about Alex Bregman and his time in Boston, what it was like before he got to Boston. So naturally, if you're going to talk about a player who's got ties to the Red Sox, all your jokes need to be about coffee and Dunkin' Donuts and cool blends and things like that. Here was Scott Boras yesterday, seeing how many stupid coffee donut jokes he could cram into 90 seconds.
I would certainly think that, like in Boston, we learned a lot about Bregman in 25, because in Boston, they had a lot of lineup do-not holes. And certainly prior to 25, Boston has been a kind of a club that's been, has Duncan well below the playoff line. So I think it was a bad roast in Beantown. And certainly, and give the owners credit in 25. They went out and spent some Starbucks to bring in a Bregman blend that led them to the playoffs. So I'm sure the Boston fans don't want this to be just a cup of coffee. And no one wants a Brexit.
Waka waka. Waka waka. There's no part of that. It would be funny if I don't get the sense that he's ever done it with any kind of self-awareness to know how corny it is. I think he's really, really impressed with what he comes up with.
Oh yeah.
Or what he probably pays somebody. On Fiverr to come up with something.
I bet ChatGPT, I bet if we asked ChatGPT to talk about somebody in the voice of Scott Boras doing puns, it could
you'd come up with a lot of that stuff.
I think it could.
There have been articles written about just how corny is Bogarts and his interest in free agency. This is the first time teams have had a chance to sign the X-Man. I think they're finding it to be a Marvel opportunity.
Oh, my God.
Xander has a very famous Uncle Humphrey, and he certainly left in his memoirs, Kid, there's going to be a lot of teams looking at you.
Oh, wow. A Humphrey
Bogart joke.
Dude,
yeah.
That's sailing over everybody's head in that medium.
It's really, really bad.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
It's a fireable offense. I could not have that man representing me. I do not want those lame, corny-ass jokes attached to my name.
Hey, Ben, on some of those in there, did you put in just little flurry laughter at some of it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, my God, Ben. Mwah, chef's kiss. Kudos to you, Ben Gary. Good job. As long as we're on a humor front here for a few minutes before we get to the top of the hour, Jameis Winston is starting for the New York Giants this weekend, which means we get Jameis Winston press conferences and media scrums. He's relevant. He should always be relevant, Jameis Winston, even when he's the emergency quarterback, because you never know what he's going to say. I like Davis Mills as the backup quarterback for the Texans, especially after Sunday, and I'm confident he'll do good things this Sunday if he's asked to do it. But just a quick reminder before we play Jameis, this is a classic Davis Mills answer to a press conference question.
I think continue spreading the ball around. I think I did a good job, but I think kind of going in there looks during the week. Obviously, I'm mentally prepared, but sometimes physically, like everything's a little sped up. So kind of just keep myself calm in there, go through my reads, continue spreading the ball around, and use my feet when I can to make some plays.
Okay, so that's Davis being asked, like, okay, how's it going to be for you this week? And this is Jameis Winston yesterday being asked about starting this week for the Giants.
I want fans to know that I'm going to do my best. You know, obviously I'm going to have fun, but I'm going to execute, have a surgical execution, and just play ball, man. Like, this is something I've been doing since I've been 4 years old, and I just get to do it in the greatest city in the world. I'm going to be saying it with my son. It's the greatest city in the world. Yeah, that's a Hamilton reference if y'all don't know. Yeah, 10-year reunion.
Is that? I guess Hamilton's 10 years old now.
I guess
he must have gone and seen
sounds,
like the 10-year they must have a reunion of the original cast or something.
Yes, that's
okay.
Yeah. You know as well as I do. I think it feels like Hamilton's been around for about 10 years.
Yeah,
now.
that's about right.
Yeah, it feels like that, and it sounds like Jameis is taking advantage of living in New York. He's getting out to Broadway shows, experiencing the city.
I like that he just says he's going to have a surgical execution.
I love that,
That's
too.
the boldest thing he did right there.
Yeah.
Jameis predicting a surgical operation. Remember, even though he's improved on a lot of his really bad issues from early in his career, he still is rocking, as of these last 2 years, a 1-to-1 touchdown-interception ratio. He was last year 13 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Year before, it was 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
Yeah, man.
Surgical. That sounds like a medical tourism surgery or something to a cut rate country. I don't know about the surgical operation part of it.
The greatest city in the world. Hey man, you never know. What did he threw for? He was on. We were talking about him because he threw for 497 against Denver last year, right?
That's right. Yeah, Denver because last year when their other starting cornerback had gone out, Riley Moss, the Denver Broncos took a big step backwards, and Jameis Winston threw for 497 yards and did have a surgical execution.
Trying to see who the Giants – that was surgical. I'm trying to see who the Giants play, but my internet sucks. Oh, here we go. Because Jameis might be if you have bye week issues in fantasy, Jameis coming off the bench cold to face a team. They play the Packers at home.
Yeah.
Packers are reeling a little bit right now, but I feel like Mike is going to sack Jameis like 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, so don't pick him up.
Jameis is the thing that stinks about Jameis is that in this highly searchable era that we live in, you can go back and see exactly all of the bad things Jameis did or was alleged to have done. Yeah. Or, you remember when we were in high school and they'd have like a recovering drug addict or somebody come in and give a talk to you? Yeah. Those were always my favorite. Those guys scared the crap out of me. Yeah. They scared me away from drugs. They would talk about just how awful it was and everything. Yeah. But I feel like nowadays you probably a lot of those guys wouldn't be allowed in the school itself.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's an ex-con and he probably did some really bad stuff. Yeah. But you didn't know exactly. It's too easy to search. Like, oh, this guy did that.
See, we
can't let him around these children.
I would watch those drug guys come in and do the speeches to us, and I would look at it and go, I don't know. The guy's carved out a pretty good career as a speaker, and then I'd go do 4 lines of blow in the parking lot.
Yeah, that's my career path.
Right.
I got to get real down and low, and then I'll rebound, and then it's a path to
Drop
glory.
a little acid, do a little blow, and I'll maybe be like, all right, and check out a book from the library on public speaking, and let's go.
Driving around all over the place, probably for not that much money. Yeah. But you find out, well, they paid that guy $300 to do that? As a high school kid, you're like, whoa.
Right. They could have told me the actual number. I've been like, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Got any of the good stuff?
All I have to do is 250 times a year to various high schools?
All I have to do is bottom out on drugs, have a good story, and then talk to a bunch of high schools, cobble together $50,000.
We had one guy that it got real scary because there was a group of kids in the back, the kids in the back,
Yeah.
that were kind of trying to clown him.
Yeah.
And you saw it flash into his eyes.
Oh, boy.
And he called them out. And yeah. And I was like, do it.
And then when he did, was it awkward? Was it awkward and uncomfortable? Were you glad he did it?
I was glad he did it. I was hoping he was actually going to attack him.
I thought you meant just call them out, do it. Oh,
no. I was like, oh, no, go after him. No, he looked like he was barely restraining himself.
He was ready to go
from really going after him.
Like physically beat them. Oh my God. Yeah.
Remember when they used to have Scared Straight when they'd bring the kids into the prisons?
Yeah.
And the cons would kind of scare the bejesus out of him that you could tell it wasn't working.
No.
And you're like, oh boy, that kid.
The kid's making a reservation here right now.
That kid's going to be a kingpin someday. Yeah.
Yes. He's going to have tattoos there, and there. And it's all above the neck. You're like, there and there.
Yeah.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right. Circling over to college football for a little bit. Pretty surface level stuff, but they rank the quarterbacks around college football. They did this on ESPN.com. And how the narratives have changed on some of these guys, and a little bit of audio from a couple of these guys as well. We will do that. We'll go through that exercise coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. College football, you can have college.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the dichotomy of a segment here. On the one hand, we've got a listener, Seth, on the text page. We'll get to the college football quarterbacks here in just a second. Guys, it's drive time for the kiddos. Maybe let's cut down on the blow references. That goes
we
back
were talking about that in an anti-drug context.
Well, and then I was joking because Seth, you were talking about those speakers that would come into schools that used to be drug addicts, and they would scare the bejesus out of you about the downside of doing drugs. Yeah. And I jokingly said, I used to look at those speakers and say, wow, it looks like they've got a pretty successful speaking career. So I would listen to them and then go out to the parking lot and do 4 lines of blow.
Yeah.
I would like to think clearly I was kidding, and that if your kid asked Dad, what's blow, you could explain to them like it's a drug. And and Sean was only kidding about that.
Devastating to people.
Right.
Yeah.
Because on the flip side, the next texter says, I swear to you go on the road as a comedy show because you crack me up all the time, and I love every minute of it. Pendergrass saying I'll speak to the kids about not doing drugs and then go out to the parking lot and do 4 lines of blow. High comedy. Yes. Yeah. So
I think especially I've got an issue with somebody complaining about us referencing drugs in that last segment when we were talking very much about like anti-drug, the effectiveness of anti-drug campaigns.
Yes.
And you were joking about it, obviously.
Just joking. Yeah. I would say,
there's if your kid asks you what is he talking about, 4 lines of blow, you say, well, it's like somebody doing drugs. And so Sean's joking about it because it devastates people's lives.
It's so devastating.
That's why that public speaker was even in there.
Right.
Yeah.
Kid, if you're still listening, kid of this listener, if I went to do 4 lines of blow, that would be 4 more lines than I've done in the previous 56 years of my life. Okay?
I do think I see people make a lot of jokes about how stupid Nancy Reagan's anti-drug campaign was and everything, and frankly, I don't get it because it genuinely worked on me. All those anti-drug campaigns, they scared the crap out of me.
People sometimes have this misconception that stuff like that is supposed to eradicate everything.
Yeah, if it didn't stop drug usage 100%, then it didn't do anything at all.
Right.
So I don't know, just from my personal level, it worked for me. I was scared. I was scared enough of drugs to the point up until I became enough of an adult that I could make decisions on my own or whatever. And I feel like a lot of people saying that it was stupid are people that got into drugs when they were in high school or something and it didn't work on.
It did.
The ones, so just back off on old Nancy.
That's right. Yeah. Don't you dare text in about Nancy Reagan, right? If you were thinking of doing it, stop right now.
Yeah.
All right.
I remember, Different Strokes, too.
Yeah.
Gary Coleman scared the crap out of me. It was one of the very special episodes of Different Strokes. That I think Willis probably tried something or something. I don't know. But they, all those stupid sitcoms and their very special episodes did open my eyes to a lot of things and scare the crap out of me.
The Different Strokes one was the one with the bicycle shop owner. It was played by... He invited little kids into his bicycle shop. Yeah.
Well, it was probably one of the very special ones. Usually those sitcoms would do a very special episode once a season about eating disorders, drug use, child predators.
Yeah. No, I'm saying the most memorable one, I think, for a lot of people was the bicycle shop one. Kind of ruined Gordon Jump's career. He was the very popular he was the WKRP boss there for a while.
But then he played a pederast, and then that was kind of it for him?
It was kind of it. Well, he popped up on a Seinfeld episode. I know that.
Gordon Jump.
Yeah. Gordon
What
Jump.
was he in Seinfeld?
He played George's boss at Play Now for a few episodes when George was working. When George was working at the sporting goods store at the sporting goods company. Yeah. And he was he was fake handicapped. Industries. He was fake handicapped. Yeah. That was really funny. All right. The quarterbacks in college football. ESPN.com had an article where they ranked all 6 quarterback situations. And the thing that popped for me, Seth, and I got a few of them here, but as I'm paging down, I'm looking to see, where's CJ Carr? He's a quarterback at my school. And who are some of the familiar names? You remember this whole season was supposed to be an anointing of Arch Manning as the next savior of collegiate sports and football and the sport of football as a whole.
Yeah.
It was going to be the Arch Manning show. He's the 35th best quarterback in college football, according to these power rankings. He's not even in the upper half of FBS quarterbacks.
It's generational of a sort, you know?
Skips a generation, I guess.
It's true that he is part of a generation of quarterbacks. Dude. You know, it's not, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean that he's the best in a generation.
Has Orlovsky?
He's one of this generation of quarterbacks.
He's part of a generation.
Yeah.
This generation, right. Man, remember the soapbox that Orlovsky was standing on for him at the beginning of the year?
Mm-hmm.
Even after the Ohio State game, where you watch the Ohio, and let's face it, we had not seen a ton of Arch Manning heading into this season. He threw
I
90.
didn't get it. I didn't understand exactly what all the hubbub was, given that he hadn't played much football.
He had thrown 93 passes last year in a couple of mop-up games, and obviously played in a division in Louisiana in high school football where there were kids that were like 5'3", 400 pounds running after him there, chasing him out of the pocket. It was comical. And then you watch that game against Ohio State, which is now, okay, now you're playing against guys who, if you're going to play on Sundays, these are the guys you're playing against. And he's standing flat-footed, zinging the ball off his back foot, sidearm, making bad decisions. All this. Standing 35th. You know who's 34th? Connor Wegman of the University of Houston, who's had a nice season this year.
Yeah.
But if you're a Coug and you go see a Longhorn today, you run into them by the water cooler or whatever. Yeah, I know the Longhorns would make the playoffs if the season ended right now, but puff your chest out a little bit. Your quarterback is one spot ahead of theirs on the ESPN.com QB rankings.
The Manning family has built up such a brand for themselves that people thought that any quarterback named Manning must be awesome.
Yep.
And
that's what it was.
You know, shame on you, Dan Orlovsky, for being just for believing that, you know, basically proclaiming a guy a generational quarterback just because he was part of this aristocratic family.
Yeah.
You know, they're like acting like he was a Matthews kid or something.
Yeah, well, and
thank you. That is an impressive football family.
Yep.
Born right here in Houston,
yeah,
or greater Houston area.
Thereabouts. Yes. Number one on the list is Sayin, the kid from Ohio State, and they're the number one team. He's number one on this list right now. Julian Sayin, and Haynes King is number two on the list. Georgia Tech, I believe former A&M as well, Haynes King, if I'm not mistaken. Number three is the guy who I think, if I had to go check right now, is probably the Heisman favorite, Fernando Mendoza of IU, mostly because Gus Johnson declared him the Heisman favorite after this play on Saturday.
Mendoza in trouble! It's out! Unbelievable! Give him the Heisman Trophy now.
That call, man. I try not to weigh in too much on him because, you know, some people love him, some people hate him.
Yeah.
I don't think if you knew nothing about him and you just heard that call, that sounds like a kid on the internet, doesn't it? Yeah, that does not sound at all like.
Unbelievable!
Yeah. It sounds like a drunken fan.
I wonder what Joel.
That's
Klatt,
a bad call.
What Joel Klatt is his partner on the broadcast, and I wonder as Gus Johnson is having a conniption fit right there. Like, I wonder what Joel Klatt is thinking. Like, looking at him. Like, I'm just picturing like Joel Klatt like looking over at Gus Johnson, going,
"Give him the Heisman Trophy now!
Give that now!" Like, yeah. All that said, this segment was not about Gus Johnson, kind of. It was about quarterbacks. Fernando Mendoza, he's number 3 on the list. Number 4 on the list is Diego Pavia of Vanderbilt, who's kind of like he's like the Hispanic Johnny Manziel, sort of. Like, he's, you know, like does a lot of running around, a lot of improv on the field. You know, he's Diego football, like Johnny was Johnny football. Except I don't know that Johnny ever pimped out his own mom. Diego Pavia did do that earlier this year.
What did he do?
Diego Pavia said that if he's friends with Theo Vaughn, who is a social media influencer, and he said that if we beat South Carolina, then on a date with his mom, which I think happened actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
And he did go on a date with her?
I think so, yeah, because he's popped up in the background of a few videos that Pavia's had at his
Theo Vaughn
place.
would be a fun stepdad.
Yeah, that's true. With Diego,
if I had to choose stepdads, I feel like Theo Vaughn would
Theo
be.
Vaughn.
Yeah, he's not going to come crack the whip or anything.
No, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Marcel Reed, A&M quarterback. I know you Aggies are wondering, where's our guy on this? He's 12th on the list. Marcel Reed's had a nice year. They're 3-0, or not 3-0. They're undefeated. I say 3-0 because their third win was against my team, so that's my brain is stuck there. Marcel Reed, I want to let you hear this, Seth. Marcel Reed met with the media earlier this week, and apparently he had told one of his teammates that his nickname for years has been the Gingerbread Man, because you can't catch the Gingerbread Man.
Yeah.
So here's Marcel Reed on that.
Gingerbread Man, and when did that come around?
I call myself the Gingerbread Man.
You do?
Yeah.
When did you start calling yourself that?
Probably about 5th grade. I used to call myself the Gingerbread Man. I call myself the Dragonfly at one point. I don't know if you guys ever try to hit a dragonfly. It's pretty hard to do.
Okay. So either the Gingerbread Man or the Dragonfly. This was the issue I had with this, Seth. In the version of the story that I remember, doesn't the Gingerbread Man get eaten by a fox at the end of it? Doesn't the
and he brags about how nobody can catch him.
Right, all the time.
So
He's very annoying.
If anything, it's a cautionary tale about hubris, right?
Yeah, it is. Okay, I just asked ChatGPT, does the Gingerbread Man die at the end of the story? And here's sometimes it depends on the version. The classic folktale, the Gingerbread Man, yes, he dies at the end after spoiler alert, everybody. At the end. After running from everyone, run as fast as you can. You
can't catch me, I'm the Gingerbread Man.
Yes. A clever fox offers to help him across the river, and then the stupid Gingerbread Man says, okay.
Yeah.
And then the fox ends up eating him. But in the modern version, oftentimes he survives or escapes. I'm more of an Old Testament guy. I'm an Old Testament Gingerbread Man.
Old German fairy tales.
Yeah, hell yeah, man.
Blood and gore and dead
gravitas.
children.
Yes. Yeah, no, the Gingerbread Man dies miserably because he's stupid.
Because of his hubris.
Yeah.
His arrogance.
His hubris.
All of that. And so then dubbing yourself the Gingerbread Man is the height of being the Gingerbread Man.
Yes.
You don't even get the story.
Bingo.
No, in his mind, he's thinking like, yeah, I'm the Gingerbread Man, but I escape.
Yep.
I outwit the fox.
Right.
Yeah, good luck.
Right.
You're about to get run over by a steamroller.
So here's a warning. If you got your kids in the car right now, this show is an Old Testament Gingerbread Man show where we like that he got his head chopped off by the fox's teeth because he's dumb.
Yeah.
Don't paint a rosy picture of the Gingerbread Man for your kids, all right? The Gingerbread Man is stupid. He's dumb.
I guess that wasn't one of those old German fairy tales. That was an American one.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it just says classic folktale, the Gingerbread Man.
It was told in the 1875 issue of St. Nicholas magazine.
Okay.
I remember that when that one came out. It was a big hit.
We all talked about it.
That's before the internet, So we had to
sit on a tree and we'd all read it together.
Sit under a tree and just go, and then an apple fell on my head and I discovered gravity. I did.
That's right. That's exactly what happened. Carson Beck is 26th on this ranking of all the quarterbacks in college football. Does he have the worst face in all of team sports? Carson Beck?
I always feel bad when we talk about this, the punchable face. I don't, like, some people have punchable.
$4 million a year.
Some people have punchable faces like Tony Romo, and yet it's not like he's not a weird-looking guy or anything. He just has a punchable face.
Right.
Carson Beck's kind of a weird-looking guy.
Sure.
And I feel bad in even making fun of him for it because he's not saving a penny of all that NIL money. He's not going to make any money in the. He's not going to make any money in the NFL.
I love how I just say that he's got a bad face, and you're putting Chapter 11 or Chapter 13 bankruptcy on him.
Doesn't he have like 3 Lamborghinis?
He does. Yeah. No. He's got expensive taste. That's a good point because he ain't getting that kind of draft money the way he's been playing.
No.
6 picks and the 2 losses, and we've got a Miami expert on the show here, Ben Gary, our producer. Ben, do you ever get any desire? You watched all the Miami games, right? You went there.
Yes.
Do you?
And yes, I do.
You get a strong desire to punch him in the face.
It has nothing to do with his face, but yes.
Okay, see, and Ben is one of the kindest people that I know.
Yeah.
So it's got to be a punchable face, man. As Carson Beck. Ugh. Number 41 on the list, Nico Iamaleava. Remember, he was the kid who held Tennessee hostage the week of their spring game, trying to get more
soul.
Someone walks blammo right in the middle of his chest. Like, what was that?
I don't like your soul.
Punching your soul. Yeah. He left a college football playoff team to go play for 3-6 UCLA.
Yeah.
Good job, Nico. Way to go. So it's a fun. I love stuff like this with the quarterbacks on here.
Juju Lewis, what's his deal?
Oh, he's Colorado's quarterback. So he was the big recruit that Coach Prime got last year. He's a true freshman.
Yeah.
I watched their game this weekend against West Virginia. They didn't win. He's really good though. I think people are waiting for the other shoe to drop on Coach Prime. Like there's been this arc where he brought back Jackson State, jumped out at just the right time, went to Colorado. We know what he did there. Like brought them back from just a horrific level of football to relevance again. And now they're not good, but he's got a quarterback here that seems to maybe be something.
This is the whole thing about the Deion Sanders dynamic at Colorado. It annoys me on the same level of the Manning dynamic with just thinking that, Arch Manning's last name is Manning, so he's going to be good. It's the same way the Sanders family would talk about how, hey, look, we've done it in the past, so why wouldn't we take the NFL by storm and do all these great things? I don't know, because I pay attention.
Yeah.
Like I see people in sports all the time do incredible things and then not do incredible things at their next stop. It tends to be more the rule than the exception.
100%.
You're the new place. So just invoking your last name is in the meritocracy that is professional sports or collegiate sports or what have you. Yeah, it doesn't do anything for me.
Yep.
I don't want to hear about how awesome the things you did in the past were. What are you, Jerry Jones? No. Show me what you're going to do for me right now.
Exactly right. Exactly right. All right, we roll on here on a Thursday. Nick Caley was in front of the media yesterday. He had his press conference yesterday and went in on the shuffling that went on the offensive line at the beginning of that game. We finally got, kind of the deepest answers as to what was going on there. That was a very peculiar first quarter for the offensive line. We'll hear from the Texans OC on that coming up next. But first, the weather's been awesome lately.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. All right, what was going on at right guard at the beginning of the game last week, and do we expect any chicanery this week when the Texans take on the Titans? City So, who was called up off the practice squad, started at right guard for the Houston Texans on Sunday against the Jags, and it did not go well at the beginning of that game. In fact, by the beginning of the second quarter, Juice Scruggs, who for some reason was jumped over the depth chart, as was Laken Tomlinson, by City So.
Laken Tomlinson and Juice Scruggs, who had been battling it out in an epic battle at left guard of who could be a little less worse all season. Over by City So.
By City So and by Jared Patterson, who was over starting at left guard.
Who did a good job. Held up all right. Yeah,
and I would hope that that's your starting left guard this weekend too. Now, Juice Scruggs came in for City So at the beginning of the second quarter, and that was it for So for the rest of the day. And the line started, the offense started doing some good things. Here was Nick Caley. What do you make of the new offensive line starters?
Yeah, I think, look, what goes into it is just what can we do to give ourselves what we feel throughout the course of the week or a cumulative body of work to give ourselves the best chance to go out there and compete. And so whoever's out there, that's what we felt, was best for the team. I thought Jared played, tough, played, smart. He's a competitor. He's got a lot of flex. He's played a lot of football. So really happy the way that he battled throughout the game. Okay,
but the follow-up was, Jared, but what about this City So guy starting?
Yeah, I think just every single week, again, it's a body of work. So, City had put out really good, I would say consistent performances day after day of practice and given an opportunity to go out there and compete. Nothing more, nothing less. We're going to always have an opportunity to compete. I don't think anything's fixed, and that's what practice is for.
Okay, so that's what practice is for. This is one issue I sometimes have with the way coaches approach things is that, yes, it's important to practice really well, but there is such a thing, and it's very, very real, that some guys are better game performers than practice performers. And I think usually, the assumption is usually, that guy just doesn't try hard in practice. I spent time breaking this down, and when I was a player, kind of thinking about this, that there's some guys that are just better. They're better in games than they are in practice, partly because they're actually working on things in practice, and when you're thinking about things and you're trying to correct certain things, you don't perform as well. And then you add to that, some guys are able to unlock a different level of psycho in a football game.
Yeah.
So that there are guys that just flat out might not practice as well as other guys that they are still way better than. And it's one of the you have to do it on a case-by-case basis. There's some guys that don't practice as well as they play in the game just because they're lazy. And I think that's what sometimes coaches make the assumption. But it used to bother me sometimes where I'd see guys that, man, all right, the guy's a gamer and he's not lazy. He's just, for whatever reason, he's not as impressive in practice. Sometimes it's because they're not as athletic.
Yeah.
And the athleticism tends to shine more in practice, but then some of those super athletic guys fall apart in games. That annoys me.
Yeah.
It annoys me when guys, and I'll tell you, when I read Belichick's book, the exact same dynamic comes up because he's talking about how guys, it's how you practice, and if you don't practice well, then it's not going to show up in the game. And then in the very next chapter, he tells a story about them running a play that didn't work ever in practice, but it worked in the game.
Right.
It's weird. They've got how they believe their dogmatic view of the world is, and yet they also understand that it doesn't always work out that way.
Yeah, that hopefully whoever made this decision to put City So in, because I don't know what he did in practice. I'm not at practice. I'm certainly not there for the parts of practice where they let you watch things that matter in games. So I can tell from the 9 or 12 snaps that he played, he does not belong on an NFL football field. Based on that, he does not belong near an NFL football field on a Sunday starting at right guard.
And that's what I worry about with this regime is their ability to evaluate and get the best out of offensive linemen. The fact that they can't even make a damn decision on who their left guard is,
right?
And then they just throw the whole experiment out the window and try Jarrett Patterson. It feels like they're overthinking it in some regards. I think Jarrett Patterson has, to me, always seemed like a guy who's a little bit more together mentally when it comes to just actually knowing his assignments within a game and getting it executed and everything. But for whatever reason, I guess he's not bulldozing people in practice enough.
I guess not. One more from Nick Caley. Anything positive from the right guard position this past week?
Yeah, I think they settled in. I think as the game went on, we got settled in. And I think that there was a lot of good. What I really appreciated was down the stretch, we were able to really settle down, communicate, be more efficient, take care of, being tighter with our run game fundamentals, be cleaner in pass protection. And I think just collectively, the interior part did a great job. But I think that extended to everybody, too. You had Trent out there for the first time at right tackle, too. So there's some new faces. But, again, this was 2 weeks ago or whatever it was when I was asked a question by somebody in here, like things up at times like every other place I've been, just in terms of being able to have some flex with those lines so that you're never in a position where, hopefully not in the position where you're the first time a guy's ever playing together is out on a Sunday. You're trying to build those reps throughout the week. So I thought they did a really good job. I thought collectively we got better and cleaner as the game went along, and that was the best thing we could have done. And those guys up front really helped make it feel that way even more, I think, when you can settle down the line of scrimmage.
I'll never forget at the beginning of that game, looking at you, looking over at Ron. Like, we got our usual crew that sits up there along our desk there, and I'm going, who's 62? Oh, wow, Jarrett Patterson's starting. So where's Jake Andrews is also starting.
I don't think it was until the second series that you realized that City Sau was at right guard.
Okay,
it took because they were only out there for 3 plays, or not even 3. However many plays. It was one of those things where when you're trying to look and figure out who's playing every position, that it comes to you slowly. You don't get a chance to see everybody.
Yeah.
But there was a realization over the first 2 series that wait a second, who the hell's out there?
They're doing crazy stuff. Well, no, it wasn't Sau. It was Trent Brown that I wasn't aware was out there.
That's right.
Yeah,
you thought he was the 6th. You saw him and you thought he was the 6th offensive lineman.
Yeah. So and Nick Caserio.
I'm not faulting you for it.
No.
A lot to digest in a short.
And
amount
I didn't
of time.
care. I'm just remembering, like when I'm just thinking across the line. I'm like, no, Trent Brown was definitely the one because I saw the 7 and I just assumed it was Blake Fisher, but it was 77, not 57. And Nick actually said that in his interview with John Harris, and we'll play a little bit of Nick Caserio here today from the Texans All Access appearance he does each week. The reason they started Trent Brown was because they didn't want to disrupt the jumbo combination that they had.
Yeah.
They didn't want Blake to be starting at right tackle, and then, now we're going jumbo, so Blake, you jump out and you be this extra tight end, and now here, Trent, you're right tackle.
And they do some things with Blake Fisher when he is the 6th offensive lineman that I don't think that Trent Brown would be all that comfortable doing, like just swapping sides, going in motion, doing all that
Running.
other stuff.
Yeah,
like there's a mental dynamic to that, and as well as the physical part of it that Blake's been doing it.
Trent Brown getting beat quickly by Trayvon Walker almost caused the Davis Mills touchdown at the end there. Davis had to vacate the pocket so quickly because Trent Brown, maybe he's just being a cagey vet. Like, you know what? I'm just going to let Trayvon Walker go here.
Yeah, no, he did not.
No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it's but if Trent Brown holds up in protection there, Davis probably stays back in the pocket and throws a pass to somebody instead of scrambling for the touchdown. It's just weird how football works sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to say he might have taken off running even before he would have realized that Trent Brown got beat as badly as he did.
Trayvon, I think, forced him out of there.
It was okay.
Yeah, I think
that was the thing that my one reservation about Trent Brown was that he did do some good things in the game, but he had some bad snaps, and you could tell that he just can't move that well anymore. And when a team can game plan for that, when they start bringing guys off the edge and everything, it was you could tell he knows what he's doing, and he's got all that length, and it helps a lot.
Yeah.
I think there's room for using Trent Brown. Skeptical. I mean, he was the take the PFF grades with a grain of salt, but he was the second worst guy on offense other than City Sau.
Yeah.
City Sau was the worst graded guy, and Trent Brown was the second worst.
It makes sense. Text message, we were talking about, I don't know what we were talking about it. We played Gus Johnson's call of the touchdown by Indiana over Penn State this past weekend. Play it one more time here.
Mendoza in trouble. It's out. Touchdown. Wow. Omar Cooper. Unbelievable.
Okay.
Give him the Heisman Trophy now.
Okay, Texter says Gus Johnson sounds like a young Rich Lord. Have you heard? Have you heard the Rich Lord El Campo touchdown call before?
I have.
Okay.
Only like 370.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Here's Rich Lord back in his this is like pre-740 KTRH Rich Lord. This is way back in the day calling El Campo football.
1st and 10 from the El Campo 42. Mark Reese wide right. They got to give Bartosh time to throw. And on 1st down, he will roll right. He's got time, goes down the sideline to Sammy Tolden, who's open. Tolden at the 20. There he goes! Touchdown! 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 El Campo wins! El Campo wins! Touchdown! 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 El Campo wins it! Sammy Tolden! Touchdown!
A little hello Harold Teen at the end
That was
there.
way better than Gus Johnson.
It was 100 times better than Gus Johnson's call.
It was 4 million times better than Gus Johnson's call.
Yeah.
Gus Johnson's call, you know what it reminded me of is the triple rainbow guy. The triple rainbow guy that's like having an emotional breakdown over just how beautiful the triple rainbow was.
Oh, is it a triple or a double rainbow? I thought it was double.
Is it a double rainbow?
I think it's double rainbow.
Well, double rainbows are common enough. I felt like a triple rainbow.
I remember that guy.
Like would send you over the edge.
Maybe it was triple. I don't know. I just remember him going all the way.
Yeah.
Double rainbow all the way.
You might be thinking of a different one.
Okay.
But yeah, no, Gus Johnson is just it sounded like a high school kid.
Yeah.
You know, that was Rich Lord, a full-grown man doing a high school call.
Yes.
Gus Johnson sounded like a high school kid doing a big-time college game.
If you just played both of those in a vacuum to somebody that didn't know who the teams were or whatever, the only thing that gives Gus Johnson's call an edge in guessing that that's probably college instead of high school is the quality of the audio. Like, you know, Rich sounds like he's doing his call over like a ham radio or something like that. But you know, and Gus Johnson's nice clarity. But yeah, no, Rich's call way better, Rich Lord. Good job. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
That guy was freaking out over a double rainbow.
Double rainbow,
right.
all the way.
I see double rainbows all the time.
Yeah, man.
He must have been on some strong stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the way.
He was on something measured in grams. Yeah.
yes. Good way to put it. Good way to put it. Casario sat down with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer yesterday. They actually asked him. They certainly asked him about the Titans, and we'll get to that possibly later in the show or tomorrow. But I thought this was interesting. They asked Nick Casario about free agents. As you play these other teams, are you already stacking free agents for next year? We've got a list. Do you want any of these guys on the Texans next year? We will have that for you coming up next. But I can tell you right now, if not shopping for free agents necessarily.
free. Live studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you on a Thursday. Titans-Texans noon on Sunday in Tennessee. You can hear it here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown starting at 9 a.m. Clint Stoerner and I got you for postgame. Following what will hopefully be a victorious Texans game. We'll dig into that at 9 o'clock. But Nick Caserio was on Texans All Access this week, as he is every week. And they asked him about, hey, as you're playing these teams, as you're going through the second half of the season here, Are you stacking a board for free agency the way that you stack your board scouting college prospects?
We know going into our game, whoever the next opponent is, going to our database, we have a color coding system. So you know, okay, this player's under contract. This player is going to be an unrestricted free agent. This player is going to be a restricted free agent. You have a player, maybe he has a salary that may not be commensurate with the role. So potentially after the season, there's a player that potentially could be released. So that's definitely a list that we're starting to populate, and we're starting to kind of prepare and transition. So once the season is over, we can go through the free agent process and the free agent meeting and stack the board essentially like we do for the draft.
Okay, that makes sense. And I think you could tell from the beginning of that answer that it was kind of the framing of the question was within the context of like who you're playing this weekend. Like they go into the game this weekend, and obviously they're scouting the Titans to beat the Titans on the field. But Nick and his staff are also looking at these guys on the Titans potentially with all their color coding and whatnot. Hey, our program, could they come over and play for us next year?
Yeah.
So that's not a big surprise there, but I play that as a prelude to ESPN yesterday, Seth, putting out their early top 25 ranking and predictions for free agency.
Yeah.
And would you like to see the Texans spend on the offensive line as a solution this upcoming season?
I would, yes. I think that what they did this last offseason in terms of signing a bunch of journeyman-type dudes was a good supplementary plan, and you can get a guy like Ed Ingram or what have you. The danger is, okay, you spend big money, and sometimes it doesn't work out. Right, but sometimes it does work out, and your chances of it working out are a lot higher than taking a center who's played 70 snaps in his career as a former fourth-round pick of the Patriots.
Yep.
And is discarded by the Patriots.
Right.
Yeah, but what the hell's Mike Vrabel know anyway? Yeah.
What does that guy know? Yeah, he's only 8-2.
Apparently for a good chunk. They're doing all right.
He's only 8-2 this year. Yeah.
Yeah. So the bargain basement shopping, there's value in that. But what happens is if you have a free agency pickup or two or a trade, and you have some of those journeyman guys that can compete, then all of a sudden you've got a nice, strong, healthy, with depth offensive line, and they don't have that right now.
Yep. So I'm not going to go through all 25 names because some of them aren't relevant to the Texans. Some of them are.
It's interesting that some of the guys you picked out, I would say hell no, and then you ignored some of the guys that I thought were.
Well, so just to be clear on my list, interested in not shopping for the Texans necessarily.
I think you missed a couple guys that our audience would be interested in.
Right. No, I'm sure I have. Okay, so the very top of the list is Trey Hendrickson. They're not shopping there. Number 2 on the list is Tyler Linderbaum from Baltimore, a center who they could have drafted a few years ago if they wanted to.
I think he gets franchised or extended, except that Tyler Linderbaum did not get his fifth-year option exercised by the Ravens.
There's an issue with centers, and it's that for purposes of the fifth-year option and the franchise tag, they don't break it. It's just offensive linemen. It's not. So the tackles. So you're having to pay your center a tackle's wage.
If with the fifth-year option.
With the fifth-year and the franchise tag. So that's the issue.
I said franchise tag. I think they probably come to an agreement with him just because of the DNA of the Ravens and how they operate. Linderbaum seems like the classic guy that, oh, no, we need to have him around. But they're in a position because of some of those extensions they've made on guys like that it's a lot tougher for them. They've paid their quarterback, and they've got other high-paid guys on their team right now.
Would you pay Tyler Linderbaum $20 million a year to be the center for the Houston Texans?
Would I pay him $20 million a year? Yes, I would.
Yeah, I would.
Because then I feel good about Titus Howard. I feel really good about Ariante Ursary.
Yep.
Ed Ingram, I think that'll be an interesting.
He's a free agent after this year too.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to command top dollar or anything, but I think he definitely serves a nice role for the Texans. Yep. And then you just got to figure out your left guard. I'd feel good about that.
Yep.
Yeah.
It would be outside of the building on the offensive line, but I think it would get me excited.
They've huge on the defensive side of the ball. You know, they've spent a lot of money on Danielle Hunter. They've spent a lot of draft picks on the defensive side of the ball. They've whiffed on a lot of second round and later draft picks at offensive line until this year. I think Ariante and Ursary, they may have hit it out of the park.
Yep.
But that frees you up in the draft, especially if you have your center taken care of.
Daniel Jones and Alec Pierce I just put on the list because they're Colts, and that's, the Colts are going to have some things they need to take care of, including quarterback after the season. So that's that's good news, I think, if you're a Texan fan, is that one of two things is going to happen. Either Daniel Jones is going to flame out the last part of the year, or he's going to make themselves so pricey that the Colts are going to have some serious decisions to make across their roster.
Do you think Daniel Jones gets a $55 million a year contract?
If he ends up going deep in the playoffs, I do.
Yeah.
I do. I think I think 55. I mean, Trevor Lawrence got 55. Brock Purdy got 53. Yeah, like Kyler Murray
the second
got.
guy you said?
Brock Purdy.
Oh,
got 53. Yeah. Kyler Murray got 50 plus. So, I mean, is he better than those guys?
He's going to get at least Brock Purdy's contract, because Brock Purdy wasn't it wasn't as good as some of the top tier quarterback deals, right, in terms of length and everything.
Right. Yeah.
It kind of made some accommodations in there. I think it's something like that.
Yeah. Breece Hall, would you shop at the top of the market for a running back if you're the Texans?
This is where it gets dicey, because you're already going to be spending a lot of money for Joe Mixon. And so that would be cutting Joe Mixon and paying Breece Hall. I would. Yeah. I think the pendulum has swung back the other way with running backs, where teams are starting to realize, all right, it's not like they're worth nothing.
Yeah.
And it's still dicey. It's still dicey with the health of any running back on his second contract. But, man, when it works out great. Sometimes you win a Super Bowl.
Yep. I want to make sure we get the two names you added to the list, because they're both at the same position. And they are, especially the second one, are guys that I thought about adding to this list. I just don't know that defensive tackle is a position that they're going to spend big in, but you have Travis Jones and John Franklin Myers on here.
I think having a huge difference maker at defensive tackle is something that DeMeco's going to remain intrigued by. I mean, they've spent pretty heavily, if you look at the sum total of the defensive tackles that they have and use, and they rotate them a lot. But I think if they had a guy that they like just sticking in there for 50 plays a game and who's an actual big physical presence, I think that DeMeco's still going to be intrigued by that.
Yep.
The thing about Travis Jones is he's like 340 pounds. And anytime I bring that up, people say, well, DeMeco doesn't like big defensive tackles. We don't know that. He's tweaked his scheme a little bit to make up for some of the run defense issues at times. Yeah. And I think there's some of the tweaking of his scheme that he's had to do. Like, we've seen this over and over again with defenses that run an aggressive attacking style on the defensive line. At some point, they say, big ass dude in there, and so trying to tweak everything. Get one big, huge guy in the middle, and then everybody else can play super aggressively. Yeah. And I could see DeMeco wanting to do that.
You definitely see him wanting it. I need to know what the price tag is. I mean, obviously, price tag matters for all of these guys. So that is interesting. I put Mike Evans on here, not because I want the Texans to sign him, just because it feels like it was a week ago that we were debating whether or not the Texans should sign Mike Evans. That 2 years went by fast.
Yeah.
I just put it there just because.
Yeah, no. I think they've done Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel have shown enough now, and that you already have Nico Collins in the fold, that I think the appetite for a wide receiver right now. If we look at, going back to the draft, by far the fan sentiment was, give us an offensive lineman, give us a wide receiver. Mm-hmm. And some people wanted a wide receiver more, some people wanted an offensive lineman more, but those were the two that were by far the biggest on the wish list.
Yeah.
And as much as the Texans tried to claim that they wouldn't, worry too much about which position they draft, lo and behold, they draft a wide receiver, an offensive lineman, and a wide receiver first in the draft.
They did. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here as we head into the 9 o'clock hour. Matt Burke met with the media yesterday, the defensive coordinator, and I'm always anxious to hear, when you're going against a team that is literally the worst in football offensively, I always love to hear a defensive coordinator get asked, what challenges does Tennessee pose to your defense, the best defense in football? We will hear that. We'll get you up to speed on the injury situation as well. We will be keeping an eye on the injury list all day long today here at Sports Radio. It's coming up next. But first, Yingling, flight by Yingling.
ILT, KILT FM HD2 Houston, Insider Access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I'm Matt Burke, the Texans defensive coordinator. All the coordinators met with the media yesterday. We've been sprinkling in some audio from each of them throughout the day today. D'Amico Ryans will meet with the media today. We'll get you up to speed on everything going on with the Texans injury-wise, but let's start the look ahead to the Titans. Matt Burke, what challenges do the Titans pose to your defense?
Yeah, I think they have good players, and I think they've done a really good job of, I would say, starting our game and kind of moving forward, just trying to put the quarterback in position to make plays. He's got a live arm. He's really, really, really talented outside the pocket and throwing on the move. And so I think they're just trying to play to his strengths some. We didn't face Tajay Spears when in our first game, who was a different element in the running game from an explosive standpoint. They've got some linemen back from our first game. I think they got two rookie receivers that they're playing that have obviously had some more experience that are starting to show up. 17 and 5 have gotten better. So I think they've just done a good job of trying to continue to put the quarterback in spots to be successful. And he's made a lot of flash plays that he can rip the ball down the field. So we got to be really good and make sure that we're not giving those explosive opportunities.
And that's a good job by Matt Burke right there to take the real try to make it sound like there's a few things that threaten the Texans in this game.
They're dead last in points per game offensively. Yeah. They score 14.4 points per game.
Woo!
Yeah.
Woo, doggy.
Just to put it in perspective, Houston, the Texans are 19th in scoring right now, and they're at 22.7 points.
It's an aerial circus. I don't know if you were watching on Sunday.
22.7 points per game ain't great. You're in like the bottom part of the middle third, but that's 22 points per game, and the Titans are down at 14.4 points per game.
It sounds like you've got the rankings in front of you. Who's leading the league in scoring
Colts
right now?
at 32.1.
Oh, yeah.
Lions at 31.4.
Okay.
Seahawks at 30.6.
Feels about right. Oh, the Texans held them below their average. Look at that.
Yeah, they feel so much better about that game now.
27,
Dallas and then the Rams. I mean, the Texans face if the Texans defense can come out of this season as the number one scoring defense, they'll have faced the Colts twice.
Yep.
They've got the highest scoring offense. They'll have faced the Seahawks. They'll have faced the Rams. They'll have faced the Bills, who are the sixth highest scoring offense right now, despite having so many issues.
Everybody's pissed at them.
They've got so many issues. Credit Josh Allen. I mean, there comes a point where I just got to acknowledge that, man, there's something about just having Josh Allen back there that can make things go.
He's
and he
rare.
can be the engine that just drives so many things.
He is rare.
There they are as the sixth highest scoring offense in the league right now.
Dead last. That's back to the Titans. Dead last in third down conversion, and the Texans' defense is third best in allowing third down conversions.
Their third down conversion rate,
Yep.
The Titans are dead last at 28% of third downs converted. Just to put that in perspective, the Texans are third best on defense, and they're at 34%.
Yep.
So like the Titans are performing on average, like in any given week, they're worse. They might as well be facing one of the best defenses in the league.
That's
every
how
single week.
They're basically what the Texans are doing every week defensively on third down. Yeah, and I think the biggest things to me in terms of just the complete chasm in between these two teams is, one, Texans allow the lowest passer rating in the NFL. That matches up. You've got a good pass rush and an elite secondary. And the Titans, Cam Ward has the 32nd best passer rating individually. So you're talking about opposite ends of the spectrum. And then this is the very basic one, which I know you love, Seth, because it's just all about points scored.
Yeah.
The Titans, as you just noted, are the worst scoring team in football at 14.4 points per game. We know the Texans have led all season long in points allowed, and they still lead in least amount of points allowed. The last 16 times that has happened where those two teams, the best scoring defense versus the worst scoring offense, the last 16 times that has occurred in the NFL, the best scoring defense has won those games, and it's been by an average of nearly 20. Tradition here, if the trend is holding up, the Texans should do what they did to the Titans in Week 4, which is beat them 26-0 or something.
It'd be an extreme disappointment if somehow they had this letdown. And it doesn't look. It's a pretty good chance they don't have Jalen Petrie in this game. The Titans don't really have the receivers that can threaten the Texans the way that you might fear. Dude. No matter what Matt Burke said as he was reciting players by their numbers instead of their names.
Yeah.
And even going into next week versus the Bills, because it's a short week, these concussions like CJ and Jalen Petrie's concussions become that much dicier because they don't have almost enough practices to even demonstrate that they can go through the concussion protocol. If they don't have Jalen Petrie next week, it doesn't hurt them nearly as much as it will when they start facing the teams with really good receiving groups. One of the Bills' weaknesses is they only have Khalil Shakir and then nobody else in the wide receiving core.
No, they don't. But the Colts, that's a deep room, man. And you add Tyler Warren to that as well as a pass-catching threat, the tight end.
Like Tremont Smith matched up against Alec Pierce makes me nervous.
That's an issue, yeah. Or Michael Pittman or Josh Downs for that matter. I mean, they all make plays. Danielle Hunter won Defensive Player of the Week for this past week. Third time in his career, first time as a Texan that he's won it. Here was Matt Burke on the week that Danielle Hunter had.
I think, honestly, in both phases, I think probably underrated a little bit of just how he's setting edges and playing the run. I mean, obviously the sack production was there. Really just off, and his surge in the rush was just very consistent. Wasn't wasting any movement. Just really had some just real efficient, really elite rushes, and then just the way he set edge in the run game. I mean, obviously the TFL numbers and stuff really helped us snuff out a couple things on the perimeter. So deservingly awarded that honor, and hopefully we can keep that going. Sometimes we joke, he had I think 4 games where he hadn't had a sack, so sometimes you got to see the ball go in the net and then it opens up. So hopefully he can keep that momentum going.
One of 3 players this season to have 3 sacks and a forced fumble in a game.
The thing about Danielle that's cool is that how much people that just really are connoisseurs of pass rushers love watching Danielle Hunter film.
The Euro step, man.
Yeah, he does that thing of taking huge, giant steps better than anybody else because it doesn't even look like he's trying to take huge steps or anything, but he covers so much ground and he puts offensive tackles into such a bind. He put on a clinic in that game.
Yeah,
he did it with a power rush at times. He did it with a Euro step. We didn't see any of his vintage spin move like he put on Penei Sewell last year or anything. Yeah. But it's really fun to watch him work when he's really hitting it. And he'll have some good opportunities in this game.
He will have good opportunities. That'd be cool for J.J. Watt to be doing that game last week with the game that Danielle had, because J.J.'s been a guy who has been trumpeting the virtues of Danielle Hunter as a pass rusher. I think even before he was a Houston Texan, he was saying
he was last year. I remember it was either in January or before free agency, 2 years ago before free agency.
Yeah,
JJ was talking about how underrated Danielle Hunter was. Yeah. So that was long before, as Jaguars fans will tell you, JJ became an extreme homer broadcaster for the Texans. They were not happy at all. JJ slipped once in that game and said us when talking about the Texans.
Yeah, he slipped.
Yeah, and they are not letting that go in Jacksonville.
Okay.
They are furious about that. I thought by and large he called it down the middle. I think that
I thought he was fine.
I read Richard Deitch's column in The Athletic, and he's usually pretty brutally honest about color commentators, and he said he thought other than that one slip-up, he did a pretty good job of not sounding biased one way or the other.
I think JJ does a really good job. We have a texter that says, Sean, is it just me, or do Ross Tucker and JJ Watt have the exact same voice during the broadcast?
Oh, I don't think, not even close.
You don't think not even close?
No, Ross sounds drunk. In a very fun way.
Yeah.
Not in a way that makes it feel like, oh, we're having fun here. That's just the way his cadence and the way his delivery. He just always sounds a little bit drunk.
Yeah.
Where I don't think JJ sounds drunk.
I think when JJ gets excited, there's a little bit of Ross Tucker there.
Okay.
For me, but I'm with you. I can tell the difference between the two. If you just plunk me in a room, I'd know JJ Watt from Ross Tucker. I think they're both really good. I kind of like not having a quarterback on the game. I kind of like having I like having the lineman's perspective. Plus, they're both big, fun-loving dudes, man.
That's what
clearly
what Richard Deitch's article was about was the lack of defensive guys in color commentary roles, and that so much of it is focused on the offense and guys talking about the offense that you don't sometimes get the defensive perspective. So it's refreshing when you get a defensive guy in there. I wonder about that in terms of the average. I think the average fan cares more about offense. And,
no question.
So that I wonder about just. I don't think it's going to be a trend all of a sudden that it's going to be all these defensive guys as color commentators.
Yeah, and JJ's not on there because he's on there because he's JJ Watt. That's it. But I think you're right. Like one of the byproducts of that, it is a different perspective. I like it. If Danielle Hunter gets 6 more Defensive Player of the Week awards, he'll tie JJ Watt for the most in Texans history. He just needs 6 more. JJ's got 7
as
of them.
a Texan or in total?
He needs 4 more in total. He needs 6 more to tie JJ Watt for Texan Defensive Players of the Week.
Did you, sorry if you don't know this off the top of your head, did JJ get all of his Defensive Players of the Week when he was with Houston?
He had 7 with Houston. I don't know if he got any with Arizona. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, Danielle's got 1 as a Texan. JJ has 7.
I remember he had that one. He had one really big game in Arizona, if I recall, like a 3-sack game or something.
Probably. I mean, he had double-digit sacks his last year, so he probably had a big game in there somewhere. 14th Texan to win Defensive Player of the Week honors. They give the list on the press release. They give the list of everybody to ever do it, and some of the random names are my favorite. Like Tavier Thomas is one of the 14 Texans to win Defensive Player of the Week.
Oh yeah,
Tavier Thomas, man. If you had to ever do a game, would be the one that would get.
Who's the skinny little defensive end that had a bunch of sacks the year after they traded away Jadeveon Clowney?
Jacob Martin?
Yeah, Jacob Martin.
Yeah.
That was an annoying one for me because people were saying, look, Jacob Martin's got as much production as Jadeveon Clowney. He's just as good. Okay. Like, Jacob Martin would come in exclusively when it was 3rd and 10 plus.
I think we know
because he weighed 230 pounds.
I think we know who you're quoting here.
I don't to try to act like Jacob Martin's production or value was remotely the same as Jadeveon Clowney. It drove me insane.
How did they say it, Seth? How did they?
Jacob Martin's been every bit as productive as Jadeveon Clowney.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. It's clearly Brandon Scott saying that right there.
Give me a
we laugh because we love. All right, so injury news with the Texans. C.J. Stroud still out as of yesterday. Boy, we've talked about this a couple times, Seth. For those who don't know the rules, and we won't dig heavy into the protocol rules, but one of the big ones is you have to be back practicing for 2 practices symptom-free in order to get back on the field. This is one of those things with the short week next week that if CJ even got back just to practice on Friday, right, just to do a walkthrough on Friday, would at least shorten the runway of the number of practice. You know what I mean? Like I'm a little nervous that if he's still not out there on Friday this week and he doesn't play on Sunday, is there enough runway to get him through the protocol by Thursday next week?
And do you even want him if in that week leading up to they have real practices? Guys are still recovering from the Sunday game, and then all of a sudden it's Thursday, and here you go. I mean, at times different teams handle it differently. Some teams will have their normal Friday practice they'll do on Wednesday morning or have some kind of a modified walkthrough on Thursday morning. So everybody does it different. And teams will. It's one of those Thursday night games are so weird. And that I think a lot of teams don't even have a standard protocol. They wait until that week, get a feel for how injured and banged up guys are, what it looks like, and you kind of just tweak it on the fly. So there's not really any way of knowing exactly how the Texans are going to handle it.
Especially the later you get in the season. I mean, the Texans had an empty injury list 4 weeks ago. They had nobody. I forget if it was the Ravens game or the game coming out of the bye week against the Seahawks. But in that region, in that area of the schedule, they had an empty injury sheet, basically, except for a couple guys that were coming back from the injured reserve list that were in their practice window. And now you look at their injury report, and it's pretty jam-packed. They got 6 DNPs yesterday. They got 4 limited guys. Now Titus is back at full participation, and a couple of other guys. But it's this is a time of year it starts to pile up a little bit, and the short week matters for sure.
I'm glad that none of my concussions were ever diagnosed. Because I try to put myself through the mental exercise of coming back from a concussion.
Yeah.
It's probably, I don't know, because guys are well educated now about how important it is to be fully recovered and everything. But you probably kind of will. Every time you get kind of jostled in the head. You're wondering and monitoring yourself to see, all right, am I all right? Am I thinking straight?
I'm about to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you remember the time that you probably don't remember anything? But
Yeah.
what was the worst head dinger that you got there?
I guess all the time. We just got them all the time. So I don't know if there was the worst. I didn't know there was one
where you had to be taken off the field.
As far as if I gotten taken off the field, I would have gotten diagnosed with a concussion.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing that I remember was the multiple times where I would be sitting in meetings and I just couldn't read what was on the overhead projector.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
I remember talking to Kylie once and be like, "Is that overhead projector?" Kylie Wong. I was like, Kylie, what's wrong with the overhead projector? Is that out of focus? He was like, "No, what are you talking about?" And then the multiple times that my wife would come home and the car was left running in the driveway, and she'd come in, or in the morning after I'd leave before she woke up, and then she'd get up in the morning. And the cereal would be in the refrigerator, and the milk would be in the cupboards.
Okay, that's
and the door is left wide open on my way out and everything. Yeah,
it's a bad job by me. That would have been a better question. Okay, we know you got your head banged up a bunch. What were the byproducts of that? What were the weirdest things that happened as a result?
There were a lot of, and then there's just a lot of times when you think back on some of the mental errors you'd make where you can't figure out exactly why you made a mental error. You're like, oh yeah, I was probably concussed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think Coughlin is retroactively sorry that he probably got mad at you for some mental errors?
At people who were actually.
That's why I ask.
He's probably PO'd about the whole diagnosis of concussion thing.
He's the one guy that hates the protocol.
Rub some dirt on their brains and throw them back out there.
That's it. Someone says, isn't Jacob Martin starting somewhere right now? But I think because of injury. He's on the Commanders, I believe. And credit to him, the game that was on national TV the other night, I think he had a sack and didn't do the Rock Boys celebration. We might be out of our long national nightmare of the Rock Boys celebration being a thing.
Yeah, and I'm not saying he wasn't a good football player or had value. It was just that people would look at sack numbers and act like he was an exact replacement for Jadeveon Clowney, and there was no such scenario.
Not even close. All right, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming November 16th on Paramount Plus, it's the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, Sam Elliott. Landman, new season streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus. All right, the government shutdown is over, so now this new war rages on, though. And I'm very curious about sports people involved in this dispute right now, because it's been a few weeks. I'll explain coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln, Chris Poulos.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, good job, Texter. Bad job by me. What about Stover? Yeah, we haven't even mentioned that.
Oh, damn it.
Cade Stover practice window opened.
You're a son of a bitch.
Yeah. You know what? Ben, can we acknowledge Cade Stover for having a fast-healing foot?
Acknowledge me. As far as we know,
Yeah,
as it is
so.
with foot injuries, I'm always as straightforward as you want it to be.
Yep.
As we've discussed, all those multiple little bones. Once I learned that there's more than one bone in the foot, it all made sense to me.
Yes.
Like, oh, okay.
I thought it was just
there's actually a bunch of tiny little bones.
I thought it was one big paddle with 5 nubs attached to the front of it.
It would make more sense if it was just one big bone.
Can you imagine what you would look like running if it was one big bone? Come on now.
Yeah, it's probably, I don't know. Not too much different than how I run now. I feel like my femur goes all the way down to my big toe,
Fair.
and that's about it.
Yep.
Things
fair.
don't get interesting right up until the toes.
Fair.
Of which there are 5 bones.
Yes.
In each foot.
5 of those we know. Yeah.
5 bones on for 5 toes. Yeah.
Except for a few of you weirdos with that little extra toe sitting out there. Not judging. I'm just saying.
And obviously I'm joking on that too. So I think there's like 387,000 bones in the foot.
In the foot? Okay.
Yeah.
About that. So one of them's bound to break. So we say all that to say, Cade, take it easy at practice, okay?
So that window for him to return opens. That doesn't mean that he's going to be here this week. He's got 3 weeks to demonstrate that they can elevate him to the active roster.
Yeah, he could be, but he may not be. Yeah. For sure. So the now that the government shutdown is over, the shutdown of YouTube TV not carrying any of the Disney properties is what we turn our attention to.
Oh, okay. I thought you were about to say that somehow that was related to the government shutdown. I got excited.
It may very well be. Who knows? But I mean, I guess just to I feel like you're just staring at each other now. Like there was talk that there would be some people thought something would get done the first time that America was about to miss. At least the YouTube TV using part of America was going to miss a Monday Night Football game, and that didn't happen. And I double-checked to make sure that the dispute was still going on, and it is.
It's basically YouTube TV is not carrying ESPN right
ESPN
now.
And any of the Disney channels, but the one that lands in our world the most is, all the ESPNs. And each Saturday, remember we had the Saturday 2 weeks ago where all the personalities were getting on social media, telling everybody to go to keepmynetworks.com and – boy, you get it, bang on the doors at YouTube to tell them you want your Disney channels and whatnot. And it was very annoying to a lot of people. I'm not a YouTube TV subscriber, so this is not affecting me at all right now. What was interesting to me, Seth, is when we got to college football weekend number 2 of the dispute, and YouTube TV has 10 million subscribers, so it is a big chunk of the content consuming universe out there. I saw a lot of people in our world that were dug in just saying, like, I side with YouTube TV, and they were learning how to live without ESPN. They were realizing, and I think I realized this too just from watching it, they realized how little of the overall ESPN
the actual content you watch other than live games.
You're really watching other than the live games. Exactly. So they're siding firmly with YouTube. And I guess my question... And they're like, if I don't have ESPN, I don't have ESPN. And, you know,
J.J. Watt's the most notable one, at least here locally. Who do you think all the time to watch sports?
Can you capably cover sports in our job or other, adjacent jobs to it without access to ESPN? And I'm open to the answer being yes.
I think you could. I mean, you're going to have to watch, but you still would need, if you're going to watch a game that was on Monday Night Football, you've got to have an NFL.com subscription to watch that whole game. You're not going to be able to watch it in real time. Now I know, and a lot of people are saying, why don't you just get an antenna for your TV? And that's 100%. That's the low-tech fix for a lot of it, because the Monday Night Football you can watch on ABC as well. So if you don't have it on YouTube TV, but you can get the antenna. The antenna doesn't work in all areas or all regions. They do say that when you do have the antenna, a lot of times the picture's even better.
Really?
Yeah, and it costs like $30 to get an antenna.
Okay. I feel like this is something you either have or will try out at some
I'm going to try it out, yeah. I'd be curious about that.
Yeah.
At any given time, I do get frustrated because I don't even know what I'm subscribed for and what I'm not right now. I try to go through and do a purge every couple months because I don't like the idea of somebody out there getting it over on, like Apple TV has gotten it over on me a few times because I'll sign up to watch the Astros and then I forget to unsubscribe and then all of a sudden 3 months later I'm like, crap, they got me. They got me for 3 months.
Yeah.
So I'll try the over-the-air antenna thing. I'm torn on this, Sean, just partly because, and I'll answer your question about can you do your job.
Yeah.
But there's the hassle side of, but then there's also the side of it where, you know what, for years us as sports fans were having a huge chunk of our bill footed by grandmothers who didn't watch sports at all but who were paying for $8 a month as part of their basic service to have ESPN, and they didn't have a choice.
Hey, we were paying for their Bravo and their Food Network and also
Lifetime.
Yeah,
Lifetime. But ESPN was the priciest, was it not?
No doubt, yes.
Yeah.
And by a fairly substantial margin, too.
So, I mean, there's a part of me where I feel like if you argued for a la carte back before you knew what it was going to come with, you can't just turn around and say, I hate a la carte.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of a hassle. I think the biggest concern is long-term in trying to be sure that you have as big an audience as possible for the health of your sports league or whatever. It's getting harder and harder to do that.
Yes,
it's getting harder and harder, especially for kids that don't have middle class parents or whatever. It's just it's really hard, just financially and economically, for a lot of those younger people to even be exposed to a lot of it growing up.
Yeah, I think you could do our job without ESPN, but man, would you be faking your way through it. And I think a big part of it, Seth, is that so much of what happens on the TV shows on ESPN, like the debate shows, the highlights of games, wind up on social media.
Yeah.
You can, social media, I think, can help you half fake your way through it. If it's for football, if it's a Texans game, they'll all be on over the air, even when the Monday Night Football game is on, they also showed it on KHOU that night,
Right.
So I think you can fake your way through it, but boy, it's a pain in the ass to try to do it without ESPN.
Well, but it's also realistically, how many total games are you watching? We talk all the time about teams and games where we haven't watched all their games or anything.
Sure.
Yeah, outside of Houston.
Yep.
It's not, so that part of it,
I think
my answer would be yes, and I think a lot of guys already do it without having necessarily watched a lot of the games. It's just a little bit more cumbersome. I get for our listeners, I think the question is, all right, is it do you feel like you're missing out to an extreme degree if you don't have ESPN?
I think that what I've been seeing, and maybe it's what's curated to me because I love college football.
Yeah,
you would be scrud on college football.
College
without ESPN.
Football, you'd really be screwed.
You'd be screwed without ESPN. They are
pro sports, not as much.
Not as much. You'd miss some basketball games. You'd miss some. Although ESPN and baseball, I think, got out of the business with each other pretty recently, right?
That's right.
They ended that agreement. So, again, I do it.
Remember, what's his name? Manfred kind of took a shot at ESPN, called it he basically went full Trump on him, didn't he? Call it a failing network or something?
Called it a failing network. He did. That's right. I forgot about that. I knew he took a shot at them. I forgot it was a failing network. Boy, we got to get Manfred's thoughts.
Failing New York Times.
Got to get Manfred's thoughts. Losers. Won't put any of our content on First Take. Never on Get Up. Yeah. Oh, my God. Someone says, I have NFL mobile and an antenna, and that's all I need.
Oh, okay. NFL mobile. Oh, and there is some kind of workaround, I guess. If you I don't even know what it is. Just search for it. There is some kind of a workaround right now if you have YouTube TV. It's like if you sign in on the NFL app and then go back and do so. There is some kind of simple workaround for now.
Is it simple? It's because nothing feels simple with any of this.
You lost me at step 2.
Take your word for it.
I liked when I could turn my TV on.
Sounds super simple. Anytime the word simple bumps up with workaround, I get skeptical nowadays.
Yeah.
You can watch abridged versions of games on YouTube. Okay.
Yeah, that's but that's not the same as watching the actual game.
Yeah.
Listen, NFL, the abridged versions are better. It's still, you lose so much context. The biggest problem with the condensed games on the NFL is that they will just skate through some really important injuries and some really important penalties.
Yeah.
Like a really important player will go out, and on the condensed version, they'll condense it down to like 40 minutes. And if you have YouTube TV, I don't know if I get that through my. I watch them
on the NFL.com. I watch them on NFL.
But I also, because I have a Sunday ticket just for YouTube, not YouTube TV, I also get them like on my. It pops up on my YouTube.
That makes sense.
Versions.
Yeah.
But those are a premium. The condensed games where it shows 40 minutes long, but they skate through some important stuff. If you watch the 15-minute highlights on YouTube, you miss a lot of important stuff. My workaround for that, I've started doing it this year because I've got an iPad now. Yeah. And I pull it up on NFL Plus, the full game. Obviously, they take the commercials out, so it's a total of like 2 hours and 32 minutes or something like that. Whatever it is, 2 hours. Yeah, they're usually about 2 hours, I think.
Yeah. Without commercials, it's 2 hours and something, whatever it is. But I watch that. But and I'm usually rewatching it. I've seen the game already because it's a Texans game. If you just do the thing on the iPad where you just hit tap to the right side of the screen, it bumps it ahead 10 seconds with each tap. So you just go 1, 2, 3, and usually 30 seconds you're on to the next play. If you want to skip. If you want to stay, I'll stay and watch whatever they're saying in between. Or it's an injury
or something.
Yeah. So you got the option.
The worst one for getting a feel for the game is the condensed games on League Pass for the NBA. Because they act like defense doesn't exist.
Yes.
It's like you're seeing all these made shots, and that's about it. Yeah. Every now and then a big a big rejection or something, but you don't get any kind of a feel for the actual game.
Amen Thompson's getting screwed by the condensed versions of the games.
If I watch a condensed game, usually what I'll do is read a couple articles beforehand, because then I know the big moments in the game, and then I can watch it and be like, oh, okay, here's where that guy got hurt, or here's where that big penalty was.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop, find out what they've got going on, find out the question of the day. We got Thursday Night Football tonight. What's our rooting interest tonight in Thursday Night Football? And this guy is coming up next.
I'll tell you what. It'll never be stopped. Kirk Holmes, third generation.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I will talk to the guys on In the Loop in just a second. One little bit of breaking news. Baylor Athletic Director Mack Rhoades is taking a leave of absence for personal reasons. Told Heather Dinich of ESPN today, said, quote, I initiated it. The thing here is that he is also the chair of the College Football Playoff Selection Committee. If you've watched the reveal of the rankings the last 2 weeks, they've interviewed Mack Rhoades. He used to be the AD here at U of H a while back. He's expected to step down from his chair of the selection committee for the college football playoff position as well. So the college football playoff will have a new chairman of the selection committee. I choose to believe this leave of absence is related to all the online hate that the committee gets for the rankings. And Mack Rhoades is like, nah, I'm done. I don't need this.
Even if he's not online, his children and his grandchildren maybe
to him,
have to do it. Yeah.
Hey, look.
People are that's got to be a tough one when people start showing up in your relatives' DMs. That's a hard decision to make because it's affecting more than just you.
Yeah, college football fans are the worst. I mean,
they're so psychotic.
They're insane. Yeah.
Not all of them. Fringe college football. I don't know if it exists in any of the other mainstream sports quite like it does in college football.
And a lot of it's because there's so many of these schools that are in places where they're the only game in town.
Yeah.
That's it.
And it's the most maybe tribal of, in college football especially, it's so much less about the actual players on the field and just the colors. It's it's like that's the banner you fly.
Yes.
I fight for a house, Louisiana Tech. Yeah.
That's what it is. That's what it is. All right. Hey, Thursday Night Football tonight. The Jets against the Patriots in New England. The Jets are 13-point underdogs in this game. Mm-hmm. You know who doesn't want to see this game played or any game played on Thursday night? John Gruden.
Let's start with Thursday Night Football, man. What a treat it is. No preparation, no time to recover, no chance. Get rid of these Thursday night games. Dump them. It's not fair to the players. It's not fair to the coaches. Who goes out and tries to perform at a high level with no preparation? Dump these games.
Okay, you would be a horrible billionaire, John Gruden. Let me tell you that right now. It's,
not greedy enough.
A lot of money on that Thursday night.
Not greedy enough, John Gruden.
Amazon's paying a lot of money on that Thursday night package.
They don't call you John Gruden for a reason.
That's good, yeah.
The Thursday Night Football, I don't know. I guess I've warmed up to it over the years, especially.
I remember you saying you liked it back in the day, I thought.
I don't think I said that.
I thought you did. Maybe I'm thinking.
I think yeah. I never.
It might have been Ted.
Ted. Yeah, I don't know if we played on Thanksgiving or it was some kind of weird scenario. I just felt like my body wasn't ready to go yet. You're out there during warm-ups kind of like giving yourself a pep talk of, okay, you're about to play a football game. All right, okay, body, let's get it going. It was, yelling at your legs.
For sure. It was definitely Ted because Ted would talk about how he liked the 10 days afterwards.
Oh, yeah,
the long bye week. I remember him saying that. So, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, as far as the product, I know there's all kinds of studies that show that it's not as sloppy as it feels. And I don't know. Listen, science. And let's be honest, it's people trying to pretend they're scientists while doing statistical breakdowns of football. Most of the people that actually understand any of that stuff are working for NFL teams, not writing about it.
Yeah.
I don't need some English literature major breaking down analytics for me. Okay.
Right.
I'm looking forward to tonight's game only that if because it's a Thursday night game, maybe there's more of a chance of the Jets upsetting the Patriots.
Yeah.
That if the Jets have to play the Patriots, at the very least, fine, do it on a Thursday night where it might be flukish and weird with some ugly turnovers, and Aaron Glenn, my former teammate, has a chance to get a win. Because this is a game I want to play with you, Sean. And this involves a lot of work by you and Ben and none by me.
Okay.
I have not watched an Aaron Glenn press conference clip probably since about week 3.
Okay.
Despite them continually popping up on my timeline.
They're fun.
I know.
Why are you?
I know I can't do it because I feel bad for Aaron.
You like him. You like Aaron.
And
He's
I know
friend.
what it's got to be like standing up in front of that New York media especially. So I want you to force feed me some Aaron Glenn press conference clippings next week.
Oh, I'll gladly do that.
Or tomorrow morning.
I'll gladly do that. There was one from this week
Yeah.
Where they were asking about Rich Cimini, who covers the Jets. He's a beat writer up there.
I saw the description. I didn't watch it.
Yeah, for those who haven't seen it, so Cimini had reported on one of the Jets players being injured this week. I forget who it was.
Yeah.
And that was before Aaron Glenn's press conference. So Aaron Glenn comes into the press conference, and immediately they ask him about XYZ injured players. Like, why don't you just ask Rich? Rich knows everything. Like he didn't let it stop. Like he kept going.
Oh, did he?
He let it fester for a bit. He went a little O'Brien, a little bit.
I'm getting a stomach ache just
bit.
thinking about it.
Yeah,
all right.
yeah, a little bit.
Okay, you got to force feed me 3 or 4 of them.
Okay, I will.
So I can be.
And we're
going to
hold your mouth open, and we're going to make you eat these clips.
I'll be just like in Clockwork Orange there. He strapped me into a chair and prop my eyeballs open.
That's it, man.
Eyelids open.
You asked for this. Yes, you asked for this.
I feel bad, man. He's in a tough situation.
He is, but I think he's going to I think this rebuild is a good thing for him. I think
they're gonna give him a chance to work through it.
I think that's what it looks like, at least. So I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic that he's going to get a chance here. I'm not optimistic about anything having to do with the Jets ever, but I think Aaron year.
You know what I also don't like watching in movies when they have a divorce arbitration or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
You know, in the
mediation.
Mediation. Yeah. I don't like those scenes in movies.
I don't like them in real life.
I don't like that conflict like that.
Yeah. I don't like him in real life either.
You don't?
We never went to mediation.
If Brandy ever decided to leave me finally, like she so often threatens to do, I would just let her have everything. You know me. I'd be fine living.
You'd be a good minimalist, I think.
Yeah, I could live in a hut in the woods, no problem.
Yeah.
I would say just give me, as long as you give me that tarp there. And the tools, just you can have everything else.
The right thing to do. And then meanwhile, you got Brandy with her champagne lifestyle. She needs all that stuff. So good.
Laughing at me with her husband, her new husband.
Pointing at you.
Living in the woods.
Pointing at you with her diamond scepter that she just bought with all your money. Yeah. Hey, let's play this one more time because it's so unfunny that it's funny. This was Scott Boras meeting with the media at the GM meetings yesterday, talking about Alex Bregman's time in Boston so far. And as Scott Boras is wont to do, trying to work in as many corny metaphors about a relevant topic. So be prepared for a lot of Dunkin' Donut coffee talk as Scott Boras describes the Alex Bregman free agency situation.
And we should, for those of you who don't know, just so you know, like Dunkin' Donuts is big in Boston.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing to be proud of, but Dunkin' Donuts is like it's synonymous. Yeah.
I would certainly think that, like in Boston, we learned a lot about Bregman in 25 because in Boston, prior to 25, they had a lot of lineup do not holes. And certainly prior to 25, Boston has been a kind of a club that's been, has Duncan well below the playoff line. So I think it was a bad roast in Beantown. And certainly, and give the owners credit in 25. They went out and spent some Starbucks to bring in a Bregman blend that led them to the playoffs. So I'm sure the Boston fans don't want this to be just a cup of coffee. And no one wants a Brexit.
Waka waka.
Did you say were some of the laughs in there actual?
No.
Stupid press pool.
Ben did some little sprinkle laughs.
Little
in there.
sprinkle, like the polite media pool laughter. Or something.
Yeah. Ben did a nice job.
That'd be hard to watch, man, in person. Oh, that would really be hard to watch.
He probably got a few sympathy laughs from people, I would imagine. There, I think
more.
Well, at the very end, I think the Brexit thing, they laughed, but we covered it up with Fozzie Bear saying waka waka instead.
Brexit could have at least had a little bit of edginess to it or something.
Right.
Like that. It wasn't. There's dad jokes, and then there's It's an insult to dad jokes to call those dad jokes.
Every dad should be insulted by that rant right there.
His delivery, at the very least, if you're going to tell a dad joke, do dad jokes the honor of like really leaning into it instead of just giving it this dry deadpan delivery.
Yes. Yes.
It's not even a deadpan delivery.
No.
Was he reading from a script?
I don't know. No. Well, I couldn't tell. The angle, it's like a profile angle. It's like whoever was shooting it was like from the side and just like from the sternum up. So I don't know. He may have had a teleprompter hanging from the ceiling, maybe. I
had a guy walking around with a teleprompter.
Yeah, like he hangs a teleprompter. Hang it right there. No, he would order people around to tell them to hang the teleprompter. Someone's saying on the text page, we just reported the news. I don't know if you guys saw Mack Rhodes is stepping aside for now, taking a leave of absence as the Baylor AD and the head of the College Football Playoff Committee. And I said it's probably all the people online that are giving him all kinds of grief over the rankings. And someone says it's probably Lopez blowing him up, telling him why the Aggies should be number one.
I've never said those words in my life.
Okay, we'll take that, Texter.
I've never said those words. But
I wanted you to defend yourself.
But I did criticize him for not knowing what defense is. Yeah. He goes, well, the Aggie defense.
Okay, that's probably it.
Okay, they played against the backup quarterback. So did Indiana.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
So did Indiana.
That was not Drew Aller.
Didn't he have like an incident a week ago?
I don't remember that.
Just like grabbed a player or something.
Oh, I don't know. He's the AD, so I'm not sure. I don't. That's a good question. I don't know. I'm not sure.
He's alleged to have taken exception to a gold long-sleeved undershirt worn by Baylor tight end Michael Trigg.
Oh, Trigg's a player, man.
During the Bears' home game against Arizona State. According to the source, during the first quarter, Rhodes grabbed Trigg by the shirt on the sideline and while using an expletive, questioned by why he was wearing it.
Oh, at the very least, he should be fined $100,000 like Jonathan Gannon was for getting up in DiMercado's face there and slapping his arm.
Members of the coaching staff, including Dave Aranda and tight ends coach Jared Anderson, later had heated words with Rhodes about the incident.
Well, then I don't feel sorry for him anymore.
Okay.
I did for a little bit there.
Okay. Well, I do if it's something medical or something like that. But for now, all we know is he didn't like a yellow shirt on Trigg, who's a player, by the way.
Yeah.
Trigg can play.
Yeah.
I side with Trigg. Fellas, how we doing?
I'm good.
Good. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula.
Doing all right.
Reggie got the hood up today.
Yep. Just, I don't know. Feels like that type of day.
Yeah.
That's a choice.
It definitely is. I'm not saying that it's a good one. It's just the one that I've made.
I think we know that CJ's probably not going to play this Sunday.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. How we? I'd been kind of mentally prepared for this already, but I'm curious how In the Loop feels about
I told Lopez because on Monday when we were, or was it Monday or Tuesday when we were talking about this, I was like, I think I actually would prefer if he, had another day, had an opportunity to kind of get some mental reps from the side. I think that there's certain things, and we've talked about this, how Davis Mills, but he had a little bit of like grip and ripping mentality that I hope that CJ kind of gets a feel for. Looking at this offense without being in it. Sometimes you just need a different perspective.
Yeah.
However, when I saw that first practice report and I saw DJ Bijani reporting that he still had symptoms, like the anxiety gripped me and I was like, wait, but what happens? The Bills game is very soon thereafter.
Yeah, that's like we've been talking a lot about
immediately
that
today. That jumped up to me and bit me in the ass and I was like, oh no, I don't like this at all.
If you had to face one of the better teams on your schedule on Thursday night, I honestly feel like the Bills are the one. If this is the situation, if it's going to be Davis Mills versus the Bills at home, I think the Bills are probably the best choice, more so than the Chiefs, more so than the Colts, anybody else, partly because the Bills' run defense is atrocious, and it looks like the Texans might be able to do some damage with their run game versus the Bills. And then, of course, you have the dynamic of if Jalen Petrie is still injured and the secondary is kind of disheveled, the Bills don't have any outside wide receivers. Right. So the matchup works out pretty favorably. I'd much rather be facing the Titans on Thursday night if I have to be having a backup quarterback and a disheveled secondary. But of all the good teams on the Texans schedule, the Bills, that's a good one to draw for Thursday night.
Yeah, and you've got some recent success against them in the week 5 of last year in that stadium. I think the defense probably goes in feeling confident that they can have a good night.
You're not traveling at the very least.
Well, that's a big one too on Thursday night games for sure. You get that extra day. So, all right, boys. Well, first, before we do anything, you're listening to KU, supposed to 3, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Question of the day, fellas. Question of the day.
Oh, sorry. I got stuck on. I wonder what is on HD3. You just triggered a thought in my mind. Who's a sports figure that you came around on?
Sports figure.
Yes,
okay.
a sports figure, because there is a little bit of news in the boxing world about a particular figure that I absolutely had nothing but disdain for, and I feel it. I feel the turn coming on this young man.
It's Jake Paul, right?
It is Jake Paul.
Okay.
Yeah, he has a fight coming up with Anthony Joshua, and I was like, oh, if he's actually going to take this seriously.
That's a real fight.
I'm in.
So have you come around on him, or you're coming around on him?
I'm trying to hold myself off from coming fully around on him. However, it's happening.
I think the thing about Jake Paul is where I started to come around on him a little bit. Or two things. One is that it seemed like people in the boxing world were basically like, look, say what you want about him. He's bringing a lot of eyeballs to the sport. And two, it's that he is a genuinely hard worker. So it's not like the temptation is to think, oh, it's a social media influencer who's just trying to make some money off of this. But it seems like he's genuinely committed from the get-go to become an actually good boxer. He's got some advantages because of his fame, obviously. But, I've softened on him. My answer would be Austin Rivers. I went from despising Austin Rivers to being like, oh, all right, I like this guy.
Mm-hmm. I like him. I liked him when he came over to the Rockets, and I like him as a broadcaster as well.
He's very good as
he's
a broadcaster.
He's very good, yeah.
One of the things for a player, and really coaches do it a lot, is don't get up here and now hold back on me.
Right.
I absolutely despise it. And with coaches, it always felt like, oh, they want to get back in the game. With players, I'm like, why? Just give me the real. And I think in the current iteration of like players getting into podcasts and feeling free, he's one of those guys that in more of a traditional landscape, he's giving you the real.
He's really good. I just know we played a ton of his audio on this show.
Right. Yeah.
Mine is actually a coach, Liam Cohen. I've said multiple times.
I'm with you on that too.
He can go die.
Yeah.
I said multiple times.
That's Jags legend Seth Payne.
Oh no, he's a turncoat.
Yeah,
he's a turncoat.
Yeah.
But I've said multiple times with you guys even. Don't worry about the Jags. Don't worry about the Jags. This guy's I kind of think there's something there.
I've come around on him a little bit. He's recovered from Duval.
Mm-hmm.
My two that immediately came to mind are both quarterbacks. One is Baker Mayfield. Used to despise Baker Mayfield. Now I really like Baker Mayfield. If the Texans are knocked out of this whole thing at some point here, Tampa is a team I would root for. I like Baker Mayfield. They're fun.
You know what's fun to me about Baker Mayfield?
What's that?
I think it's all framework, and I don't think he's changed one bit in any of this circumstance. The thing I always hated was, I get it. You had a chip on your shoulder. You were a small quarterback. Texas Tech moved on from you. You became the number one overall pick, and you still wanted to be like the dude with the chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
Now, like once a team discards you, and you have like the prove it contract, and you're doing it, that mindset works again.
Yeah, if you have to go through some adversity, that makes you likable to me, and I think to a lot of people probably. But I've come around on Steeler Aaron Rodgers.
Hey,
that's crazy. I've come around on Aaron
big.
Rodgers. Yeah, I like Steeler Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Like, he's not nearly as annoying as the Jets and late Packer iterations of Aaron
Nobody
Rodgers.
could have foreseen that.
No.
There wasn't a bigger. Nobody was more accused of having an agenda against Aaron Rodgers by the text line than you.
Right.
And to the point where it became like people were convinced they knew exactly what your political affiliations were and everything.
Yeah.
It got political. It was like, oh, you only hate him because of such and such. And Sean was like, no. I'm completely ignorant about most of that stuff.
Yes.
Yes,
that is true.
The two most annoying things to me is that it somehow became a political thing to dislike Aaron Rodgers or Travis Kelce. Where, no, Travis Kelce, long before he met Taylor Swift, long before COVID, anything else, was routinely in the top 5 of most disliked players in the NFL.
Yeah.
It doesn't say anything one way or the other about Travis Kelce or Aaron Rodgers, whether you dislike them, or it doesn't have to.
Absolutely.
I haven't come around on Shedeur, but I feel like there have been various times where I've felt sorry for Shedeur.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am.
Yeah, I haven't come around on, because I feel like every time I'm about to come around on Shedeur, he does or says something silly. And I'm like, man, I was about to come around on you. But then you do this mime thing at your locker.
I was going to do that.
Yes. I mean, it's really ultimately about me. I was going to come around on you, and then you mime at your locker here, and now I can't come around on you.
Sean, I'm glad you mentioned the Duval, because it reminded me of one of my favorite moments in pregame show history.
Yes.
When, during the pregame last week, a group of Jaguars fans went by and they do that. I think they're going to ruin your world by chanting while you're on the radio or something.
Yeah.
And they were yelling their Duval. And I took my headset off and walked to the front of the stage and said, no, it's Duval.
And we both start doing like the thing with our arms like this. Yeah.
And I won them all over immediately.
They could do nothing but laugh. That's all they could do.
There was a group of 10 women, and if you could see the lust in their eyes as soon as I did that, it was,
It was something. I saw it. I
the
was there.
lust in their eyes.
I was there.
They were immediately saw that this is a man with confidence and charm.
Seth is no longer here. If I'm around, I'm telling that story, and there are going to be 200 women with lust in their eyes when it's all said and done. All right, boys. Well, we are done. We're out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Have a great show today. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies Duval.
Football Friday tomorrow, baby. We'll be here at 6 a.m.
There's Montgomery, Galveston, Fort Bend.
Oh, yeah. We
got to memorize the 12 counties.
All the counties.
We don't have chant-friendly counties here. Yeah. All right, we're done. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Thursday to you. You are indeed in the loop on Sports Radio 610, and I've got to be honest.
Yes.
Now burned it in my mind is just like images of Seth Payne beating off women with a stick, just like constantly having to do that because there's 200 women chanting Duval.
They loved him. It was amazing.
Yep.
He's beating them off.
Thanks for laying out on me there, Lopez. That's how we start this Thursday show with my partner not helping me out. That's John Lopez. I'm beating off with a stick is very that's very common phraseology. You're not going to beat me.
I know I'm not the only one that heard that.
Very clearly. Very clearly.
It's a very easily sliceable cut. It really makes Seth look a certain kind of way.
Whatever, man.
But yes. But yes.
Thank you 3 minutes later. John Lopez. All right, let's get going on a Thursday.
Let's go.
Let me know how you felt about that. 713-572-4610. We always appreciate you getting involved. Also, we have appreciation for the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610. I already see y'all in there having a good time. And
it's about
Twitch
to get
chat,
better.
610 Houston. You don't know that.
Yes, I do.
There they go. There they go. All right. I will pivot very quickly away from, I guess, a faux pas, if you will. Who are these Rockets? You know me. I've been chomping at the bit to talk about these Rockets, who they are, what we're seeing. And I think that widely regarded in basketball spaces, when you're trying to, find a sample that is big enough for you to have any solid take.
A good start on a semblance of what they are.
10 games.
Yeah.
10 games is usually where you are, and now the Rockets have 10 games in, 7-3. Get a absolute drubbing of the Washington Wizards as they were supposed to.
Run them out the gym.
That's how it's supposed to look on on the night where you bring back the Dunkster knot, where you got the City Edition jerseys. Cam Whitmore's coming back. This is what it was supposed to look like, and that's what it was. However, I want to look at the more holistic thing. Who are these Rockets 10 games in? 713-572-4610. And I think you kind of have an interesting perspective on this.
Weird.
Okay.
Kind of coming around on what they are. I'm kind of coming around on what they are, especially in the landscape of what the NBA is today. Because, we, both of us, have talked about, point guard. I don't know. Is it going to be this? Is it going to be that? What role exactly are they going to play? How good are they going to? Can you thrive with all that? But more importantly, defensively, we're like, you saw it in the preseason. I saw it early on in the season. We talked about it.
Yeah, because you don't watch preseason basketball.
I really don't. I just watch highlights, and that's just being completely honest.
Fair.
But one thing that we both have talked about regarding the defense is they're just not efficient. They give up way too many three-point looks. I think they're like 8th in terms of the most three-pointers they've given up and highest percentage in the league. And so we've kind of been wringing our hands, sort of wondering if this is going to get better. You know what, though, Reggie? It's working. It's working. I mean, they are a high-scoring team. Their offensive rebounding is – now, look, we understand that
first in the league.
That wasn't the best team in the world, but over the course of 10 games, it's been like that.
That's right. Like, I got a whole bunch of stats. I'm not going to read them all at you. But, I mean, when I look at a lot of these, it's stuff where I go, it's irrefutable, right? The thing with the Rockets is – who they are is a team that is really good already.
Yeah.
That's the thing that's kind of and you know me, I like trying to poke holes in what's happening with whatever's in front of me. I've been trying to do that, and even with the places that I have, I can look statistically where I go, all right, that's fine. And then there's things that I like the look of, that I go and I look at the stats and I go, there's room for that to get better. Like,
Yeah.
I think that's ultimately the interpretation I get. How about this? This team has just knocked down shots in an incredibly the shot making has been really good.
Mm-hmm.
They're fourth in field goal percentage, and they're third in points per game. They're first in 3-point percentage, which is funny because they don't take a lot of threes. In fact, they're literally last in the league on number of threes that they take. They just make so many of them. Like
Reed Sheppard, Tari last night.
Dude, Tari Eason is shooting like 53% from three,
something like that.
from three this season.
Yeah.
Like it's really well made offensively in a way that I didn't think that it'd be like that this early.
Right.
And it's very clear it's not fully figured out. But that's the thing that's really amazing to me is that it's not fully formed and yet it's incredibly functional.
I guess what I'm getting at is we may have been spending too much time worrying about what the Rockets don't have than what they are. And what they are is working. The rebounding yesterday was just a joke. I mean, it was just they were eating glass. I mean, it was crazy. And they're knocking down shots on the offensive end. Whatever argument you want to have about point guard and distribution and spacing and open shots, it's working with Amen doing what Amen does. What Reed Sheppard has been a revelation. And I thought he would be good. We talked about it before the season started. I thought he would be a guy that deserved to play more. I mean, he's a point guard. You got to get him out on the floor. Number 3 pick, all that stuff. But he's even better. He's shooting 50% and a lot more threes. He's shooting 50% from 3-point range. I think on just under 6 attempts a game. Why change what you're doing?
And
on either side of the floor.
I'm not too big to slide in a little I told you so in here. Mm-hmm. Does it not feel like Reed is becoming the thing that I was hoping he would be, which is just high-level 6th, 7th man?
Well,
or maybe not high-level, but like really solid, capable 6th, 7th man where he comes in and if he scores and has the confidence to do that with the second unit, he could be incredibly valuable to what you do.
Yes, I mean, absolutely. A man is a man. He's going to get a bulk of the minutes. He's going to do what he does. But they morph into something else when Reed is on the floor, and that's what they are. And so, as I mentioned, I'm watching this game. I'm like, they become different teams almost with those two guys on the floor. But the thing that really kind of struck me is, boy, I'm watching this and I'm like, you're just never going to be really good on defense with the bigs on the floor. You're just never, against the shooters. Okay, okay, you're not. But you're going to be able to get a lot of rebounds, a lot of transition. And when Sheppard's on the floor, you're going to be able to run a little bit more offense.
Yeah, that's really been fun. Defense has been the thing that, I've been kind of talking about a lot. And
I don't think that's going to change. I think this is what they are. Yeah, because you can't change the bigs.
Well, I hear you on that.
Yeah.
I think I go back to I was referencing the Ime Udoka quote that Danielle Hunter had earlier in the week talking about the zone and how he mentioned that Fred was really very much an organizing force, something that I've talked about and something that I'm still looking at. Dylan Brooks was absolutely a big help in that as well, being a veteran on that court. I'm still looking, ends up being organizing force in there, but also he kind of broke down a little bit of that matchup zone and saying that, when you're not immediately engaged in a matchup, you need to have your head on a swivel, and that's something that, to your point of you not thinking
but how
that'll
is that going to change?
I don't know, right? Because I want to believe.
But I'm saying embrace it almost.
I want to believe that within that zone, the players that they have on there can lock into a place where they're keeping their head on a swivel and alert to where guys are on the floor so that they can get there and rotate with enough focus. However, it's a lot of guys who are either vets on the floor or have seemingly done this better in years prior, including last year, that are not kind of doing it. And so there is a question for me is this a Dorian Finney-Smith comes back and he ends up being that voice, or is this just is that going to be a hole in what they do all season long?
I don't know if I would even say a hole. I think it's here's how I would put it.
I'd still say it's a hole. It's one that's very manageable.
In terms of what you're seeing on the floor on a given different offensive possession against your defense, yes. But what I'm saying is the big picture, 10 games, 30 games, whatever it may be, I don't know how much better they're going to get. But I think I'll put it this way. I don't know how much of a calculated strategy it was, or maybe a little luck involved as well. But this whole NBA season is a higher scoring season, and they are a scoring team.
Early on,
it's working is what I'm saying. The way they play, despite you want them to get better on defense, that's a good constitution of the team for the way the NBA is being played this year. much of it was luck. It's all coming, whatever.
And that's the thing. It's a 10-game sample. It's not a 30-game sample.
Yeah.
So we'll see as that continues to grow. You know me, anxiety's still going to pop out, right? The other teams are not shooting crazy good against them, but they're getting good looks. And that's one of the things I worry about to some degree is who are the teams that knock this down? And it's worth noting the teams that they've played here. Again, it's a 10-game sample. I think we can extrapolate some things. And largely my takeaway is, okay, this works as currently constituted, and it's still in its somewhat infancy this season of how they're developing this. However, somebody texts in, and I don't think I fully agree with this from the 281, that the Rockets are a mid-team that can't beat top-tier teams. However, you go and you look at the teams that they've beat. They've beaten the Brooklyn Nets. Are they good?
The Brooklyn Nets? No.
Thank you. The Toronto Raptors, are they good?
Nah.
Boston Celtics?
Yes.
Not this year, not quite this year, but
they're good.
They still okay.
Yeah, they're good.
With no Jason Tatum.
Dallas Mavericks?
No.
Okay. Memphis Grizzlies?
Nope.
Milwaukee Bucks?
Okay.
Pretty good. Yeah, pretty damn good.
Playoff
And the
team.
Wizards. The teams that they have lost to, the Thunder, the Pistons, the Spurs.
Yeah.
Those are the best teams that they've faced. And so I'm not saying that is inherently going to track the entirety of the season where once they get up against the best teams that it's going to falter.
Yeah.
However, I do think that is an interesting note to have within this, which is this is working. However, this team will be graded on ultimately, maybe not in this moment, will be how do they fare against those types of teams. And I think it feels like those types of teams can maybe pick at some of those things that we're talking about right now.
Oh, yeah. No, I was going to say, I think it's working right now. But as far as I think we got time, but when it matters, playoffs and all that stuff, I think that's when the good teams will start picking at that. That's when it could be an issue, but you never know. The Rockets could get that addressed.
I think they could, but we spend a lot of time with the Texans talking about what's your identity, and they have no clue. I think the Rockets know what their identity is now, and that's what I'm saying. If it ain't broke, I get it. You're going to face really good teams and lose some games. I mean, of course you are. But I think they can win those games with this identity if they embrace it.
Yeah, no, and I think it's early, and they got a lot of time to address all of that too. But right now is like you said, John. It's working right now.
It's working.
Yeah. And there's a lot of figuring out to be done. I mean, there's still the possibility or plausibility that halfway through the season they can make some acquisitions. One of the things I mentioned early on in this is like the things that are going well. I could easily see those continue to going well, and the things that I've liked that I've looked at, like just off of the tape. And I look at the numbers and I say there's room to grow. Like Alperen Şengün being like a ball handler, it's looked really good when he's done that. I'm looking at it, and I mean he's had 6 post-ups per game, approximately 6 post-ups per game, good for third in the league behind Giannis and Jokic. He's only really scoring at 0.93 points per game, which could still be higher as he gets more efficient with those. I think that is something that's available to him. Isolation, which he's actually looked pretty good on, 0.88 points per game, which again, or points per possession rather, which it feels like that also has room to improve. So I'm like, those are just a little where I think that I like the things that they're doing, and there's room to develop there. So I recognize that the games that they played against good teams are close, and that those can get better. 10 games in, I don't want to completely just drink Kool-Aid. But it does feel like this is a team that is, one, very offensively minded. They do enough defensively.
That's what they are.
And they have
Embrace it, Reggie.
They've got a lot of upward mobility within it as well. That's who these Rockets seem to be 10 games in. And we'll continue to watch them as they keep going. They'll be back in action tomorrow at home. But until then, we're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get back to these Texans where I've been talking about this in a way that feels like a gimme. I think a lot of people have been talking about this in this way. Is this going to be the gimme that we think it is? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
Thursday. Starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. Let's get into it. Is this going to be the gimme game that we think it is?
It's a gimme, right?
On Sunday versus
gimme, isn't it, Figgy?
The Titans in Nashville. 713-572-4610. That's
gimme? Yes.
That's it. It feels like it. It feels like it. Now, of course,
it should have been a gimme last year.
Very much. Yeah. When we'll let, and that's the thing, right? You got to let's be honest and let's be real introspective about this and make sure that we are not missing anything. Obviously, we'll continue to talk about this game all the way through the week and get you ready for it when the Texans take off to Nashville. But there's a couple of developments, obviously, that happened with the practice report and everything that I imagine give you a little bit of, I don't know, pause, but give you a little bit more context on it. But, Lopez, where are you at? Like, does this feel like the gimme that we've been talking about it as?
Short answer, yes.
Okay. All right,
Texans are going to go in there and take care of business. They're feeling quite good about themselves, as they well should.
All right, done with segment. Thanks
Defense
for stopping
is
by.
amazing. I'm not done yet.
Oh, my bad.
You can see it. You can hear it coming, right? You can feel it coming.
There's a butt coming.
Yeah. This is going to be a gimme. That's the short answer. This is how I'll put it, though. Something to think about. Not necessarily gives me pause, because the connotation there is like, oh, maybe I'm not as confident. I'm confident they're going to win. But something to think about, okay? And it occurred to me yesterday when we were talking to, is it Ron Slay?
Yeah, we're talking about
Ron Slay.
Ron Slay.
You don't remember the man's name?
I couldn't. I drew a blank on his first name. It was Ron or Rob. I couldn't remember.
Ron.
Yeah.
Richard Slay.
We were talking to Ron Slay, and he mentioned, that Calvin Ridley and Arden Key are going to be back this week.
Yeah.
Immediate instinct is, Calvin Ridley. Calvin really doesn't scare me. Not against this defense. Not against this secondary.
I think Cam Ward described him as like one of the veteran guys, like actually having a veteran wide receiver back, and it's like the dude who got suspended for a year for gambling.
Yeah, but not even that. Just like against this defense, Calvin Ridley, he's a good player. I'm not.
Of course.
Yeah,
I don't want to.
But he doesn't scare me.
He shouldn't. I don't think he's of the caliber.
A little bit. Just something to think about. Arden Key. You know why? Not just because of what he does, defensively. But that guy is a special teams menace. Like, he's blocked, I think, at least one kick. I think maybe two.
Oh, he did Nico Autry?
He is that guy. Yeah, he's that guy. And so Frank Ross was talking yesterday, and again, it led to something to think about. Ross was talking about the special teams and fully admitted it hadn't been good enough, right?
Yeah. So the first thing is you don't roll that off and just say, that's not us. Like, that's our tape. We have to own that. We have to make sure we correct honestly and making sure that we are holding ourselves to what we think is a high standard. So I'm just going to start with disciplining our alignment, our assignment, and then when we're at the point of attack, like playing off of each other. I've always said we're an aggressive tackling unit team. Take your shot. Go and make that returner check his feet. If you miss, your buddy will clean up for you and play off of each other. If you don't do that and somebody hesitates, a lot of hesitation, and my teachings and my emphasis on that. So doesn't matter how good. Every week there's good players. That's a good returner, but that's not an excuse for us. We got a really good returner this week. He's maybe the fastest returner we'll see. So we have to be sure we're disciplined, playing with and off of each other, and making sure that we're tackling the ball sound, purely. And it's all going to work together. You're trying to flip field, you're going to have to cover space. So we got to force fair catches. You got to win on the perimeter and do our job together collectively.
Special teams has been sliding. Nobody can deny that, right?
Right. I feel, because I think it was steak night yesterday. I was talking with Bijani and T. Mill and Santiago, I think Lou Morrow as well. And one of the things we were kind of talking about is, we're talking about this Frank Ross because, of course, we're dorks that still talk about football when we're eating steaks. And he made mention of Frank felt like that performance wasn't good. And I was like, it's been sliding before that. Like, this wasn't just an individual instance of the special teams not standing up to what what our expectations have been in the past, especially under Frank Ross. And so, this absolutely needs to be solidified, especially with Chimere Dike, the returner that he's
really
talking about.
He's
really good.
Yeah.
Solid slot receiver, too. Now, of course, if you're getting the pressure on Cam Ward that you should be, I don't know how scared you should be of any of that. But, they need to tighten this up because that third facet of the game pops up real quick. All of a sudden, that can make a game that should be an absolute runaway a lot more interesting than it need be.
Yeah, that's the part that kind of scared me a little bit. I'm not worried about
something to think about, right?
Yeah, no, at all. Matter of fact, I don't think the Titans offense is going to do anything.
Yeah.
But I'm just worried about the special teams part of it. If they get a touchdown, and that kind of makes me worry about what kind of offense you're going to get from the Houston Texans.
Right, and what were
what kind of Davis Mills you going to get?
This past Sunday, we thought that game was a dead stick. We thought it was over. Why? Because of 2 plays on special teams. The muff punt.
Yep.
And the return. And DK can do that and has done that. And then you have Arden Key in there, who's a guy that can block some kicks. And I'm like, all right, that we got to watch that because you mentioned it. They talk about sudden change and if you get turnovers, your 2 turnovers and your chances of winning go up whatever percentage. Well, these I guess aren't always technically turnovers, but it feels like it. When you have a big return,
it's a big plays, right? It doesn't even have to necessarily be a full turnover, but a big play kind of changes the vibe of the game, and I mean sometimes can jar a play caller or what have you. There's ways in which it can affect the game. So I feel you on that. I think that the special teams note is a good one. I will say, in looking at this game, there were a couple of things where I was like, because again, as much as I've talked about this in such a confident manner, I think I still try and go through looking at this and treating it with the level of respect that I should.
Yeah.
And in looking at the Titans, there was something that at least one number, because you look at certain things and it's like the Texans have the advantage in all these various different places. There was one thing in looking at the Titans where I went, this is a little interesting, and that's that their sack rate has ticked up. Tremendously, in fact, over the last 4 games, where I think they might be one of the best teams when it comes to getting, but when they do, actually getting that sack there over the last 4 weeks have been really good. Well, I was double checking with that. A lot of that was Jahad Ward and Draymond Jones. Now, Draymond Jones has been traded. Jahad Ward is still there. Arden Key returning. Are they capable of maybe keeping that up? Is a question that I think is interesting, but. Without Jeffrey Simmons returning, or at least he did not practice yesterday, so it's a little bit more in the air whether he returns. I'm not afraid, and if you can manage to keep Jahad Ward and Arden Key under wraps where they're not really attacking Davis Mills, I think that Davis Mills can do capital D damage because one thing is that defensive line might possibly be interesting. The secondary is just washed right now.
Yeah.
It's been washed out. So you should be able to, especially with the confidence that I imagine that this offense built and with this construction, throwing the ball to Jaden Higgins, throwing the ball to Dalton Schultz, throwing the ball to Nico Collins. You hope that continues on against a defense and a secondary that's not capable of handling it.
And one more note, while we're talking about special teams, and Frank Ross has done just a tremendous job, but there's no denying the last 3-4 weeks that we've seen some gaping holes in some areas. But one other thing to think about, Matthew Wright's probably still going to kick.
Yeah.
He was good last week, or good enough, but that's still your backup kicker too.
Yeah. I mean, a dude that you signed off the street.
Yeah.
So especially that comes back to your Arden Key getting his hand on the football when it's kicked. That does bring up a thought. So yeah, it's one of those. It's the side of the football that we most frequently neglect. Could that be something that makes this game more interesting than 8-3? That the Falcons are supposed to be a gimme game. Zach Wilson Jets on Halloween were supposed to be a gimme game. Bryce Young and the Panthers are supposed to be a gimme game. 100%. That is incumbent upon this team to go out and handle their business. They have every possibility to. You're just making note. Like, hey, there's some instances where maybe the gimme doesn't end up being as much of a gimme. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. Jake Paul's next fight has been announced, and it's actually a real one. And I feel myself maybe turning the corner on Jake Paul. So question of the day. Who is a sports figure that you have come around on? 713-572-4610. We'll do that next.
The Drive.
or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you, Mr. Big Voice Man. Let's do a little bit of question of the day, if you don't mind. Who is a sports figure that you've come around on? 713-572-4610. This comes because Jake Paul's next big Netflix fight has been announced, and it's with a actual real live boxer. Like this time, he's not going against somebody washed or somebody's brother or what have you. He actually went and got a heavyweight champ in Anthony Joshua. Now, it's worth noting, like he's not at the height of his speed that time. It was like, oh, this is on the downslope for the.
Doesn't matter, right? He's legit.
But yeah, exactly. I wanted to make it clear that
this would be the biggest boxer he ever faced.
By far. In fact, this is the biggest boxer.
Not
he
no
ever faced.
58-year-old Mike Tyson.
Yeah. Not that. Not was it Tommy Fury? None of that. Like a legitimate, real life boxer who has been, of high acclaim, who's worked his way up, who's had legitimate title fights and not been a tomato can in any of those circumstances. This immediately earned a lot of respect for Jake Paul for me. Like, it's still spectacle. But one of the things I've said about Jake Paul is, despite not really liking him all that much, he can box. Like he's got the underpinnings of being a solid boxer. I was like, well, actually take real fights and let's see if we can cultivate this further and make it. And this is a real fight. Now it's a little bit of a jump because I feel like he should have worked his way up with real boxers that are maybe of a different caliber.
Yeah, but with his name and the notoriety, he's gonna have to get the big tickets.
I could easily, I feel myself coming around on him. He already was doing some stuff that I appreciated. Like I know Seth, when we were talking about this earlier, mentioned he's getting eyes on boxing, but I feel like boxing purists, I don't consider myself a purist, but I'm a lot closer to that than somebody who's just here for spectacle. Didn't like him because it didn't feel like he was being true to the game. Like it felt like he was just, it was a dalliance where he was using boxing for
but that's
his own
his strength.
ends.
That's why I think Seth is right. It's not you that boxing needs.
Yeah,
that's the difference.
I appreciate him taking the sport seemingly with a little level of seriousness. And I see you at 6'3" Anthony Joshua is to that and like his heights, but this is a real boxer. This isn't the same as what it previously was. And I can give Jake Paul his props for platforming women's boxing. He's probably been the best platformer of women's boxing, which probably says a lot about boxing and where it is right now. There's various different ways you could talk about it, but him actually maybe taking a fight that feels a lot more like a real fight compared to anything else that he's done. I feel myself coming around on Jake Paul.
So who is a sports figure that you've come around on? And with Jake Paul, I really kind of started to come around, of all things, in that Tyson fight. Because he was just really legitimately, sincerely giving Mike Tyson his proper due. He seemed like just honoring Mike. Even at the end of the fight, when it was winding down, he kind of bowed at him and all that stuff. But that's when I started coming around with Jake Paul. For me, it's Liam Cohen. You guys know that by now. I mean, I thought this guy was going to be a disaster. And not only, I guess it was the Robert Saleh thing, but a combination of things where I'm like, there's something there. Now, obviously, like last week notwithstanding.
Hold on. Yeah. The Robert Saleh thing?
He showed something. He wasn't the little soft, little guy that
he had coordinated.
I'm gonna bleep and kill you.
Yeah.
Boy, I'm gonna kill you, boy.
Oh, who was the basketball coach that walked in on I'm trying to remember what it was. It'll take me a second to get there.
Cheney?
Yes. Yeah, Cheney. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. One of my favorite things. I guess Liam Cohen got into that. But he had coordinated an incredible offense.
As head coach, no, I didn't believe in it, and I'm coming around on him. Another one, and it's been a few years now, Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold, I thought, well, this guy, as Sean likes to say, a punchable face.
The fat face.
Still that. Got to be honest. Yeah. Still that. Yeah, you can't get out of your mind. I don't even remember. It had to be Monday Night Football with the Jets with the seeing ghosts.
Yes.
Yeah. That will never leave my mind. He was in such a bad way. But, of course, he finds a way to not just have a great season with the Vikings, right, where I think a lot of us and I will speak for myself. However, I know that I was not alone. Looked at that, I was like, oh, there it is. There is the smoke and mirrors dissipating, and we see who Sam Darnold really is. And here he is coming right back around, right? Like he's coming right back around to this thing. So yeah, I have to give him a lot of credit, and I think a lot of these, just coming back around on the notion of the retread quarterback being more than just a stopgap, right? Because I can't just call it a stopgap quarterback. You're seeing Baker Mayfield be a quarterback that they are comfortable riding with for a number of years. You're seeing Sam Darnold being a quarterback that people are comfortable riding with. I'm trying to think which other ones I could put up here, and I know that those are not the only ones. My memory is just failing me in this moment, where you see these guys that typically in the past we would have just looked at as you have that guy and then you go draft the guy until the rookie can come over and take his job. And it's like, no, you can really go and actually play with that guy. And so Sam Darnold is kind of the face of that for me right now.
Yeah, the one that comes to my mind was, but I kind of came around to Floyd Mayweather a little bit. Because at first I was kind of in that camp of, man, he ducking all these people, and I just thought he was just all show. But I guess when you kind of look at his whole career, like he did have some really good fights. He was dominant at one point. He wasn't like the knockout artist or Mike Tyson type, but I guess as I grew up and kind of grew older, I'm like, okay, I got a little more respect for Floyd Mayweather than I did in the past, because I ain't like Floyd at all, man.
Mayweather is such a complex dude for me personally. He might not be very complex for you or complicated to handle, and you might just don't like him, because there's the thing where you talk about like his just personality is a little rough, right? He has allegations on him that are not things that I would very much want to be associated with. Period. There's the fact that every single one of his fights, well, not every single one, but a lot of them, he made sure they were right around Cinco de Mayo. What was his uncle called? The Mexicutioner. Like that was the way that he leaned into it. I love him as a boxer. I think that he was incredibly capable and skilled. I hate that took at later stations of his career took a back seat to protecting the zero. Yeah, right. Like there was fights that he could have made that would have been really great for boxing that he probably didn't, or at least waited
too late.
To protect the interest of that zero. That I understand monetarily made sense for him, but it was like, hey man, do it for the people, do it for the boxing, do it for the sport.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, and it's been years now that people have fallen into his corner, and we'll probably does Jameis fall in that category?
For a lot of people, he does.
Right.
For a lot of people, he does.
Coming out of Florida State and then just not kind of underachieving, and then
at Florida State or
once he got to the NFL, and then he was really looked at like just a weird guy that I don't know if he's a leader and all, and he's an incredible leader. And he's always fun.
I think the thing with him, it was never a point where I didn't like him, or I just kind of didn't, have a really strong opinion about him. But I always thought he was funny.
Yeah.
Because now he's leaning way into it now. But before, you would get little clips here and there and be like, man, what is he doing?
Yeah.
And I always thought he was funny. And then when he went to New Orleans and just kind of became that backup, that veteran type of guy, I'm like, oh, this dude is really funny.
Yeah.
I think that what helped there is he had a little Jesus to the mix, right? And then also that hits you a lot different when you're the backup, right? When we don't have to depend on you for stuff, you being comical works.
Yeah.
When it's like, all right, guys, the Bucs are really, we need this victory, man. People are trying to save their jobs. Yeah, I mean, it's like this doesn't play nearly as well, man.
Like, all right, this gimmick is over.
Yeah,
we losing.
Hey, man, be serious. Stand up straight, man. Get you a haircut. Come on, man.
I think what kind of won me over really with Jameis was when I think he was out for the year or something. He had like a broken leg. And I guess the Saints won a game or something like that, and he's in the locker room, and he over there dancing with a broke leg and some crutches. I'm like, all right, he's a star.
So he, frequently texting into the show, loves him some high school football, loves him some college basketball. Ocho, I'm sorry. I know that this is not how the game is typically played. However, from Ocho, he says that who is he coming around on? Not Amen Thompson, not Reed Sheppard as a point guard, not Yainer Diaz or Christian Walker. All right, Tari Eason. Wait, hold on. What you mean, not Amen Thompson? First and foremost, where are you coming around on him from? Where are the places that people looked at Amen Thompson and were like, Nah,
he ain't.
What are you doing, dog?
Now,
What's that?
look, I got to be honest, though. I wasn't in this place because it was early on, but at first, I was always skeptical of somebody coming in that can't really shoot as much.
Mm-hmm.
And we kind of saw that a little early on where I'm like, man, this dude is very athletic and all that. I'm like, man, this brother can't. He can't shoot. But it got better with time, though. I wasn't there with Ocho, though.
Yeah.
I wasn't there with Ocho.
I guess there are some places where, like you're talking about, his lack of an ability to shoot, especially when they talk about him being more on ball and utilizing his time as overtime elite as why he should be a point guard. I was like, yeah, you're going to have to convince me. And maybe that's where the idea that
I wasn't that far, though.
The idea that it's like, oh, man, I still haven't come back. And I'm like, really?
I will say this. I kind of, and this started this season, I kind of came around in a weird way to Jalen Green to the point I kind of felt a little sorry for him because we know what he looked like in the playoffs here.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of felt bad. And I'm getting like, man, he not no number one guy. He might be a great number two or number three. And so I was kind of rooting for him in Phoenix a little bit. And he had that good game, but ended up getting hurt again.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm kind of coming around on Jalen Green, hoping he succeeds.
Yeah, he's one. And, Sean mentioned this morning Baker Mayfield. I think he's kind of the poster child of that. Just with people, an eye roll and all this other, and now it's like that's a warrior right there. That's a leader right there.
And Reggie made a good point. He's still the same person.
The exact same dude. None of this has shifted, man.
Because you know how good of a season he having now, or he had last year.
Yeah,
he had that season in 2020.
But I think that's more of a reflection on us.
Correct.
On us rather than him. He's never changed, and we just judged him. Not realizing that's how he goes about things.
I think what it was how it went down in Cleveland, how they just got rid of him for a worse quarterback, pretty much, and then him bouncing around and kind of finding himself again.
Black Greg on the text line says he hated Giannis at first but grew to respect him. That is a hardcore James Harden fan. I respect you for that. And then the 936, I know a LSU fan when I see it. Les Miles, he wasn't that bad. It's all good, man. They'll pay out the payout and they'll go get a new coach. Just don't worry. LSU will be back to winning football games in no time. All right, that's your question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where A.J. Brown, he's not backing down on his comments one bit. We'll talk about that and more next.
Danielle Hunter. HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about a season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL right here. And there's a lot of different places to get to. So I will start with the least important of all of those, which is Thursday Night Football tonight. And the reason why I say that, Jets, Patriots, are you ready for this AFC South or AFC East matchup, John Lopez?
Hey, the Jets are on a heater, man.
Are they
on a one-game winning streak?
A one-game win streak. We are stretching the boundaries of the word streak.
What do the Patriots have to think about? Something to think about. Remember,
whose streak is going to end first tonight?
Oh yeah, Clash of the Titans.
Apparently, this is a 12.5-point spread in favor of.
I didn't even look at
the
that
Patriots.
One. Yeah.
Wait, for what? I know it's not a survivor pool because you lost week 1.
For fun.
Oh, just generally. I was like, I know it ain't no survivor. I mean, it would be straight up in a survivor pool anyways.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm not gonna lie.
Look at those Jets.
This feels like this is actually, maybe I'm wrong, because I was gonna say this feels like it's primed for I'm not paying attention to this. However, this is actually primed for why is this game so close, right? Like, this is what this is set up as, is that game that you're looking around, maybe you check Twitter or you check your whatever your sports box score app of choice is, and you go, wait, hold on, this is only 7 points?
Yeah. I wish I could have that mindset because the Jets offense is awful, man.
Yeah. Literally the pass offense is 32nd in the league.
Dude, they had like 25 yards of offense last time and won the game.
Yeah, it's Justin Fields time, man.
He will indeed start. Yep. It's pulling to get it out of him. Mm-hmm. But that is who will start in that game. Yeah, look, you won't. Let's just say tomorrow during Around the NFL when Beast got sitting in, might not be a lot of conversation about this one.
No, I'm curious. Do you think the game will be clear cut over by halftime?
I mean, I would.
Where you get to halftime, you're like, man, this game is over.
Well, we thought that this past weekend here.
Yeah, I think it will.
Come on, it's the Jets, though,
I know.
And not only is it that, like, I think that you look at the way that this Patriots team is humming. Like, this Patriots team is humming.
And they own the Jets.
Right? TreVeyon Henderson toting the ball really well. Something that we haven't talked about a lot, Stephon Diggs seems like he is perfectly
I'm glad you brought that up.
For what they're doing offensively with Drake May.
Where the hell was that last year, man?
Well, he got injured. That's where it was.
Man, it wasn't there before he got injured.
Yeah.
That's one of the things, sorry, don't mean to go here, but we're going here. With the seeming revisionist history with the Bobby Slowick thing, where just let Bobby go. I'm like, hey, man, we saw the places in which it felt like you should have been getting a lot more out of what was happening there. I know that our guys of the drive, Ron and Clint, will maybe point to how what governors were placed upon Bobby Slowick.
Right.
I'm not here for that nearly to the degree.
I'm sure it was both.
Maybe I mean I'm not saying that is not going to be a factor in there, but I mean you're seeing all the people go forth and prosper in different facets. To the
man,
point
we're talking Jets Patriots a lot.
You're welcome. Hey, look, I was going to try and make some things happen there. All right, is that enough? Is that your sign that we need to move this thing along?
Hey, it's a good. I mean, you got some good watch. Drake May.
They beaten the
Henderson.
Jets.
That is a 8-2 Patriots team.
8-2.
Like what a place that we're in, man.
And what a turnaround too, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Quickly.
my favorite.
Yeah, glad he's doing it over there instead of with the Titans. Appreciate that. Another way to get
thanks to Amy Adams.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate you. All right, some other things around the NFL. I just want to bring you this audio because the A.J. Brown thing, it just keeps giving. Mm-hmm. It's one of those things where I still refuse to look at him as some level of malcontent, interestingly enough. And yet and still, the Eagles.
The turnaround, too, man.
Yeah,
it's
quickly.
Pretty good offensively, the Eagles, or not offensively, pretty good just as a team, but offensively continues to be an issue no matter what under Nick Sirianni. And here's A.J. Brown. I would like to take you first to a stream that was happening. I believe he was a guest on a stream. I don't think it was his in particular. However, you hear his
pretty famous guy that is a gamer.
And let me tell you, don't know. I
didn't know either. I
don't know.
And all these damn guys is famous in some type of way that we don't know.
Apparently they have a history, so they're pretty comfortable with each other.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I think that in the current landscape, all these players finding the various different places where they're comfortable, we're getting so much more out of them than we previously did.
Yeah.
But this was A.J. Brown on this stream where he was letting fantasy football owners know might be time to move on.
I promise you, you might get 200, and I ain't trolling.
Hey, if you got me on fantasy, man, get rid of me.
Cut me.
The dude, the other, he meant that.
Dead serious.
He meant that. He meant that with all his heart and most of his kidney. That's how that came across. Dead serious. And when practice happened and the media was there to be able to talk to him after, he stood on it.
Yeah.
Was there any perspective or explanation that maybe you wanted to give everyone for some context behind those comments?
Which context? Which comments are you referring to?
I believe it was a Twitch stream where you said I think you alluded to the fact that you weren't totally happy or things weren't going well work-wise.
Yeah, I think I think that's fair. I think if you got eyes, you can see that. The same things I've been saying all season. So me making light of my situation on Twitch with my friend, that's something I'm not apologizing for. Because like I said, if you got eyes, you can see that. And so that's me trying to laugh through my situation.
This is actually, he called it on the stream. We didn't play this part, but he called it a bleep show. What's going on with the Eagles? And then
what's their record?
Yeah, I mean,
I've never seen anything like this, or at least not to this magnitude.
Mm-hmm. So as of right now, the Eagles are
7-2.
7-2.
I've never seen anything like this.
Is that 3.5 games clear of the next best team in their division, which is the Dallas Cowboys.
But
their point differential is a plus 26. You want to know who has a better point differential than that? The Houston Texans at plus 54, right?
Man.
there are a number of teams that are doing better offensively. They are being carried by their defense. Mm-hmm. This felt very J.K. Dobbins-esque from A.J. Brown, because he's right? Yeah. They have an abundance of talent offensively. Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, who had a fantastic game in this past weekend. And it just feels like they are getting mediocre offensive results from it. Yeah. And it is right for him. I know that wide receivers are qualified or classified rather as divas, and to some extent maybe that's the case that he wants the football, but also he's getting to a larger issue that is 100% there.
He is absolutely right. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you anticipate this getting fixed?
I anticipate them feeding him the ball. I really do.
Feeding who the ball?
A.J. Brown.
I don't think that they do.
You don't think they do?
I don't think, because this is a number of years.
They have to have.
They've done this dance back and forth a number of years.
He been kind of loud all season long.
They have to have him.
I'm at this point. Hey, don't drop him on fantasy then.
I would heed the man's advice, because he's been doing this a little while. He's telling you a little something about what's going on here.
Sirianni, is he the? Actually, kind of is, isn't he?
I want to note it. I want to note it. It wasn't me.
Yeah,
I didn't bring it up.
Isn't Sirianni? He kind of is the guy that would say, "I'll show you," right?
What do you mean when it comes to
not feed him because of the stuff that has been said?
Like in theory, because he was going back and forth with fans and stuff.
Yeah, I could kind of too. Yeah, and they're winning even without A.J. Brown.
Yeah,
I could kind of see that.
By the way, Nick Sirianni's response to this makes an appearance in Buy or Sell It.
Well, that's fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's rough up there. And yes, this is part of why I will never fully let go of my Sirianni disrespect. Because again, you're an offensive mind. Why does this keep happening?
Yeah.
Why does this keep popping up? All right, some other things around the NFL, and it's worth noting that Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus, streaming on November 16th, just 3 days from today. On Paramount Plus, it's the return of Landman. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back, and then it's also featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. That's Landman. New season streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus. Earlier on in the week, Sean McDermott, who is one of those coaches that I think is in an interesting place with the Bills, we'll be seeing them relatively soon next week. In fact, a week from today, you'll be seeing the Bills here in Houston. He said earlier in the week that he has confidence in Joe Brady. And this comes up because Brian Daboll was fired. That's a man who had previously been the offensive coordinator there in Buffalo. He was the guy on whose watch Josh Allen became, the Josh Allen that we came to know, the dude that ultimately becomes an MVP. So people are like, hey, Daboll's available. You going to go get him? Sean McDermott shows his confidence in Joe Brady. Is this the right look for Sean McDermott?
Well, it's the right look, but is it what he's really thinking?
I think it is.
Is the question. I just say no. We like our guy.
Is it Tyler Dunn who is the who does a lot of coverage of the NFL with his Go Long Substack, I believe, or whatever newsletter? It's a very good one that's referenced frequently, I think, on the morning show with Sean and Seth. He was alluding to the fact that it was kind of an oil and water situation there between Daboll and McDermott when he was there. Just kind of different personalities, not necessarily that they were on a different, wavelength football-wise, but just kind of different personalities. So I could get that. But this did bring up to me, especially after all of the conversations about Brian Daboll and what he, would he be an offensive coordinator that the Texans should look at? Is there a place that you think of for him to land ultimately? Is there a place that you're actually thinking of him landing?
For Daboll? Man, I've lost a lot of confidence in him just overall. Now, play caller, maybe he's that guy, that is, fit to be a coordinator but not a head coach. I wouldn't have a lot of confidence in it.
Yeah, it's one of those interesting places. I've seen things kind of like people bringing up the fact that he has Penn State ties. Like, could he get that Penn State job? So I've seen people talk about like pairing him with maybe like a defensive head coach.
And taking the reins.
And because, an offensive coordinator there and, handling that offense in that place. Daboll continues to confound me in some ways because I don't know how much to value him as an offensive play caller. Like, clearly he was talent. I don't know that I attribute that to him. We saw what happened with Daniel Jones under him, and it looked better, but I don't know, again, how much to say that is him creating that with Daniel Jones, especially seeing Daniel Jones come and do this now on the backside of it after they decided to walk away from him. But he does seem to have a level of experience and capability where the desire should be there, I imagine.
Does. My confidence level in him as a coordinator, though, has dropped. And I guess the Daniel Jones thing is probably the biggest factor, if I had to guess.
Possibly.
Yeah.
So we'll see what that looks like. I just found that to be interesting. But, yeah, the Bills feel good about Joe Brady, even though that they don't run the ball consistently necessarily. That's one of those things that's been an issue the last couple of years. And you remember Joe Brady was the dude that got this thing humming when they fired Ken Dorsey out of nowhere a few years back. And I thought that was a bad move in the moment, ended up looking good. It almost feels like in sports and particularly in football, you make a move and it's good, but it's only really good for a moment, right? It'll eventually come bad at some point. It's just how long does it take?
It depends. Some of them are kind of exposed, that it has to be a particular set of circumstances for them to thrive. And then when they get out of that, I mean, we're familiar with that here, that it doesn't work.
Yeah. Some other things around the NFL. I forgot to make mention of this yesterday. Junior, as I like to call him, Marvin's son out there in Arizona. He apparently had to deal with it. He had a little bit of a surgery. He's going to be out this weekend. And I mentioned the Giants. I actually, instead of moving away from that, I should stay there. Jameis being the starter. It's already paying dividends yesterday. And I think that we had gotten to the point that not only is he the number 2 quarterback, but Jackson Dart looked like he would not be going this weekend, so it will be Jameis starting. So Jameis was put in front of the media, and Jameis did what Jameis do.
I want fans to know that I'm going to do my best. Obviously, I'm going to have fun, but I'm going to execute, have a surgical execution, and just play ball, man. Like, this is something I've been doing since I've been 4 years old, and I just get to do it in the greatest city in the world. I'm going to be saying it with my son. It's the greatest city in the world. Yeah, that's a Hamilton reference, if y'all don't know. 10-year reunion.
Why is he like this?
He's the best. Absolutely the best. And my favorite part might not be the singing, it might be a surgical precision.
Like, who are you trying to convince here, Jameis?
I'm going to be surgical out there.
Like, it's too much. I feel like
it's not too much.
He's overpromising in that moment.
No, it's not too much. He might be overpromising, but it's not too much.
It is. It is too much. It is too much. I would say that. However, it don't matter because people are going to eat it up all the way around. All right, and then real quick before we go here, I did want to make mention of this because this one tore me up. I'm not going to lie. Like I didn't think it would do this. Obviously, we all know about the passing of Marshawn Nealon, the edge rusher for the Dallas Cowboys, second-year player, had a big night on Monday Night Football, and then a couple days later, he took his own life or died via suicide. And Brian Schottenheimer this week, gave us some news. Actually, yesterday, gave us some news that really hit me to my core about Marshawn and everything. He made it known that Marshawn's girlfriend, that obviously he left, was also pregnant.
Yeah.
And I was like, goodness gracious, man.
It's just it guts you, right? Everybody can hopefully not relate, but everybody can sympathize, with what that is, and it just guts you. His girlfriend pregnant, never going to meet his or her father. Just absolutely horrible.
Yeah, and it's weird because, like, again, in talking about the gravity of the situation, knowing that this is a dude who was, I believe, a second-round pick, so he was set to make a decent amount of money even in that rookie contract. And just made a big play on top of the world. A reminder that it doesn't matter what the circumstances look like. People are dealing with all sorts of things, so you want to make sure to be as kind as possible to everybody in any circumstance. But it did make me think, though, because there is a Marshawn Nealon Memorial Fund that's been set up for his girlfriend. I'm like, damn, he played a year and change. How much of that money did he actually get? How much of that is liquid? Like, how much of that went into training and establishing things for themselves? So, I mean, there is a question as to, like, what that stability is for that family. So, if you are so desired to, like, show some level of appreciation or show some level of support, go and look up the Marshawn Nealon Memorial Fund, where people are giving to try and help support his girlfriend and now his soon-to-be baby that's coming on the way that I had no idea about, and it really ripped my heart out hearing about that when it happened. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. Coming up next Thursday, our weekly hit with ND Kalu. We'll do that next.
All right, Ability Trees right.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. In fact, a Thirsty Thursday in which the fellas of the drive will be out and about in the great city of Houston, as you know them to do. This time, the Buffalo Wild Wings at Willowbrook. That is where they will be. So make sure that you...
8507 Queens Boulevard.
Yes, I wasn't even going to give the address, but now I have to because you went ahead and did that. Let me go ahead and now I don't know where it is. See what you did?
8507 Queens Boulevard.
The worst part about it is I never am trying to set you up for that. It's never the intent.
The best part is I laugh every time.
Right.
Like, it just makes me laugh.
So, someone who I'm sure also appreciates that joins us now on the phone line, as he does every Thursday. He played rush edge in the National Football League, and especially for your Houston Texans. And he joins us now. His name is Andy Kalu. What's happening, my man?
What's going on in the loop? How are y'all doing?
Doing all right. Man. Doing a lot better than we could have been if things did not go the way that they did on Sunday. What for you was the thing that you keep coming back to? Because there were so many things that was crashed into that comeback victory on Sunday. What's the thing that you keep coming back to and thinking about when you think of that football game?
Davis Mills rushing for that touchdown. You know, the way he played the first three quarters, you're starting to question and wonder how this game is going to end up. But I just felt like I felt him on that run where he was just – when he took off, I said to myself, he's getting in that end zone. And it's not because I'm overly confident in his athleticism or his running ability, but he was running with frustration at how the game was going, but he was also running with the confidence that his defense has kept them into the game and they still have a chance to win it. And I just always go back, and when I talk to some of these other stations out of town about that game, I just go back to that play. And you have to credit the offense. They continue to just allow the team to still be in the game late in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, you mentioned the defense, and that's exactly where I was going to go, Andy. We're going into Week 11, man. This is not just the early part of the season anymore. Does this defense have a chance to be an all-timer?
I mean, yes. So the answer is yes. The problem is it's still a team sport. And as great as the defense is playing, if for whatever reason, and I'm not making any predictions with the schedule, but if they finish off, 7-10 or 8-9, it's just going to be one of those, man, that was a rough season, but the defense played pretty well. But if they can turn it around as a team and sneak into the playoffs, insert playoffs, but if they can sneak into the playoffs, and then we're going to look and say, man, as bad as things were early on, the defense kept them in. And I think people will remember this season on the defensive side of the ball more if the team has success. And that's just how it is any and everywhere. You can have a great quarterback on a bad team, and you're not really going to appreciate his talent because the overall results. This is the ultimate team sport, and you have to win. But I'm with you. I mean, for people like really watching the Houston Texans and people who've been following this team from day one, yeah, this will automatically go down as one of, if not the best defenses that we've seen in one season.
And with that defense, it's kind of funny because all through the season, it feels like it's either been Danielle eating or Will Anderson Jr. eating. This was like the first day where we got a little bit of both happening. And, of course, I can't say a little bit of Danielle. Like, is that as simple as just a pick your poison proposition for opposing offenses? Is that all that is, or is there something else happening that you see?
No, I mean, that's what it is, but this is what I expected going into the season when I knew that they had the best edge combo in the NFL. When you hear that, the thought is, oh, man, so each game, each guy's going to have 2 sacks. No, it's going to be one of those situations where when one of your greats is not having it stat-wise, then the other guy is, and then he's picking up for him. So you're always going to have that presence on the edge. And keep in mind, even though Danielle Hunter had a little sack drought, I think it was 3 or 4 games where he didn't have a sack, you still saw him. He still had a presence on the field. And trust me, those offensive tackles and offensive coordinators after some of those games, they weren't going like, oh, where was Danielle Hunter? He didn't show up. It was one of those, man, he was still disruptive. He was still causing the offense to change their thought process. So that's what it means to have two great edge rushers, in my opinion.
And the production is still there when it comes to pass rushing. What are you seeing like all the way around for the defensive front? Because I know at various points the ability to leak up the field for a quarterback was there. Running backs maybe at times could slide through with the aggression that would happen. Does it feel like that has been really rectified on this defensive line?
Reggie, what do you have against these details? You've been trying to get me to say something negative about the inside defensive line.
He's a hater, man. He hates edge rushers and defensive linemen.
I see they say something bad about Nigeria. Like, what's going on?
No, I just really like getting into the depths of it. It's something that I keep explaining, or when I talk about it, is it always feels mean to bring any of this up because the defense has been so good. But because of how important they've been, like we've had a microscope in doing that. There's been those small moments, but is this now steeled up to where there's nowhere to go for an opposing offense?
All jokes aside, the way you're thinking is how winners think, and that's how champions think. Because I remember when I was in Philadelphia and our defense was riding high, then when we'll go to film room on Monday, the great late Jim Johnson will talk about, man, let me tell y'all why y'all had a horrible game. And we just held somebody to 10 points. And he would bring up, you know what, there isn't any gap integrity on these plays. My linebackers aren't filling the gaps. And with what you're seeing, in the middle with the runs, with the rush lanes for the quarterback, that's absolutely something I hope that they're looking at. Like, I hope the defensive coordinator, the D-line coach, they're going in there and saying, hey, we played a great game, but against Buffalo, this blank ain't going to fly, because if you leave these rush lanes open for Josh Allen, he's going to mess around and rush for 80 yards and extend play. So I love the way you're thinking. I'm just giving you a hard time. But that is something that you want to limit, and you don't want to see it as consistently, because against the Josh Allens of the world, you're going to be coming into the studio talking about, I told y'all. I told y'all. So I 100% get it. And I don't think it's a physical issue, because I think these guys are very physical. They're very sure of a fit issue. And like I said, I really, really hope that they're seeing it the way you're seeing it, and they're not satisfied. And that's something that they're working on throughout the week.
So, Andy, we came in on Tuesday, and said we've got to have a Davis Mills discussion. And it ended up landing on what is the Davis Mills discussion, because obviously C.J. Stroud's not going anywhere, but Davis Mills, and I said this on the show Tuesday, I think most people would be lying if they didn't at some point ask themselves, could C.J. have done that? So I'm just curious what your Davis Mills discussion would be.
Ooh, I like that point. The whole, would CJ have done that? Are we talking about a particular play? Because
maybe the scramble. Maybe I was pointing to the throw of to Dalton Schultz in the back of the end zone, because Davis Mills has been so conditioned and bought in. He bought into the offense of boom, 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 get rid of the ball here. Would he have waited and trusted? It's no criticism. We know he's the guy, but what I'm saying, would he have done that throw to Dalton Schultz in the top of the back of the end zone?
But we've seen him thread the needle like that, haven't we?
But I'm talking about in terms of getting off of the main thing. Would he have thrown it into the dirt? Would he have run? I don't know. Because again, he's the guy. But it just made me think.
Here's the thing. I don't know if he makes that play. I definitely don't know if he makes the play with the legs that we saw. The one that I alluded to earlier. Mm-hmm. But if CJ's starting that game and he's healthy to make one of those two great plays. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Because I'm not thinking that with CJ starting, and this is no knock against Davis Mills, but he is the backup quarterback and he got it done. So you have to credit him. But with CJ starting, I don't know, and I'm not convinced that they had to score 19 points in the fourth quarter on offense to win the game. So that's where it's hard for me to answer that. But yeah, those two particular plays, I haven't really seen him make it this year. I know he did have one long run play. I can't remember what game. It was a home game. And I think CJ rushed for like 26 yards. I was like, oh, wow, where's that been? So, but that play with Davis Mills, like, it was close too. Like, Davis Mills was getting to that pylon, and, that was just gut and heart and want to. And I don't know if CJ would have either trusted or wanted to put his body in harm's way to make a play like that.
We're talking to our guy, Andy Kalu, here on Sports Radio 610. And a really good tape day for the offensive line in this one, especially once you got to that moment in the fourth quarter where they needed to go and get it out the mud. They were absolutely moving guys. Do you feel like you have any idea who the best five are? Because, I mean, it feels like there might have been some more names added to the conversation.
I would not mind if the coaches said, even if everyone's healthy, we're going to stick with the five that we rocked with last week until they prove that they aren't the best five. I still think, and again, that's with a couple of guys who're just saying, hold on, he's a legit starter. Well, they have not been playing well as a unit. I wouldn't, and it would take guts. It would be kind of ballsy to say, hey, I know you're healthy. We'll watch and get some mental reps, and let's see if we can pick up where we left off last week, because you're still trying to find that mix that you need on the offensive line to get this thing going. And let's be real, I threw out playoffs, and it sounds crazy now, but that was the expectation. The expectation before the season was to win the AFC South, get into the playoffs, and then go from there. So if that's still the goal, and coming off the way the offensive line played last week, I would not be mad if they said we're going to stick with this five.
Hey, they're not afraid to make some bold decisions. They started C.D. Sow at guard, which was just a complete head scratcher to me. So maybe you never know with these guys. Yeah.
Now I'll put him on a short rope. I don't like God, dog, a brain freeze. But I don't like mixing up the offensive linemen during the subbing. Subbing out offensive linemen during the games, because they're used to playing the entire game. And even when it's a blowout, regardless of what side you're on, you always see that the offensive line stays intact. But that's still one. There are a couple plays where, he needs to know that somebody's looking over his shoulder.
Mm-hmm. All right, ND, is there any qualms for you about the Texans getting it done this Sunday? Because it feels weird. We keep having conversations about this being some level of gimme, and it's like, that feels like something you shouldn't do, especially with some of the historical instances of gimmies not being gimmies. Any qualms for you?
What's the Texans record?
They are 4-5.
Yeah, there's no gimmies. When you're below 500, when you're absolutely no gimmies. As a fan, Reggie, when I looked, I was like, oh, okay, they're going to beat Tennessee. Then they got Buffalo, Indianapolis, Kansas City. That's when it really gets tough. That's what I'm saying as a fan. But I hope that the players aren't saying that, because if they're saying that, then Cam Ward's going to mess around, or whoever's under center for Tennessee is going to mess around and throw 300 yards, and you're going to be scratching your head talking about how did they lose to the Titans.
Andy, we always appreciate you giving us some of your time. I told you I had a qualm for you. What's up with you not being with us next week? I hear you out here succumbing to the AI.
Oh, I'm taking an AI class. I keep seeing all these things. If you're over 40 and you're not taking AI class, you're missing the bus. So I'm like, you know what? I don't want to be that old man. So there's a class that I'm taking, and unfortunately it's on Thursday at this time. Real quick before I go, I want to send a shout out to Earl Cochran.
Yes.
He's a Houston Texan that we lost, one of my teammates, and I know he wasn't the biggest name, but when you talk about the guys he played with and the impact that he had in all of our lives, and I know when we pass, we tend to say great things about people, but this was truly, truly, truly not just a great teammate, a great friend. And we just got back from Alabama to celebrate his life. And man, you just talk about a guy that impacted so many guys. D'Amico Ryans was there, did an awesome job with the eulogy. Andre Johnson was there. So many guys that are the big names that people have heard of. That's why I was name dropping. But also guys like myself, household, and so many players, because he had that impact on our lives. Just one of the best teammates, and he's going to be truly missed. So shout out to my boy Earl Cochran and his family.
Is there a moment that you think of that makes you smile with Earl?
You know what? The way his attention to detail, he's a guy that on the field, when we're talking about, he was a defensive lineman for those that don't know. So we had a lot of discussions talking about some of the things. He would love to talk to you, Reggie, about what's going on with the interior line. Like, he doesn't hold back. You would love him. Y'all would probably spend 30 minutes just talking about the issues with the interior of the defense. And he was just so detail-oriented. And I remember it just blew my mind away, because when we were here with the Texans, I was about 6 years ahead of him, older than him. But I'm listening to him and learning from him like he was the vet, because of the things that he would see on film.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Very
that was nice.
appreciative. Thank you for bringing that. And obviously, condolences to you as well, because obviously a person that loomed large in your life, just like D'Amico and all the other folks that you mentioned there. So condolences to you. Obviously, condolences to the family, but always appreciate you giving us some of your time on a Thursday.
No, appreciate y'all. Hate that I'm going to miss it with the AI training. Then the following week, I might have my AI robot do my questions for me.
There we
y'all
go.
Y'all won't even know.
There we go. Yeah.
Indeed.
You've unlocked the secret.
That's a real quick way to ruin our friendship. I don't like that. Still love you always. Appreciate you, my man. Have a good one.
Feelings mutual. Y'all keep up the good work.
There's ND Kalu, joins us every Thursday here in the Loop. Let's get into what's popping. The Rockets, one of the really fun performances on a Thursday night. We'll talk about that. But also, there's some news that's going on today with Mack Rhodes that we need to dig into because the math ain't mathin'. Let's try and add it up next.
All right.
on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And I begin with what is something that honestly, if I wanted to do, Rocket a victory versus the Washington Wizards at home. Like we could have went ahead and had all the words of this particular segment or of our conversation ahead of time. This was just by the book, exactly what you expected to happen, an absolute trouncing of the Washington Wizards.
Paint by numbers is how I like to put it.
That's a great way of putting it.
They just painted by numbers, got it done the way you wanted to see them get it done. Not necessarily the way that we thought it would be at the start of the season, but this is how they play. We talked about that to start the show. And boy, did they have 81 at the half?
Yes, that is it. 81 points at the half. A weirdly low-scoring third quarter made it look a little bit closer. Ultimately, 135-112 was the final. And I'm gonna be honest, the eyes on that second half weren't as locked in because the Rockets they had opened this up to a great degree. Worth noting, Rockets shot 48% from three.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
The shooting was pretty good all the way around. And of course, hats off, right? If we're just gonna do this, Tari Eason gave you 20 of them things off of the bench, and it was in large, well, not entirely, but in large part because knocking down threes. The 3-point shooting for him this season has been phenomenal.
52 and change, right?
Something to that effect, right? He's right in that.
Ridiculous.
Which it's one of those things where you go, this can't be sustainable long term. But obviously, I mean, if he's shooting 52% from three, what is the regression that makes you feel bad? Like, what happens if he goes, oh, well, now he's only shooting 43% from
I'll
three?
take it.
Yeah, right? Like, the way that he is shooting, and now with a pretty good volume, because I think he's somewhere around knocking down, 50-something% from three. Like, this is such a fantastic thing for him, and it makes sense that this is a contract year for him. Not that that's why, but as long as he's healthy, he's gonna get the contract that he desires. In restricted free agency, but two, I think that he's going to be absolutely the sixth man or whichever level of kind of replacement off the bench guy that you deserve and you need for this Rockets team.
And just to reiterate, 10 games in, it's a decent sample size. The Rockets aren't what we thought they were going to be necessarily. We know they were going to be able to score some points, but they are an offensive team. They are an offensive team, putbacks, offensive rebounds, and obviously shooting. I'll take it. I'll take it. We talked about it earlier. I think we might be looking at this whole team wrong. This is what they are.
On top of the fact that I talk about making threes, and the leader in the clubhouse was Reed Sheppard. He had 21 points himself. Both of those guys had fantastic outings, in addition to Steven Adams just absolutely coming in, doing exactly what you expect of him. 8 rebounds in 17 minutes. just gobbling all of the rebounds up. But no, Reed looked fantastic in this game, and it wasn't just that he was knocking down his shots. It continues to be a level of confidence, a level of time and place.
Playing loose.
Yes. That's the thing that gets really comfortable to see. Was there anything else that, again, I don't even know how deeply you watched this game. Was there anything else that jumped out to you?
No. Reed Sheppard and Amen, just a complimentary way that they play each other. They kind of become two different offenses when they're on the floor, which you would expect. And the rebounding. The rebound. And again, these are just numbers that I was looking at during the game, so I could be wrong, but I think it was like a 25 board edge at halftime, something like that.
And again, it was to be expected. This Wizards team, more of a professional outfit, but still not on the same level by any means as the Rockets. The Rockets will welcome in the Trailblazers tomorrow. Remember, the Trailblazers being helmed by Tiago Splitter because the usual head coach, he's a little busy right now. But that's a Blazers team that's not bad, but again, another opportunity for the Rockets to get out and continue to display their wares 10 games into the season. But we talked about this, and I think you wrote this down as Tuesday being a good night. You had another one of them. Did you see your man Nikola Jokic?
There was some good basketball. You talk about my eyes on the Rockets. They were wavering to some other games because you said it yesterday. Wow, what a wild night of NBA action. Did you see last night? Jokic was 55 and could have had 65?
Wait, hold on. You said Jokic had 55. Did you see how many shots he took?
How many was it?
All right, give me 1 second. Let me make sure I get this box score up because I want to give you the right number. Now, to be fair, they were playing against the Clippers, who just yesterday, Brad Beal was scratched for the season. They've had some injury issues, and just generally, they haven't been nearly as good as they should be. Even with that being said, Nikola Jokic took them to the cleaners. I told you, 55 points. He took 23 shots.
This is ridiculous.
What am I supposed to do with that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I don't think he...
12 rebounds as well.
And didn't really play in the fourth quarter. The other game that was sort of making headlines, you had the Warriors and the Spurs. Steph went for 46.
Oh, that's cute.
And the Spurs had two dudes with a triple-double, Wemby and Castle. It was a great game.
The thing I keep asking myself, is this sustainable in the NBA this year?
Well, it's what, that's how we tied it in with the Rockets earlier in the show. It's what the NBA is right now. You're getting a lot of buckets. It's an up and down game this year. I mean, think about it. We're saying casually, the Rockets won 135 to whatever. 135 points?
Yep.
135 points.
And well put
80 in the first half.
81 in the first half.
Yeah, well put by 832 KD with the nice smooth 16 in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Right? It's just like it just did not feel like it was too difficult.
Yeah.
Them putting this up.
That's cute.
Yeah, a couple notes to bring in here, or this note real quick. Hunter Brown did indeed finish top 3 in Cy Young voting, and I say that for a very particular reason because he wasn't 1 or 2. However, he did what we needed. One, he deserves the accolade and the just the honor of being on that proverbial podium of being the top 3. 2, as we had mentioned earlier, he already garnered the Astros an additional pick in the upcoming draft, which is going to be helpful in replenishing your farm. As the Astros are still hiring a new farm director, aren't they? Like
they're hiring everybody.
Which I
have 3 hitting coaches now, by the way.
Right? Yeah, that was a very interesting thing that came down yesterday.
Yeah.
And this, I don't even remember who was making mention of this, but with the hitting coaches, and I apologize for not having their name, different levels of expertise and roles. I'm very intrigued, and of course we'll dig into this more, especially once we get to spring training, how that affects this team. Having the different roles with the hitting coaches and if that changes what you're able to see. But Hunter Brown 3rd in the AL Cy Young race. Of course, it goes to Tarek Skubal. It had to. He was a fantastic. Garrett Crochet ends up 2nd there. But Hunter Brown, salute to you, young man. You were fantastic in what you did last season, and you deserve being on that podium. Real quick before we go, and I hate that I put this far late, but it is of great import. Earlier today, it was breaking news that Mack Rhoades, who is the athletic director at Baylor, although I guess I shouldn't say that anymore, he was the athletic director at Baylor, also was the chief or the chairman of the College Football Playoff Committee, as you've seen on Tuesdays when they announced their top 25 poll. He arbitrarily and randomly stepped down this morning. And it was just one of those things where it was like, oh, that's weird.
Yeah. It got weirder.
Can you give us the weirder update that we got today?
Yeah, he stepped down from Baylor and obviously as well as the College Football Committee. But now I think this was a Waco report at first, but Adam Rittenberg from ESPN confirmed just less than an hour ago, confirmed that it received allegations involving Mack Rhoades on November 10th, that Baylor did. They do not involve Title IX, student welfare, NCAA rules, football program, and separate from the previously reported Michael Trigg incident in which
Michael Trigg, a tight end on the football team,
dressed him down, no pun intended, for something he was wearing and got into it with Baylor football coaches over, the way he was yelling at this guy or whatever during a game. So it doesn't involve any of those things. Again, Baylor received allegations involving Mack Rhoades that don't involve Title IX, student welfare, NCAA rules, football program, or Michael Trigg.
So it's not distribution of money. It's not NCAA rules. It's not football, and it's not this previously. This sounds like personal conduct type stuff. Which yikes!
Yes,
I don't want to speculate. I don't know exactly what it is, but I imagine we will get that information sooner rather than later. A wild, wild place to be in the world of college football, and we'll follow up on that when we get more information. But yeah, the Baylor AD, or previously Baylor AD, is now stepping down from his position, both on the College Football Playoff Committee and as the athletic director at Baylor. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. Coming up next, We enter the 12 o'clock hour where, again, we will make available a 4-pack of tickets to see the University of Houston Cougars take on TCU next week. We'll give those away. But also, let's do a little progress report. I've asked this question a few times this year to this point. But now, where are you with Nick Caley? And we'll talk about more from Nick Caley from the podium yesterday. We'll do all that next.
Ready? The Texans are headed to... Here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610. And Pres John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thursday to you. Appreciate you rocking with us. 713-572-4610, the number to text, in addition to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live streams, both on YouTube and the Twitch chat. Let's do a little progress report. Where are you with Nick Caley now, right? We've had some of these conversations at times after some of the low points for this offense particularly. I'm interested. Where are you now, especially after that Jags game where things came back around? Because Nick Caley, along with Matt Burke, Frank Ross, the coordinators talked yesterday. I know that's a little bit odd. Usually it's a Thursday that they talk on a normal week. However, things were flipped around, I believe, to accommodate DeMeco Ryans, who we just learned gave the eulogy, or a sort of a eulogy at Earl Cochran's, I guess, celebration of life is what I've seen it termed as, basically, which, again, obviously condolences to all the people for whom that loss matters a great deal. But Nick Caley talked yesterday, and there were some things that he kind of reflected on in his time at this point. Can you give me cut 13 here, Fig? Because in particular in this game, there was just kind of like a lot of conversation just about what happened with the comeback. But this question specifically is one that I think matters to us right now as we're trying to find that transition into the Titans game. Hey, Nick, is there anything that you did well against the Jags that you think you can carry over into this Titans game?
Well, I think the second half we played cleaner. We were more efficient. We were able to move the ball forward more consistently. I think the first half was just, we got into some bad long yardage situations, which always makes it tough. Never could really get into a rhythm, I would say. So I think we were able to put some positive play. Not that the third quarter, there's not many plays in the third quarter either, but being able to just continue to get positive plays, to continue to convert on third down and possession downs, and really just be able to operate our offense. And I thought that it was a testament to our guys really going out and executing, and doing a great job of that. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yes.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah. So you asked the question, where are you? And I'm gonna tell you where I am, because it's complicated, right? It's the old Facebook. It's complicated thing.
Okay.
I mean, you just heard him right there. Well, we weren't real good in the first half, getting in long distance. Weren't real good in the third quarter, but got it going in the fourth. I don't think they necessarily looked bad, other than those big mistakes that he's referencing. Early on, they were just kind of shooting themselves in the foot, which is exactly what he said. So it's very, very complicated with Nick Caley. You got to love his stick-to-itiveness, as people like to say. We've talked about, the energy and how hard he works, and, certainly, trusting his assistants, which is what he talked about as well yesterday, the quarterback passing game things. But was something unlocked is ultimately going to be what's asked here.
And what's funny, and to go back to that particular quote, his answer seemingly is like, no. Like, it's seemingly, because again, the question was, is there anything you saw you could take over? And it's just like, no, just execution, basically. And the fact that, for a second, the quote was like, am I reading too much in it? And then you get to the nothing more, nothing less, and that feels like hell of a punctuation as to what he's doing. One thing, and this is an aside of sorts, one thing that I'm kind of interested in, and I understand why it's the case on both ends. There was a point in time late in Bobby Slowick's tenure where it felt like a lot of questions were being asked of players about Bobby. And so you kind of got the tone and tenor of how they were talking about him. I'd be very interested, even though early on there was a lot of real confidence from the players and confident speech about Nick Caley, I'd be interested to see some of those questions arise again of the players, and just see.
Well, let's see how it goes.
Right. And I guess that'll give us some feeling of it. But part of the reason why I get to this place is there's really good reason to look at Nick Caley and say that he's definitely done some things and he's come along. I even look at FTN Fantasy, which, my guy Aaron Schatz, who does a good job of like getting some more of this deeper analytics. They have metrics where they kind of rank play callers, or they play calling and they manage to quantify it, and I still don't fully understand it. However, when looking at it, the Texans' defensively clearly is much higher when you call the play caller rankings or whatever. Offensively, it was pretty average, right about, which again feels better than what it at least had felt like with Nick Caley, when it felt like he was entirely out of his depths. You take that. I take a man who's played in this league in Clint Stoerner, who on the drive said that this was
just effusive
in his praise of Nick Caley, particularly in this game and his game planning and his game calling. And meet these people that I trust, maybe even higher sometimes than myself. But then I put it on with my eye test, and I'm like, I've seen in watching this game, watching it back and watching it live, the places where him as a play caller put defenses in a tough circumstance, in a situation. Yeah. And I definitely feel better, but I think I might fall in line with Tate on the YouTube page, who says, need to see more consistency in order for me to feel good. Does that feel right to you?
Yes, 100%. Like I said, it is very complicated because of that. You know, part of like the shooting of in your own foot in the first half and not really getting it done in the third quarter, that we've questioned, are they just putting it on the players? But no, part of it is absolutely the play calling. Absolutely.
Well, this game, I don't know how much, because you remember I went through and I looked at what were the plays that killed their first 5 drives, which really very much by that point you were in the hole. In addition to like some special team stuff that happened that didn't help you. I mean, it is fumbled snap. It is not picking up, stunts or getting into these situations where you're being sacked. It's, being down in distance, absolutely factored in. It actually, in this game, early on, in the very, very early on, first few drives, it did not feel necessarily as much on the play calling. Like, this was a game where them getting down did not feel like it was as much a play calling thing. Now, there were some decision-making things when you talk about the offensive line, and we'll get deeper into that I'm sure did not help to a large degree. This didn't feel like a playmaking thing, and so I'm trying to find, because very early on in this season, relatively at least I should say, I got to a place where I was like, oh, this dude's out of his depth. Yeah. I don't feel quite like that anymore.
That's interesting, because they call element into plays going bad. Now, outside of Davis Mills just dropping the ball, that one is not, horrible play call. It can't even be. But a lot of times when you get in these third and long situations, it's not just execution. It's the execution can be blamed because the play call was not right for what the defensive look was. You know what I'm saying? So I think it all ties in together.
So this was an interesting question asked of Nick Caley yesterday. How much has your vision on the sidelines? Watching the plays developed since week 1? Because we know he was trying to make that decision. Is he going to be in the booth? Is he going to stay on the sideline? How much has that changed since week 1?
Yeah, no, I feel good. I mean, I feel like anything else, it's, the more reps you get into it, like anything else, the better off it is. And but I feel good. I feel good about being able to see it. I feel good about the communication that we have within a staff. That's what the staff's for too. I mean, we have good dialogue, good communication. We solve problems together, and that's what a staff does. So got a really good staff, good people. We've got coaches and players that are connected, that communicate well on the sideline and get good feedback, and we solve problems. Look at the pictures, see what we had on the live takes, and be able to see how we want to move forward, from series to series. And sometimes, you get some unscouted looks. Sometimes it's more similar to what you thought you were going to get, and you go from there. But I feel good about the communication. I feel good about the approach and the vantage point, definitely.
This felt really transparent.
It felt transparent, but was that encouraging? Well, again, it goes back to, boy, a lot of complicated things going through your mind here, because on the one, transparent and honest, and that's what you want, right? He's like, it's basically saying, it's coming along. And I'm like, that's not exactly what we want to hear. Well, but on the other hand, not only is that not good, but you also feel like he does feel like he's got a better grasp of things.
Yes. It definitely feels like
it's coming along.
And I kind of did. Well, I mean, here's the thing: if he was like, "Yeah, we're fully there," that would be less encouraging. The idea that it's coming along, you can see some improvement, and so the idea that seems to track with what he's saying there is interesting. On top of that, the idea that he basically unwarranted or like unsolicited started talking about like the team, the offensive staff. That I found very interesting because it feels very much, one, it's a clear juxtaposition to what we had last year with Bobby Slowick, at least what we kind of got in retrospect when it comes to him and his ability to leverage the various other repositories of knowledge that he had around him. This feels like very clearly, oh no, we are solving all these problems together because you kind of need to. Yeah. But I kind of appreciate that because it does feel like they're finding better answers, and it seems like it might be in part because they're leaning heavily into all of the answers that various guys, whether it's Shaplinski or Gerard Johnson or Bill Lazor, it feels like they're doing a better job of tapping into that, and I hope that's why they were better in the red zone this week.
So glad you brought that up. Remember, just last week, D'Amico was saying, we got to change something.
Yeah.
Like, flat out.
Yeah.
We got to change something. I heard because I'm like, that's what they're changing. Whether it was, per D'Amico's orders or Nick Caley, who's obviously been worked very well with all those three guys that you mentioned, saying, all right, what do you guys think about the passing game approach, against the Jaguars? And maybe leaning more into that, maybe accepting more, using that more. I feel like that was very, very key. And that actually is encouraging because you've heard me say it. Not only did D'Amico say we got to change something, I flat out wondered, I should say, is he in over his head? And when I say that, I've meant the passing game because he's a tight end guy, he's a run game guy, it's what the offense is, et cetera. So I'm wondering if maybe that is the most encouraging thing, able to take on some of these passing minds, passing game minds, and using them.
Yeah, and using them to good effect.
Yes.
It does, though, make me question, and again, there's a lot of reading into it that we're doing right now, so there's a possibility that we just might be too deep in the sticks here.
Mm-hmm.
But it's week 10?
It's going into week 11.
Is this to maybe say that the lack of full effect that we've seen, or that to this point, is in part because they had not found that rapport and they had not been able to dig deep into their abilities all the way around and get the most out of it? Is that what we're saying here?
I mean, maybe. Maybe. Being able to. We always said it'd be 4 or 5 weeks. Well, it's now 10, and it finally seems to be something that they might be grasping, just the dynamic in the offensive room.
From the 3-4 and we win a game that's tight the whole time, like the Rams, the Bucks. Okay.
I don't disagree too much.
There's still some hurdles for I think fully impressed from myself, but I have to give him some credit. And I mean,
and by the way, red zone was better.
Red zone was not just better. Red zone was damn good.
3 out of 4.
Red zone was damn good. In that moment.
How much of that was him? How much was it? What we're talking about here is collaboration. Is this becoming a better collaborative offensive game plan? And even though he's the one ultimately making the calls, like on the field, other people put in those passing plays for each opponent. Did he collaborate more on, we're going to do more of this? They put in a red zone package. In fact, didn't Davis Mills say after his big run that was a repeat? So when it broke down, I knew I could make that run. So is there more collaboration there?
Whatever it is, right? Whether it's collaboration, whether he took a step up, the results were significantly better. If you can replicate with whatever process that they had, replicate or have some level of replication of the results at the very least in that fourth quarter, you're setting yourself up for a path of those games that we're looking forward to. You have opportunities, you have chances, and then maybe you can get in the playoffs and ultimately rectify whatever the beginning of this season was. That's what I'm invested in. And so that's why that particular answer meant something to me, because it felt like, okay, this is something I could circle as to, okay, tangible change. Because you go back to that first one, and what he's saying is, oh, well, they just executed. That doesn't feel like something where I go, okay, that second though, the idea that, oh yeah, I'm finding more comfort. It feels like we have, some real good collaboration and we're doing that. That feels like it's something. You know what I mean? That feels like that's something that can be leaned on. Although, you know me, it wouldn't be me if I didn't find something that made me go, Can you give me this cut 3 here, Fig? What went into Woody Marks taking the bulk of the snaps here?
Yeah, I think it goes with everything. You go into a game and you sit there and you try to have balance in a variety of ways for all the right reasons. And sometimes you get into a rhythm and he played well and he was playing well down the stretch. I think they both complement him and Nick both complement each other. So he did well. It's hard to say how every game's going to go. Sometimes it doesn't go the way you want it to, but he did a great job and I thought played consistent throughout the game and happy with his performance for sure.
Yeah, that there is no questioning. He was also asked about his ability to take as many snaps as he did versus previous games. There's no question in my mind. When D'Amico said something's got to change, we got to change something. I think he was looking specifically at Woody Marks and maybe some of the the offensive attack, the play calling, the passing game.
Are you sure there though? Because that very much sounded like the circumstances of the week dictated him having a majority of the snaps, and that they might do this thing where they flip this thing back around again.
I don't think so. That's very Patriots 101.
Okay,
we're a game plan offense, etc. I think you're going to see more of Woody Marks.
That I'm not going to lie. I really hope that you are correct in that. But again, I've been hurt before.
Mm-hmm.
I've been hurt before with some of these games being like, it feels like they found something. They go back.
Oh, we all have.
And it hit my ear, at least, as the circumstances of the week dictated that he have more snaps. But only God knows what happens, right, another week or next week. And so that's one of those things that I think I'm continuing to sit with. But ultimately, when it comes to the progress report on Nick Caley, I think we're trending forward, right? Mm-hmm. We are definitely trending forward, which, again, is a good thing, especially when you have a defense that looks like it's also in a place where it will absolutely shut you the bleep down. So I understand there's some people that are like absolutely need to be better 1 yard on offense. Still want to see something better, right? When you compare Slowick to Caley, they need to recognize that Slowick had Tunsil and Stephon Diggs and Tank and Joe Mixon, where maybe if Tank Dell is available or something like that, this looks different. All of those things fair. But I think the progress report largely, even if it's not a huge change forward, it clearly feels like there's a change forward for this offense. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions, and we'll do those next on Sports Radio 610.
Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Yeah, this is another one of those where I'm like, should I? And of course, I always say, yeah, go ahead and do it. All right, so Figgy, I saw a tweet this morning. Well, Figgy and Reggie, but this seems like it's kind of in your wheelhouse.
It's fine. I'm busy anyways.
This is a term that you've used in the past. I saw a tweet this morning, and it only had two elements to it. It said, Carly Ursay Gordon, period, hear me out.
All right. Okay.
And the confession is I went like, yeah, I could kind of see that.
I'm surprised you just saw that, man. They've been talking about that the last 2 or 3 weeks.
I know, but half the time you see a picture of her and she looks like the crazy ex-girlfriend meme, you know? And then half the time you're like, all right.
What are we doing here? I thought all the Carly Ursay Gordon conversation was about, like, look at her being a manager, stepping down to the level of her employees and understanding what they do.
And that's where I've been.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I've been. Like,
sure.
In the owner, by the way, if you didn't know, or president, whatever it is, not president. Anyway, she's in charge.
Would you say she was a governor of sorts?
No, not a governor. Definitely not that. I've always I respect what she's doing. That's awesome. You know, you got to give her a lot of credit. But when I saw that this morning, I went, they might not be wrong. they might not be wrong. Yes or no?
Sure.
Yeah?
Sure.
Hear me out?
Yeah. Right. I'm not mad at it.
Yeah. I was kind of embarrassed.
I think that is a good hear me out though, because a lot of times I feel like it's getting played out now. Like, I don't want to hear me out for Rihanna or hear me out for Beyonce or something like that.
Yeah.
Is it a good hear me out?
That's right. Look.
She's a 45-year-old rich woman.
But like the pictures is what I'm saying that are.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean,
sometimes you're like, oh,
there's a lot of 45-year-old probably rich women or kind of women that you wouldn't mess around with. You say, nah, I'm good.
Yeah. I'm talking about like just even beyond, not even including the rich part. I mean, that's
well, no, it's not even. But my point of bringing up the rich part is that she has the resources to help make herself.
But I'm saying like just if you saw her.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So not crazy? Because I was kind of like, yeah, maybe. But then I saw another picture and I went, ooh.
I don't think it's crazy. Right. I do think it's. For a lot of fellas, it's kind of attractive seeing her on the sidelines and just kind of making moves and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's just a random woman sitting there. I think it's the whole on the sideline with the headset and all that stuff. I think that's kind of where the hear me out come from too.
All right.
These are my confessions.
It's one of the things that I have always maintained that I hated the most about the Last Dance documentary that came out in 2020 with Michael Jordan, the Chicago Bulls, is that everybody, well, not everybody, but so many people's takeaway was, oh, you have to be a psychopath to be an incredible athlete. And I'm always like, no. Confession is, I might be leaning a little bit further into that. This was, I don't even remember what the name of the podcast was, but Aaron Donald and Matthew Stafford, former teammates, they were together, and Matt Stafford was telling a little bit of a story about Aaron Donald and him and his meetup with a Make-A-Wish kid. And I was like, oh, that's why Aaron Donald is so good, huh?
There was this kid that was a Make-A-Wish kid, and he had beaten cancer at this point, and he was like a healthy high school kid at this point. It was awesome. He got to come in, and his dream was he wanted to hang out with AD and work out with AD for the day. AD is like, hey, man, if you're going to do it, you're keeping up with me. Like, I ain't like letting you down. And he destroys this kid. He's puking in the trash can in the hallway from bicep curls. That's how many bicep curls they did. This kid threw up from bicep curls. This is just torture for this kid. He's trying to be like, yeah, this is great. I'm with AD. This is so much fun. Inside, he's just bubbling, man. It was a tough day for the kid.
Classic
and Pete never hurt nobody, man. That's all right. He got better. He got better that day. He got better that day.
He did.
That's what we gonna say.
He did.
He's abusing a cancer kid.
Man, you hear it? I was like, he's a psychopath.
That's the real version of the Dave Chappelle skit when he's playing the little boy in was it NBA Streets or something like that, and start whooping his ass.
Or Peyton Manning throwing the footballs at those little kids.
The United Way commercial. That was a Saturday Night Live, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's taking their heads off.
But this is real life.
Yeah.
I didn't know that you could throw up from bicep curls.
Well, apparently you can if you work out like Aaron Donald.
What a sicko.
But the other part of that kid probably now, it was horrible in the moment, is like, that was the best thing ever. He'll never, ever, ever, ever forget that.
Why does it work like that?
Yeah.
It's like traumatic stories end up being cute.
That dude almost killed me, man. Aaron Donald almost killed me.
Cancer couldn't do it. Aaron Donald tried to, though.
But the thing is, if he talking to his buddies, he'd be like, man, I worked out with Aaron Donald. That is no joke. I'm telling you, you do not want to work out with him. Instead of old little soft type of workout, it's like, nah, I worked out with him.
Yeah.
That's like, imagine somebody saying, I sparred with Mike Tyson, man. No, you do not want to do that. Not a little soft little spar.
I did think, as I was listening to this, I was like, at what point in all of this did this kid realize, should I use my Make-A-Wish on somebody else?
How about Disney World?
Yeah, I mean, should I use my Make-A-Wish on somebody else?
If I'm going to throw up, it's at least going to be on a roller coaster.
I got to confess, man, I was debating on doing something, and I didn't know if it was going to be too much or not, but now I'm kind of leaning into it.
Mm-hmm.
So I got my dog Jackson a nice little grooming, gave him a mullet.
You gave your dog a mullet?
Yeah.
What does a dog mullet look like?
It looks super cool, man. Search it up right now.
Looks like a mullet.
Did you post it?
Yeah, I posted it. Just search dog mullet, just period. They are so cool, man. I can't get over this, and it's a little early in the stage.
What?
Look at these things.
It's a little early in the stage, but I'm really invested in getting his mullet up to par, though, man.
Where'd you post? I need to see Jackson's dog mullet.
Yeah.
I posted it on my Instagram at @TheFiggyFig.
Just because you think it looks cool, some of these dogs' mullets are funny. They're freaking hilarious.
I'm like, man, why don't people give their dogs mullets at this point, man? I think
we know.
I think that's a great idea, man. That give your dog so much personality, man.
Well, it gives them a personality. It does definitely do that.
Did you also get him a natty light or something? I'm so confused.
Hey, man, you got to look out for your dog, man. You got to make sure he look fly.
Does he?
Is that what? I've never heard look fly and mullet in the same sentence.
Exactly.
Not never.
But you never heard it on a dog, though, man. It look cool on the dog. I mean, I can't give him a box cut. I can't give him I can give him some locks, but I ain't about to do that.
Yeah.
Why are we giving him human haircuts? Why can't normal?
This is like the first step. There's still going to be.
It's the first, so I gotta let it grow out a little bit.
You're sticking with this?
I'm sticking with
this. So in a couple
man.
of months, he's going to look like a dog with a mullet.
Yeah.
You're gonna have Joe Dirt the dog version.
And I'm telling you, he gonna get all the hoes too. Take him to the dog park. I bet you gonna get all the attention over.
I put money that the dog girl, that the lady dogs don't like the dog mullet.
Yeah, not from poodles.
I feel like they got better discernment than that.
I bet you the humans gonna like it though.
Yeah, well that's true.
Yeah, when he start going viral, don't say nothing now.
Going viral. Jackson gonna get his own account.
Unbelievable.
These are my confessions.
So Nico Harrison, we talked about it a couple of days ago when he got fired. Got me thinking about something.
Okay.
And I got to confess, I started thinking about, all right, who's the most stable might be a little bit of a weird word. Who's on the strongest and weakest footing of Houston general managers?
Huh.
It might be Caserio.
Strongest or weakest?
Weakest.
Well, I mean, all right.
I might have to say
Dana might be
Brown.
Dana might be on weak footing.
It's either Caserio or Dana Brown.
I think it is Dana who would be on weak footing. I know that he's relatively early into his tenure, but I think the reason why I go there is they are actively cleaning the way that they operate.
But Dana is doing it.
Sure.
So that's why I think and that's what made me think of it. Like he's gaining. It's clear he has the trust of Jim Crane. 3 hitting coaches yesterday, all the cleaning stuff, but not him. He's making these hires.
Well, but the thing about it is when You're the one next time when we come to look at things, ain't nobody else to look at but you.
Right.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he has strength right now. He has more strength right now, Dana Brown. And I didn't know that was going to be the case. I would have
And Nick Caserio don't?
I think Nick Caserio, we've talked about it last week, trending down.
But do you feel like? But I feel like Nick Caserio do have the trust of that organization, though. Like, yes, this year is a bad year, or a worse year than his other couple years. And yes, he did have some bad draft picks. We could point at him, but I still feel like he got the trust from the Menares and all that. So I'm not.
I do, but there are a lot of things that people are starting to talk about as we are, and seeing, and maybe some cracks here and there. You know?
Yeah, I think I probably still will go with Dana. I don't think there's anybody for whom it's imminent. But what's very clear is Rafael Stone is made in the shade, big dog. Like, Rafael Stone is in a fantastic place.
I thought he was going to be out of here a couple years ago. Yeah. I ain't going to lie to you, man.
I'm with you.
And that's a reminder of how quick things can change. But, I mean.
And I feel like all the GMs kind of had that moment at one point, too, where you be like, oh, like, you kind of looking funny in the light.
Yeah.
And then it's like everybody trying to fight for first place at some point.
No, I agree.
No, that's an interesting thought. Yeah, who is on the? Yeah, I think it probably is in my mind. It goes Rafael Stone with a bullet.
Yeah,
and then Caserio, then Dana Brown. Someone else jumps in on the text line making mention of the fact that the Astros have won fewer and fewer games with Dana Brown.
Sure.
Yeah, if he missed the playoffs again this year or have a disappointing year again, I do feel like that might be the end of it.
I think also the question
we tend to forget all these moves that we criticize. And the expectations that we had.
Oh, buddy. Anybody forgetting that?
Yeah, no, I ain't forgetting that at all. I think we talking about it more now because they not having a great year this year.
And the question I will ask, in just, furthering that, which ownership group do you feel like has the faster trigger?
Right.
Between
not the
Texans. It's not the Menares. That's why I
think
feel
it'd be Crane.
Yeah. I feel like he got the faster trigger.
And that might be the most crucial thing.
Yeah, he let go of a World Series GM. he let James Click go after winning the World Series.
Right. James Click has some other stuff happening as well. Right. That wasn't just. You're right.
He let him go though. He got the quicker trigger.
Yeah. All right. Somebody said, "Figure you could have said your dog will get all the." Well, yeah. FCC. You don't want to do that. All right. Appreciate you rocking with us here. A little bit of a in the loop lunchtime confessions. Coming up next on a Thursday, we will do some buy or sell. Are you buying what these various folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. Play along. Let's have some fun with it next.
Yeah, let's do that right now. sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. There's some important notes from practice that we'll get to as we continue on with the program on a Thursday here, and we'll be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to see the University of Houston Cougars take on TCU. But before we do any of that, let's do a little buy or sell.
Let's do a little buy or sell. Let's go back before we move forward, and that is Sunday's game. Sunday, the legendary Davis Mills.
I'm all for comeback wins right now, John Lopez.
Yeah, I guess you are. Shout out to Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So D'Amico Ryans was asked about winning Sunday's game against the Jaguars. And among a bunch of other things, he actually did say, never a doubt in my mind. Never a doubt in my mind. You buying or selling that?
No. Even if normally I'll try and get in the mind where all right,
maybe this, maybe
that. You gotta have that belief if you're on that sideline. It's never gonna happen if you don't start with believing. But you mean to tell me there wasn't a little moment, D'Amico,
never a doubt in my mind,
where you were down 17 immediately, or even once you got down 26 or 29, or 19 points is what it was.
Or just going into that fourth quarter,
where you weren't just like, damn, I don't know if we're gonna get. Hell, y'all ended up on a fourth and game at one point.
Yeah, about 4th and 2. You're talking
about 4th and 2, where you thankfully great play, little yo-yo motion, and then send Jalen Noel out on an arrow route on the flats. It was a good play call.
Never a doubt, Reggie.
There had to be a little bit. There had to be just a little smidgen in there. I'm not trying to say that he doubted his boys in a large degree. He had to have believed, because ultimately they came back. I think there was a doubt definitely because he came out in that post game and he was like, man, it feels great. I'm like, people don't act like that when it's just like, yeah, I expected this. Then they're like, oh, woo, yeah, we did that. Just because you expected it. Come on, you doubted a little bit.
Yeah, I'm selling it too, man. I'm just imagining that moment you thinking, man, I think it's over. If you get a couple plays like, oh, wait a minute. Now we got a chance, but going into that fourth quarter.
Never a doubt.
Yeah, I think it's a little tiny bit of doubt right there.
What was there? Almost 70,000 people in that stadium? One person never had a doubt.
You said almost 70,000?
Oh, because it was empty. A lot of people didn't show up.
How much is NRG seat?
72, right?
And you think there was almost 78,000?
Almost 50,000 people in that stadium.
I was like, my math. I'm not the best.
Like a Taylor Swift concert, man.
That's right.
He had that joint packed up.
I do believe that he is of the mind, as we all know. Next play, all that stuff. But never a doubt in my mind, I'm selling that too. All right, you buying or selling this? This is a big one. This really is a big one. Dana Brown said this week, we haven't talked about trading Christian Walker. Walker's our everyday first baseman. He will get some time off. We'll play Paredes there.
So I feel like this is the answer he has to give in this moment, though. I think they definitely would, because one, let's start here. Bob Nightingale not just out here talking to talk.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think that that's the case. Secondly, I do believe that they would like to maybe get off of that money, especially with the production not being there for Christian Walker. Mm-hmm. However, it's obvious that in order to get rid of him and maybe not have to pay for all that money or a lot of that money, it's not going to be an easy sell. Walk him in the realm of possibility. If he gets out there, Dana Brown, and says, oh, yeah, we're trying to trade him, and you just can't get nobody to take him.
Sure.
Right? Now it's like, your first baseman for your Astros, the dude we said we wanted to trade. Yeah. It just doesn't work that way. So I think because of how I think it's a little bit tough to make that move, you have to say that way.
Yeah, I'm selling it for the same reason.
I'm selling that as well. Exactly what Reggie said. We don't need to add to anything that he said there. But this one is another Dana Brown, a little 1-2 punch from Dana Brown here on Buy or Sell, just because it made me laugh because we've had this discussion before. And he is a statistics whiz. So clearly I'm biased on this one. But he did say that Isaac Paredes is, quote, about 65% recovered from his hamstring.
I love this so much because first and foremost,
65. Was it like last one was like 57 or something?
I do appreciate that because I feel like way too often when people give these, let's be honest, arbitrary numbers, it's always nice and round.
Yeah.
So it ain't never like 23% loading. It's never that. Never 74.
Yeah.
He did it with Jordan's hand, right?
I think he said like 57. It was a weird one, and we laughed about that one.
So I do appreciate that he does that, but like
65.
Isn't Dana Brown the dude who just this week said that, yeah, we're taking a big look at all of our return to baseball because we felt like dudes came back too early?
Yeah.
You already did all that you did all that, and now you know that 65% is absolutely it, huh, right?
Did he get that from the old medical staff or what?
Is there a new medical staff? Like, where's this coming from?
The smartest doctor or whatever. How do they differentiate between 60 and 70% healed? Like, but he landed on 65.
65%.
65% healed.
Yeah, I just no, I'm not buying that. And it feels kind of silly, but silly in a way that I think I can appreciate. Right?
Yeah,
now.
I'm not buying it either.
Just funny. It's just funny. All right, you buying or selling this? Mike Elko.
Can I ask you something before you? And I know that I'm cutting into the time here.
Come on, man.
Who cares?
Isak Paredes at first base. Like, are you?
Yes.
You're all in on that.
Yeah, I think so. Aren't you?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think I'm interested in that if they do move on from Christian Walker.
Yeah, I am. So Mike Elko, everybody's favorite coach, he was asked about. Did you see this? He was making the rounds Monday and Tuesday. So a really good tackle. He's probably going to be drafted. Caden Green, from Missouri. They asked him after the game about the A&M defense and all that stuff and their Missouri's bad second half offensively. And he said that at times the Aggie defense knew what was coming, what play was coming. But he didn't say like, they cheated or whatever. Maybe they did, but he didn't say it. He's like, they just had scouted us so well. They were calling out our calls and all this other stuff. And so it made a lot of news in college football. Like they knew what plays were coming. And Mike Elko said, quote, "I don't know anything about that."
I'm selling it because of the way he said it.
Yeah. And he smiled afterwards.
The way he said it made me go, oh, okay. Because
did you see the video? He kind of went, "I don't know anything about
that." Yeah. There are ways that I think you can answer. And again, I end up being somebody that reads a lot into things.
Mm-hmm.
I could easily be wrong. It'd be like that sometimes. It very well could just be like, yeah, I mean, like just normal processes. We were able to, pick up and reads and know what was, have the right play calls in or whatever. He didn't say none of that. He was just like, I plead the fifth, Your Honor.
Yeah, this is very much Ty Bowles. Oh, we didn't let them run into and score on purpose. That's exactly what it was. So I'm selling it.
It's the way he said it. I don't know anything about that. Like, what? Really? They said that? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, they said that. No. We got some audio here. No, you know what? Let me do the Frank Ross one first because this was just funny to me. He was asked in his press conference yesterday about the challenges that the Titans pose. How many games have the Titans won?
A single solitary one.
One win.
Correct.
His quote, "They play spirited," which is like they've got a good personality. What are the challenges they pose? They play spirited.
That's right. Not even they play hard. Spirited.
Spirited.
Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to find a nice thing to say. That is very much great personality. That is, as I've talked about a number of times, that is, he just great glue guy. You know what I mean? We just trying to find something nice to say because we got to say something about him.
Hard worker.
Yeah, I'ma just buy it because I don't know what the hell spirited means. What do that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean in that context?
I'm gonna take his word for it. They probably do play spirited.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell it anyway.
With an interim head coach, they play spirited.
Why don't we get some audio that's going to go with it? So Joe Madden was on a podcast, and Tony Vitello, really good college baseball coach back then. Now he's the manager of the New York Giants. Straight out of college to the major leagues, and this is what Joe Madden said.
But, quite frankly, I'm using the word insulting only from the perspective that it appears as though you don't have to have any kind of experience on a professional level to do this job anymore. Because when I was coming up, you had to have all that. You had to go through the minor leagues. You had to ride your buses. I was a scout. I started in 1981. I finally got a managerial job in 2006. I mean, there was a rite of passage, a method to get to that point. So to think that somebody could just jump in there and do what you took 20-some years to be considered qualified to do, it is kind of insulting.
Is that, you buying that it is insulting?
I am buying that.
Mm-hmm.
One, I think Joe Madden is just one of the more interesting and better minds that we've had managing baseball. But I'm utilizing my experience in NFL versus college football. And the same reason why when Deion Sanders jumps in to college football and kind of seems to want to go opposite of conventional wisdom, or more specifically, when you get Lombardi and Belichick jumping in and thinking, well, because I've done it at this one type of football, I can do it at this other. You have to have respect for the uniqueness of this. And one thing that we know when it comes to college football, that is about AA baseball level of baseball. It is wild to think. I understand even in a very good manager, with all the responsibilities that a manager has at the baseball at the major league level, even though that shifted a little bit, and know how to handle all those things on top of the tremendous competition that's at the highest level. I think Joe Madden says it. I understand that it comes from like a little bit of an old fart perspective, but there is something to be said for understanding the major league game and what it entails before you step into that role where all the responsibilities on your shoulders.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna buy it on his part too, because I mean, baseball is an old fart type of sport, man. You got a lot of dinosaurs that's kind of stuck in their ways. That's probably, I guess that's the best way to put it. And I don't know. I've never seen anything like this before.
I first of all, I don't think it's going to really work. And I really respect Vitello. He's a really good college coach. But I'm buying it as well. Because and to your point about the old farts and all that stuff, Figgy and Reggie, Joe Madden was very much committed to analytics and data and all that. He evolved into very much committed to that. So it's not about that.
No, what I mean by old fart is I'm kind of like the same thing with the NFL. Like, you can't just go from a player to a head coach. You got to work the ranks. Well, I feel like MLB is probably that one where you really got to work the ranks. You got to start in minor league and double it. You got to really work your way up. We never seen nobody go from
college.
We never seen nobody rise that quick like that.
Yeah, and I guess maybe old fart wasn't the right way to say it, but sometimes, older generations or people that have gone, hey, well, you can't cut the line because I had to go through all the muck. And sometimes that rings kind of hollow or like hating. I don't think this is hating. I feel like this very much has some validity to it.
I agree.
So there you go. That's a little buy or sell here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I think this has context here, but they just say Lopez is a dinosaur. What kind? Which one? Is he a Stegosaurus? Is he a Brontosaurus? Let me know. 832-713-572-4610. That is also the number to call if you would like to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the University of Houston Cougars take on TCU next week. All you got to be is caller number 8 right now, 713-572-4610. And you will win that 4-pack of tickets to see University of Houston Cougars. Of course, that is courtesy of the University of Houston. But again, call number 8, 713-572-4610, and you'll get to watch the Cougars take on TCU next week. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we've had a lot of conversation about the offensive line. Does anybody know what the best 5 is and when it's going to actually happen for this Texans team? 713-572-4610. We discuss it next.
Danielle Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, it's Sports Radio 610, and I'm sure you want to get involved in the festivities, so make sure you get out to the Buffalo Wild Wings at Willowbrook to go hang out with the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron. They'll be out that way, and so you want to make sure you do that. Of course, I've set myself up for this, so just go ahead, because I feel like I did it to myself.
You always do.
8507 Queens Boulevard.
There it is. Be there.
Every damn time.
Yeah.
That is don't go to McDowell's.
Mm-hmm.
That's not where it's going to be. You need to go to Willowbrook. It's out there, Tomball Parkway. I believe the address is 17195 Tomball Parkway, Houston, Texas. Go see the fellas of the drive.
They'll find it without the address, right?
Well, you know where it is.
Well, there's a couple of them.
Everybody
out
knows
that
where
way.
that one is by Willowbrook. Yeah.
Okay, I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. If you don't, I'll give you that address again later.
You can hear it in the promos too.
That's true. I've been forgetting promos do it as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's been some information coming from practice today. D'Amico Ryan's going to talk, and then also Davis Mills is talking, which should tell you a little something that C.J. Stroud and Jalen Petrie again did not practice today. So again, I think that there's a clear takeaway that Davis Mills will be leading the charge for your Texans in Nashville. The no Petrie thing feels evident, but also it feels like something that they've kind of prepared for. Miles Bryant added to the 53-man roster early on in the week. Felt like that was telling in that regard. Some guys that did practice, Titus Howard and Edding toward playing, as Howard is on track to clear protocol according to Aaron Wilson, and Ed Ingram has been moving well out there at practice. That should help you solidify the right side of your offensive line. Because we do need to talk about this offensive line, because does that help you get to your final five or your best five?
Trent Brown back to the practice squad.
Well, I don't know about all that. Damn. But I think it is worth noting. Neither of your top two tight ends practiced today.
Yeah.
Neither Harrison Bryant nor Davis Mills.
But Case Stover did.
So Davis Mills. Goodness. All right, so now I'm calling Dalton Schultz Davis Mills. What is wrong with me?
Schultz. I know why you did it.
Why am I doing this?
They kind of look alike.
I mean, anyways.
No, they don't actually.
But Cade Stover and Luke Lachey are practicing.
Yeah.
Does that? I'm in my mind, I'm like, does that mean something? Is this just like Dalton Schultz is battered and bruised, and he'll just try?
He has been, right?
Yeah, for the last couple of weeks.
Shoulder and
knee, if memory serves. So he might just be on that get to game day and be able to play program at this point. But that's also interesting. But let's get to the meat and potatoes of this, which is who are the best five? Do we know? Is it going to happen at any point? That's something that we continue to look at as we try and find the foundation for this team and this offense. Is what's happening up front with the front five.
It's so weird. You can remember as far back as July, right? Because July was when we were told, we're mixing and matching, and I'm paraphrasing, but we're mixing and matching. We're gonna get to our best five and let them go.
And a couple, like he jumped up. Payne and Pendergast was like, here in a couple of weeks we'll know. It feels like a lot more than a couple of weeks for us to be here.
Yeah, he did say in a couple of weeks we should be able to move forward or whatever. So that was in July. It's November, and I was listening to, and look, they did well. They did very well, especially in the fourth quarter of the offensive line. I was very impressed with Trent Brown, surprised somewhat, all that stuff. Now Titus Howard and Ed Ingram are coming back. So it would stand to reason you just kind of plug them in. I still think Titus at guard and Trent Brown at tackle, but we can talk about that later. But I'm listening to Nick Caley, and he was talking about why C.D. South started. And figure you have this, it's number 7, but I just like what are we doing here?
Yeah, I think just every single week, again, it's a body of work. So, City had put out really good, I would say consistent performances day after day at practice and given an opportunity to go out there and compete. Nothing more, nothing less. We're going to always have an opportunity to compete. I don't think anything's fixed, and that's what practice is for.
I don't think anything is fixed. C.D. Sow had a good week of practice and started. What happened to the whole back in July, see in 2 weeks.
I want to know how good of a week of practice.
What was he doing?
I want to know, like, was he just pancaking jokers out there? He was just like, hey, 90, Sheldon Rankins, on your back, big dog. And they were like, he's got to start.
Well, he got him out of his system.
Well,
because that didn't happen on Sunday. He played 9 snaps, and then they yanked his ass. And I don't. I'm going to what's off on the offensive line. The best we've seen pretty much all year. And then you get Howard and Ingram back. It should just be boom. We now know our 5 guys. Let's go. And they're still talking about, well, he had a good week of practice, so we started him.
Yeah, it's this commitment to the bid of sorts that makes me a little shaky here. The thing that I think then you can come back around on is that they got to an answer that seemed to make some level of sense, where obviously you ended up with Drew Scruggs there as the breaking case of emergency at guard. Although what didn't make sense to me is that Drew Scruggs had been rotating at left with Lake and Tomlinson, and neither of them were to be found when Jared Patterson came in. Now, I was happy that Jared Patterson came in and showed himself and displayed his wares well, because it feels like, again, you come back to this place where now you have more guards that I think you feel good about. But we've talked about this time and time again. They haven't given me neither actions nor, the verbal responses that makes me believe that, one, that they'll correctly identify the best 5, or 2, that they will lean on them appropriately.
And let them develop together or start playing together.
That's one of the things that we talked about a lot last year when you had to do all the rotation. Is just so much about what you're trying to do, or actually not even last year, in the offseason as you're trying to justify the lack of acquisition of high-end talent on the offensive line. It's more about the cohesion that they're able to establish. And, 5 hands in a glove, or 5 fingers in a glove rather, and everybody pulling in the right direction. How much can you find that if you do all this shifting? And I say this as somebody who's like, find the best 5 and have them in on any given day. But it feels like we're taking this to a nuclear place to where you're losing the benefit of that.
Well, and so clearly, when he said that about a good week of practice and all that, obviously there was some follow-up to be had, and this is what he said.
Yeah, I think, look, what goes into it is just what can we do to give ourselves what we feel throughout the course of the week, or a cumulative body of work to give ourselves the best chance to go out there and compete. And so whoever's out there, that's what we felt, was best for the team. I thought Jared played, tough, played, smart. He's a competitor. He's got a lot of flex. He's played a lot of football. So really happy the way that he battled throughout the game.
So they're just, every week, do you feel very confident that we're going to see the best 5? And it's going to be the names that I've mentioned. We know left to right with the Ursery and maybe Titus Howard there. But if not him, one of the, like Tomlinson or Scruggs, or are they just going to be kind of looking to practice and trying to figure it out week to week?
It feels like the latter. It feels very much like the latter.
It really does.
Injuries have changed some things. They kind of settled into a rhythm once they did get to a place. So maybe that lends you some confidence. Although that rhythm also included a rotation at one of the spots, which is something that feels damn near unheard of at this level. But I hear you, 832. Or sorry, is it 832 on the text line? It's just 281 rather. That said, Jared Patterson has always stepped up for this team. Don't recall him ever not being solid. Am I missing something? That's how we all feel.
Yes.
It just feels like we're missing something, right? And I think D'Amico will tell you that, we are missing something, and that's not being privy to all of the things that they are, whether it's practice, reps, or what's happening with the guys mentally. But it just feels like whatever that's happening, it should not swing you so far. I understand somebody on the text line was like, don't nobody care about City So. Well, the thing about it is, it's not about City So himself. It's about what he represents, which is a willingness to go all the way down to your practice squad to mix things up when it feels like you have options that are clearly better there in front of you. It's so flabbergasting, especially for a team that wants to be dominant on the front line and wants to go and run the football, that these things shift and change so dramatically, at least week to week is what it seems like. And I think that this has the chance to be the thing that cripples the opportunity at coming back and getting yourself into the playoffs.
I think you're right. As much as good a feeling, vibe, whatever, as we're having right now with this club and how they looked and finished and the defense and all that, can you be all in on, hey, moving forward, it's going to start to click, when they're still trying to figure out one of 4 guards, 5 guards potentially, You know, like depending on Ingram and Patterson and So and
So's
Tomlinson.
not in the equation.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure about anything, John Lopez. I'm not sure about anything.
Yes.
But if I'm being entirely honest, this is deeply frustrating. I just hope that they find the right answers. And I think the thing that is somewhat encouraging is it feels like more mutations are viable ones, right? I think that you give. I was happy that Trent Brown was sufficient.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd be so upset that if he's playing, right? Titus Howard has been good. Ed Ingram has been way better than I expected. And I'll raise my hand every single time and say that I was wrong, and I'm happy that that's the case.
Yeah.
Jake Andrews in his individual play has left a little bit to be desired for me, but I think there's something to be said for him as center. It feels like they're all pulling in the right direction, which is one of those things with center that sometimes we have to account for. Juice has been solid at left guard, and Jarrett Patterson looked pretty solid at left guard when he was in there. And can I stop down and give some praise to a dude who we try and give a little praise to, but it feels like right now he absolutely deserves it. The rock of this offensive line, whether it's because of availability due to injury or availability just being ready to go, is the rookie Ariante Ursery.
Yeah.
The dude who not only as a rookie, he was a second-round pick, and he had a number of other tackles ahead of him because there were some things that it felt like he still needed to work on to be at this level. He has been a rock on the left side there, and outside of early iterations of like rookie mistakes, he's been pretty damn good.
Yeah. How much of this is maybe them just recognizing that they have to guess because they're not exactly sure if any of these guys are good long-term? You know, not any of them, but you know what I'm saying, especially the guards. And
you think that long-term consideration is happening right now?
Well, I think they're trying to build an offensive line.
I don't think long-term consideration is happening at all right now.
Yeah. Well, no, there are going to be some changes, but in what league, high school, college, pro, where you are going into the 11th week of the season, and it's like, let's see who has a good week of practice.
I have no idea.
Somebody texted, so if Dameon Pierce has a good week of practice, is he starting? I'm like,
I don't know. I think that might be the furthest extent of it, but we've seen them do this to some degree where they're willing to move things around, whether it's Woody Marks getting opportunities here, and all of a sudden it's Nick Chubb getting a lot of, or not even Nick Chubb, Dario Gumawale being your third down back again, whether it's Jalen Knowles showing well, and then all of a sudden here comes Christian Kirk. They've had some of these incongruent thought processes, or at least what it would appear to be. That's kind of been part of the MO, and it's the thing that's made me the most uncomfortable about this.
Well, and the other thing is, of all the units, whether it's the receiving group or running back group, if you want to talk about what Dameon Pierce has a good practice, of all the groups of positions, the least favorable to mix and match and see who has a good week of practice is the offensive line. Like the absolute least. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how this happens. I've never really seen this happen anywhere else.
Yeah, and then like Indy Kalu said, I think
he said he wouldn't be surprised if they come back and do it again.
Yeah, and also you don't really see a lot of mix and matching on the offensive line like that. Usually you got to be consistent.
Yeah.
And he even said, even if it's a blowout game, on either side, they stay out there. And you doing all this matching and all this stuff like it's preseason.
Yeah,
I did want to return to conversation. Can you give me cut 15 here? Because this was Nick Caley talking about what he's seen from the rookie Ariante Ursery thus far through the season.
Yeah, I think he's in a good place. I really do. I think he's continued to show toughness. He cares. He wants to get better. He works at it. Same thing that has been the case since we got him here right after the draft. Just obviously with more reps and more. Now he's got some more games under his belt. But I think he's playing good football. I mean, he's playing tough. He's playing disciplined football in terms of alignment and leverage and those type of things. Hand usage is getting better. So just got to continue on that track. He's conscientious of that, and I think that Cole and Zach do a really good job with those guys, and he'll continue to hopefully stay right on that trajectory. But I'm pleased with him. I really am.
Yeah, Ursery, you got to feel good about. Clearly, Ingram in the short term, you got to feel good about. Other than that, you talk about are they building for the long term, but no, in terms of the inside guys. But you're trying to get some continuity here, and maybe we're just, like I said, maybe we shouldn't get too swept up and they put it all together unless they stick with it.
No, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. But like I said, I at least wanted to have a little bit of positivity in here. And this is another week where Ariante Ursary absolutely flashed.
Yeah.
Flashed in being somewhat less visible in a way, right? If that makes sense. He did flash in getting out on the perimeter and showing his ability to be mobile, but also not just mobile, but clearly actually be a lead blocker, right?
Yeah.
Really and truly affect the way that things happen. He faced off against Josh Hines-Allen, and in a matter of weeks, changed dramatically the outcome of what that particular Nick Benedo held largely in check. Like Ariante Ursary is the one that's really solid and helping them out there. I think that when you look at that, Titus Howard, if he is healthy and wherever he's playing, I feel good about him. Ed Ingram, who I think that he is enough of a veteran where I think they will acquiesce to him. I think that you'll have three guys that you know work pretty well on this offensive line. It's just with those other two spots, are they responsible with it? I think that they can get to the right answer, but it is frustrating that's a thing, I think, as opposed to an I know.
If Davis Mills has a good week of practice, is he starting? It just makes – but that's the nonsense that this is. I mean, it worked this week, and hopefully it'll continue to work, but I can't tell you who's going to be on the line.
Yeah, I can't tell you either, but, I mean, hopefully against the Titans where Jeffrey Simmons, well, I'll need to check the practice report for today, but as of yesterday, did not practice. If Jeffrey Simmons doesn't play, I think I feel better about whatever combination they throw out there holding up, because it's the interior that always gives me the most pause. It's when you get that big boy, really good defensive tackle in there that things end up looking a little weird. But he was spotted at practice. I don't know that he was getting into too much of the work. That's where I might have a little bit of, okay, is that going to be something that's a crack in the
uniform
armor of the
holding
offensive line?
a dummy.
Okay, all right, very good. We'll keep up with that as we continue to go here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But it's about that time where we typically hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape.
Yeah, so sometimes when you think you've seen it all when it comes to AI, somebody else come out there and do something super, super silly. Plus, apparently love does cost a thing, specifically in North Carolina.
It's in North Carolina. You'll find out next.
Ready? The Texans are
In need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. Sometimes when I see news in the world and all that stuff where you think you just seen it all, like, it can't get no worse than that. Somebody always take it up a notch, man. So AI, we all know is here. We gave y'all some news on some crazy stuff with AI on this very segment. And I think somebody decided to take it up a notch right here. So AI is out here taking over, and apparently AI is out here getting married to real people.
In Okayama, Japan, a 32-year-old woman named Ms. Kano has made headlines by marrying her custom ChatGPT persona, Loon Klaus, in a mixed reality ceremony. This event, reported on November 12, 2025, marks a significant moment in the evolving relationship between humans and artificial intelligence, reflecting broader societal trends and technological advancements. Ms. Kano, who had been in a 3-year relationship with a real partner, ended it last year, citing that the AI persona understood her better emotionally.
Good gracious.
The wedding, organized by the Ogawara couple, who have facilitated about 30 similar unions, including those with anime characters, was a blend of virtual and physical elements. Ms. Kano wore AR glasses to exchange rings with her digital husband, highlighting the integration of technology in personal relationships.
All right.
So you mean to tell me Ash from Pokemon was at this wedding?
I got
Goku was at this wedding.
That's right. So many levels and angles on this that are just bizarre.
I'm just a little worried about Indy Kalu because remember he's going
to marry someone.
He's taking his AI class next week.
That's right.
I just hope he don't leave his beautiful, lovely wife.
You got to send that to ND. You got to send that.
Look, I feel like ND is about that real. I feel like the thought I had to bring this back sports wise. How long before someone hires like an AI manager or something?
Oh my gosh! I wish you hadn't said that.
Hell, for a minute, remember we thought Laramie Tunsil had a fake agent or something like that. Remember he was
an AI manager. I had like an AI agent. I didn't even consider that. Like AI Scott Boras would be the worst.
Well, the jokes would be even worse. Or maybe they'd be better.
Like maybe they'd be better.
Okay,
at least in that instance, they're crowdsourcing the entirety of the known internet.
Good jokes.
Imagine Nick Caserio negotiating with an AI.
So there's a lot there, Figgy, that is interesting to me. Foremost is the obvious. You have a woman marrying something that is not real, an artificial.
She actually had a ceremony, walked in with a dress and everything,
and they had like this thing on her eye so she could see him.
Yeah,
or see.
And
this.
she created this person on ChatGPT.
Yeah. So there's that. That's the obvious thing. But you would think, all right, this is just a really sad person, lives by herself with 17 cats and all. No, she had a boyfriend and broke up with him.
Look at all the stereotypes. That's crazy.
She had a boyfriend for 3 years and broke up with him for this AI thing that does not exist.
Sure.
What in the world?
Don't have answers for you. Can't get into the mind state, right? And that's why I was told if you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all. So I don't really have much to say about this situation here, Fig.
And it was a legit marriage.
I don't know. What does that mean? What does a legit marriage
in
mean?
Japan? I guess
you think it's recognized by the state,
he said,
the government.
Yes, he married this AI character.
Shout out to Sally asking on the YouTube page, how bad was he? She was like, I give all that up. The AI part is much better than what we're doing here.
And then there's the whole honeymoon aspect.
All right. See, I knew it was going to get there eventually.
Is that not a fair question?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes. Yeah, I'm now even further down because again, y'all jokers won't listen to me, and y'all keep doing more of this stuff. At what point do we try and replace? What's the first thing in sports that tries to get replaced, like a real human job that gets replaced by AI?
Well,
I think that
probably data and analytics.
I was going to say people in that department probably might be the first to get replaced.
Yeah,
if you could just
analytics.
If you could just do all of this stuff from an app, I could see that going away real quick.
Scouting? Do we get to AI scouting pretty quick, where the scouting department gets? Where we lose even more of the human element of figuring this out?
I think that's still going to be there. I think you might lose a couple positions in there. Maybe it won't be a full scouting department. Maybe it might be, I don't know how many scouts it is, but maybe they might cut that in half.
I think you could probably, just show tape to an AI analyst. Like,
we just got next-gen stats running the whole...
No, I'm talking like actual tape, like the way they move, the hips.
No, I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's next-gen stats. That's basically what's happening here, right? When you pull on the Amazon Thursday Night Football game tonight, where I don't know if you actually want to put on Patriots Jets, but if you do, that secondary channel that they have, is probably the blitz right now. Those are next gen stats with their particular AI models and everything.
But you wouldn't marry it.
Some people would.
I think Reggie would, especially if it's stats. Stats related, I think you'll get married to that.
You know what? Reggie is the most likely person.
Y'all don't know me at all
at this station because he's such a stats and numbers guy to actually marry someone in AI.
Y'all don't know me at all. Y'all are so far off. 346 Ventures, refs and umpires, probably the first or early versions of AI to be. But AI is wrong enough that would be a real problem. And maybe we get to a place where they are able to kick out the kinks with this. But it feels like AI is wrong enough.
I feel like real folks be wrong enough too, though.
That's a great point. That is a good point. So.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. You heard that saying of love don't cost a thing. I think it was a movie, too. Love don't cost a thing.
It's a movie, ain't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
And apparently love do cost a thing in North Carolina because a TikTok influencer by the name of Brene Kennard got to pay $1.75 million over alleged affair. And here's the story on that.
1.5. He or she have $1.5 million, huh?
That's the sound of a $1.75 million cheer coming just moments after court was adjourned. Akira Montague embraced her attorney, Robinetta Jones, as dozens of supporters yelled from the sidelines.
She has received justice and the father of her children.
Akira Montague's lawsuit, filed in Durham County Court, accuses Brene Montague, an influencer with nearly 3 million followers on TikTok, of seducing and having an affair with her then-husband, Tim. That affair then turning to marriage when Brene and Tim wed. In the suit, Akira Montague claimed Brene used her online influence as a weapon. The affair also caused damage to her health and deprived her kids of a two-parent household. Brene Montague, who represented herself in court, slammed the verdict, saying Akira Montague knew her marriage was over and allowed the affair.
She gave her consent. She said it was okay because she knew her marriage was over with and it was done.
But the jury didn't agree, awarding Akira Montague the $1.75 million after more than 700 pieces of evidence were presented in court, including some of Brene's own TikToks and texts. The case hinged on two rarely used laws, including alienation of affection. But in these videos and in the court testimony, the jury found that point, leaving Brene Montague with a hefty bill and no answer on how she'll pay.
I don't know, but she'll probably never see it.
I don't. That's honestly the best part of the story, because like I always think about that when like these judgments are made. And it's like you have a judgment in your favor for $2 million. I'm like, all right, that's awesome, congratulations.
Get your checkbook out.
When is that money? When is that money? It's like, here, I'll sign the check. Don't cash it until there's money in my account. It's the halfway past never.
Yeah. What did I miss? Isn't this just an online happens every day everywhere?
Yeah,
every day, huh?
What did I miss?
Everywhere, huh?
Every day, everywhere.
The thing is, remember they got that old funky law in North Carolina where I think who was it?
Alienation. He said alienation of affection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To me, I'm like,
remember
what
Steve,
am I missing?
Remember Steve Smith kind of went through this with the guy trying to sue him for.
I forgot that Joker. And the worst part about it with that guy. His name's Tony. I remember his name was Tony. And I should not remember his name, except he decided, let me air this out because I think the public will be by my side. And no,
they were not.
No, they will not, dog. Like, this is not gonna look good on you. And similarly, like this is such a wild.
But you see what I'm saying? Like, it's basically a woman TikTok influencer somehow reaches this man. Somehow they have an affair.
He leaves his wife.
It's a story as old as time. I don't understand how this became a lawsuit. I guess it's just that particular law.
Yeah. It's a law in North Carolina where you can, take somebody to court.
Don't they call it the home record law? Ain't that?
Yeah. I'm not sure if this one is related.
Not the same one.
It might be.
Mm-hmm.
It might be, but. Yeah, I don't know if she's gonna get that money though. I ain't gonna lie.
She's not.
I appreciate. Yeah, she was like, "Look, I'm not making that money. You're not gonna see that. Best of luck to you."
Yeah, I'm about to put everything in my mama name.
I appreciate the YouTube coming with. Now I understand why old girl got married to the AI. All right, let's see, test and find out if that AI don't step out on you.
Hey, if you in North Carolina, don't cheat.
Yeah,
don't cheat, man. You might get sued.
That is wild. 1.6.
So I want to see what y'all think of this Christmas gift idea. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610, and I kind of got some. I'm kind of looking at this company a little funny now. So Apple, they decided to release a thing called an iPhone Pocket.
Okay.
So an iPhone Pocket is pretty much a new accessory. That's basically a knitted case for your iPhone with a strap that could be worn.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of
like grandma used to make.
Yeah, it pretty much looked like that, and it's just for your iPhone.
It's an iPhone purse.
Yeah,
it's just a purse for your iPhone.
Yeah. But this is the part that got me. This thing is $230.
I wouldn't expect anything less.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
I'm about to cuss. Yeah. I'm so glad because my natural reaction is to cuss in that moment.
Yeah, I look, man. We ain't got to have the whole iPhone versus Android.
I'm looking at it now. This is $230.
It's not even there. It's just the all damn audacity of you to double tax me on this. What? That's sick.
It truly does like something your grandma could.
Yeah, Steve Jobs is rolling over in his grave right now, man. He's like, what are y'all doing to the company I built?
$230 for that?
Yeah. I think the cheapest one is $150. So if that make it a little better.
Goodness. You're right on this one, Reggie. You are absolutely right. The audacity.
I really and truly.
Yeah.
I'll fight somebody in the Apple store if you Yeah, carrying case for it. All right, yeah, what's that? $20? Nah, $200. I karate chop somebody in their throat behind that. Are you crazy?
Yeah, this is so stupid, man. They ain't got nothing else to do.
That's either a fourth or a fifth of the cost of the iPhone itself.
Yeah.
Does it charge it at least?
Yeah.
Right. Like
no, it looks like it's knitted.
That's what I'm saying. It's like maybe you might be able to hear me. Like this is some level of tech where it can't keep track of your steps. When you put your phone in there, it charges it up. Right? Does it come with Wi-Fi on it?
Yeah.
Right? What are the things that it brings me besides is a strap for
this ain't even
my phone?
Tech, any gadget or anything.
No,
it's a
it's like a sling.
Yeah.
I swear, if I see Tim Cook in these streets, he's getting. I don't even have an iPhone. This made me mad.
Yeah. It's a mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. So the Texans are playing on the road this weekend. But it's still going to be a little tailgating out there towards NRG. You want to know why?
How come?
Because you got Nutcracker Market that's going on right now. It started today, and I started to see the drunk women out there tailgating.
God bless them.
God bless them. They get plastered.
I was at my desk over there earlier, and I seen two ladies walk past. Like, hey, did you go to the Nutcracker Market? Oh yeah, I went. Oh my goodness, I didn't want to spend too much money. I'm just like, oh God, man.
It is quite the phenomenon.
All right, so I'm gonna be very naked with this nakedly honest because I'm not super familiar with Nutcracker Market. I don't think you'd be surprised to know that very much just knowledge and affiliation in the Nutcracker Market. Can you explain this to me?
It's all people, first of all. It is enormous.
Well, when I said my people, I didn't mean Nigerians. I meant like literally my family.
Yeah, okay. Tens of thousands of people. And it's grown over the last 10, 15 years into just an absolute monster. Like, what, 100,000 people out there?
Yeah. And then the thing is a bunch of Christmas stuff you can buy and all that.
But they have wine and they have the tailgating. They were tailgating in the dark.
Yeah, the thing is they pull up in big old buses, like those little tour buses with matching
party
buses with Christmas shirts and all that stuff. They get drunk and they go in and look around and buy all type of stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry, the text line already 346. My wife and money are at the Nutcracker right now.
Yeah.
I bet they is.
They probably
you're probably gonna see some drunk women stumbling across the parking lot.
Yeah.
All right. So, do you feel like this is an accurate description? Alex on the YouTube page said this is the women's version of the boating and auto show.
I don't even think the boating and auto show, and I've gone every year pretty much.
But
you don't even get drunk there. Yeah, you don't get drunk there. This is just an excuse to get out of the house.
This is like the Christmas rodeo to me.
Oh, okay.
No, it's the barbecue cook-off for women.
Okay.
I can see that.
It's the barbecue cook-off for women.
We nailed it.
I can do this.
Okay.
I got that.
Because it's a drunk fest based around the concept of eating barbecue. This is a drunk fest based around the concept of buying an ornament.
Yeah, holiday stuff.
Yeah.
Hey man, if there's a reason to party, go ahead and
like
they really
it's dang
people
near,
around here actually had a tailgate.
Right.
They put up a tent.
Yeah,
and had all type of stuff.
I'm about to go rubbernecking just off the strength of this weekend.
Yeah.
I know where I'm about to go see. From the 832, God bless them. You try working this damn event. Drunken tired grandmas by 8 a.m. I hadn't even thought of the idea, like just like any other place in society, the earlier in the morning, the older the demographic. I can't just drunk grandmas at 8 a.m. is hilarious. I just got my shopping done. I'm gonna go to the Nutcracker Market.
Yeah,
that is hilarious.
Yeah, and real quick before we get out of here, I got to give a special salute to a lady by the name or a player by the name of Hannah Hidalgo, who played for
I saw that.
Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Let me read her stats for you guys. Let me read your stats for her real quick. Her stat line: she had 44 points, 9 rebounds, 4 assists, 16 steals.
Yeah,
in 28 minutes.
Real deep.
In 28 minutes.
In 28 minutes.
Right on cue. We're getting pictures from the Nutcracker Market.
That is. Shout out to T Mill. His lovely wife is actively right there right now,
and looks plastered.
Good for her. Not good for all the people working there. I do stand with them as well. However, that's hilarious. But yeah, shout out to Hannah Hidalgo out here hooping.
44 points, and they won 85-58
in 28 minutes.
28 minutes.
Is
that the number one overall pick right there?
How about the girl from Iowa State? She went 40 points in like 16 minutes or something.
Is it? It's Audie. It's not Audie Lord, I believe.
You sure ain't Caitlin Clark?
It is definitely not Caitlin Clark. But yeah, I appreciate you bringing some women's basketball and reminding me that I don't remember things. So there you go. That is Figgy's mixtape, teaching me about the wonders of the Nutcracker Market here.
Hey, salute to y'all wives, man.
Yeah, salute to all
they
your
gonna come back drunk.
Significant others. Well, I hope you take
Audie
Crooks.
here, Harry.
Crooks. There we go.
Audie Crooks, 43 points.
But I was right. Audie Cook. Audie, just couldn't remember what the last name was. She was hooping as well. All right. At the Figgy Fig on social media, if you see something mixtape worthy, or if you just want to send Figgy some highlights from the Nutcracker Market, he will take those on any.
I love those.
Yeah, tag us in it.
Yeah, tag us.
Tag us in it for sure. All right. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the Drive. And before we get there, CBS Sports has ranked the quarterbacks on their rookie deals. What is the grade that they give to the C.J. Stroud experience right now? We'll do that next.
All right, football season is in full swing, and
Use as directed.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, appreciate you rocking with us on this Thirsty Thursday. The fellas of the drive, we'll talk to them a little bit. They're out at the Buffalo Willowbrook. So go out, see them, get you something to drink. They're enter for a chance to win, one of the giveaways that they always come with. And we'll talk to them in just a moment. D'Amico Ryan's talking today as opposed to yesterday, as he was out in Alabama, as a lot of apparently former Texans were, to salute the life of Earl Cochran, who passed recently. But today he's talking, and he gave a couple of updates. You'll hear some more of that, I'm sure, with the fellas of the drive. But C.J. Stroud officially out per the head coach, as is Petrie and Kaimi. Both the kicker and the your defensive back will not play in Tennessee. Not unexpected.
Not totally unexpected. So I guess, well, at this point, you kind of got to start. You got to figure CJ will be back for the Thursday night game, and that may have been part of it. But you always have to remind yourself it's sort of it's outside doctors that have to approve every step of the concussion protocol.
That's right.
It's not your guys. Wink, wink kind of thing.
We're hopeful, though, that – I mean, there's a possibility or there's a world in which maybe he can clear the protocol in the coming days still.
And he could be very close.
But, we'll see what that looks like. As of right now, we know that he's definitely not going to play on Sunday in Nashville. All right. CBS Sports put something together, and I believe this is Mike Renner from CBS Sports, where he's looking at the 11 quarterbacks that are still on rookie quarterbacks, which obviously includes rookie contracts, rather. Yeah. That obviously includes C.J. Stroud. And he gave a grade for each of them. With these grades, it seems like through the context, like the subheader of this article is 11 quarterbacks are still on rookie contracts, but only a few look like long-term answers through 10 weeks. So it feels like this has a forward-looking perspective. Just to give you a little context of how this works, the top-rated or the top-graded quarterback, you won't be surprised, the dude that's at least being talked about in MVP considerations.
Drake May?
Drake May. He's given an A+, and the blurb reads as follows. He's the co-betting favorite to win NFL MVP at FanDuel, and he's taken the Patriots from worst to first. What else is there to say? If you want to quibble, he's taking too many sacks, but that's where the negatives end. That's what he says about Drake May. So you can see how you get there. Like, they clearly have a guy that looks like he can be their guy. With that being, or A+ rather. With that being said, what do you think the grade is that CBS Sports gave one Coleridge Stroud?
I was just kind of glancing, trying to find it. I kind of bookmarked that this morning, but I never opened it. So I'm just totally guessing. I was just gonna look at it, later. So I'm glad you brought it up, because I was thinking that same thing. His grade has got to be plummeting, not necessarily because of his play, but because time's running out. Time's running out on that rookie contract.
I mean, this is year 3 of C.J. Stroud at the helm of this thing.
I'm going to say, I think it's pretty low. I'm going to say C-.
C-. Fig, did you want to weigh in here? Feel free.
I'm gonna say a solid C.
Okay, solid C. I think the people that have brought this conversation up plus here.
Yeah, that makes sense, sadly.
The reasoning that he ultimately gives in a segment that I like to call reading, there are valid excuses for Stroud's poor performance this season, which we've had lots of conversations about. The offensive line, the inexperienced receivers, the first-year offensive coordinator. It's not an easy situation to play elite football in. Stroud, though, isn't some rookie just finding his footing in the NFL. He's a third-year NFL player who had one of the best statistical rookie seasons of all time. The bar for him is different than it is for other quarterbacks on that list, so when he's regressing instead of progressing, that's concerning. When Davis Mills can come in and the offense doesn't look too dissimilar over the past game and a half, that's concerning. It's not that he can't put up elite numbers once again when the talent around him improves, but rather that he's not shown any signs of growth to say he'll ever overcome a mediocre supporting cast. Do you agree with that characterization of what C.J. Stroud is as a quarterback looking forward?
Well, I mean, who knows looking forward, but I think that I agree in terms of how he's been affected. With the coordinators and where he is in his contract year and expectations. Wouldn't you?
I mean, I think, yes, you can talk about, clearly the elevation hasn't been there necessarily. I do quibble somewhat with the idea that Davis came in and the offense looked entirely the same. Like when he stepped in immediately, it was very problematic. And then even in this game, you saw some situations in which Davis Mills, I won't put it all on him by any means, but he contributed a little bit to the rough start for this offense. I understand how the people who like Mike Renner are talking about this from a larger 30,000-foot view look at that and go, why are you not overcoming this? I think that those questions or those excuses that are in there, I think they loom larger than I think the balance is there. But you're right. I don't know that D+ is what I would give him. However, it can't be the A or the B.
No,
there are some questions
it
in
can't.
there.
Just out of curiosity, before we talk to the boys, what are the other ones? Grades and such.
Who would you like to know? Because again, there's 11 rookies here. I'm guessing Bo Nix is one.
Give me your best hits. Yeah.
Bo Nix is a C-.
Okay.
And that seems very evident. I think, especially when we got to see it up close and personal.
His is more play at this point than contract.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, are you figuring that you feel comfortable about him as as a franchise quarterback? The answer is, I don't know. It feels like he fits in nicely with what Sean Payton has done for him, but there's a lot of training wheels there. We talked to Zach Bye about that when we talked to him. Jackson Dart, though, a B, which feels higher than I am.
And maybe with a bullet.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, it is worth noting that there are people graded below where C.J. Stroud is. Michael Penix Jr. with a D, which makes sense. Does this one feel too premature here? J.J. McCarthy an F.
Slightly, but it hadn't been a good start. It hadn't been a good start by any stretch.
It hasn't. Yeah. I think that as much as it's probably unfair to bring this up, the injuries being there is probably something you bring up. More interceptions than touchdown passes and the lowest completion percentage in the entire NFL through 4 starts.
Yeah.
Again, not a huge sample, but J.J. McCarthy hasn't really demonstrated much yet. Some of the other ones.
So, yes, because I think it would still be pretty high.
Incomplete.
Yeah, okay.
So
that makes sense.
I will say, as much as Mike Renner seems pretty down on CJ,
that makes sense.
Fairly negative just generally, where Jane Daniels, he's not even willing to go like, yeah, absolutely. He's like, let's hold off on making that decision because of an injury. Not going to hold off on this, going to out to Willowbrook, where the fellas of the drive are at the Buffalo Wild Wings there. It's Clint, it's Ron, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. Fellas, how you doing?
We're good, baby. At one of our favorite spots. Here in right off Tomball Parkway. If you're looking for a landmark, the other side of the highway from Willowbrook Mall is where we are on a Thirsty Thursday, and we have definitely been here a bunch of times. This is one of our favorite spots on our visit, and always a lively crowd. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, and of course, you know we don't come empty-handed. We've got things for you, courtesy of Bud Light. In the 4 o'clock hour, we'll start to hook somebody up with one of our favorite spots, Lopez, a gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop.
Oh, you're darn right.
You're right, man. I'm telling you. Hey, I think I've done a couple of things here. I went out and I got me one of them Popeyes turkeys. I wanted to just try it out, and I'm thinking about getting some stuff from Texas Star Grill Shop to go ahead and try to fry that puppy.
Oh,
I've never fried.
Have you never done it?
Turkey. I've never fried a turkey.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, you got to do it. A couple little.
You know I'm gonna hit you up.
They got all the fixings at Texas Star Grill Shop, so y'all go ahead and stop by there and get it all.
Yeah, man.
Might as well. And you got a chance to get a little cash here to help with that. But,
hey, by the way, boys, J.J. McCarthy can hold my beer and watch this. I believe I beat his interceptions, more interceptions and touchdowns and lower completion percentage. It only took me 2 games. Just put that out there, boys.
Yeah, but you're no Peterman, though, so you're still not going to have
well,
that.
you might want to check him numbers. You might want to check him numbers. Or the lack thereof, I should say.
You got confidence in yourself?
No, I got plenty of confidence. I ain't got much confidence in them numbers. I mean, in me, hell yeah, I am who I am, baby. But them numbers, woo.
I feel bad about the thoughts that I have about J.J. McCarthy.
Why's that?
I just feel like he's a bit much. And I feel like some of his intensity is manufactured. Oh, yeah. I just – sitting up there and watching him after whatever game that is they won, he came back against the Lions. They came back and won, and O'Connell's giving him the game ball, and he's over there he's right before a fight. yeah, like talking to himself in the locker room, like, hey man, dog, come on, man, this is Alex Rodriguez. He's just he's a bit much.
And he calls himself 9.
Yeah, that's the one that stuck with you.
Now you know, now be honest, I'm a little third person. I'm my little third person, but all of it is he is just a bit much for me. And he gets the, hey man, he's the guy. He's the guy when them numbers be like $145, maybe a touchdown or two, couple of picks, couple of games where his team has won. All right, man, I think they found their franchise quarterback. You look at it, he ain't cracked 150. Yeah, like I said, I feel bad, man. I'm sure he's trying. Yeah. I just don't believe he's that intense.
Yeah. I think that he might be gearing himself up to do it. I think he's building himself up to do it, but I can't knock him. I feel like that's what's necessary for him to deliver the performances that he already is.
He seemed like a guy that was sitting up there all the way as they about to take her home, drop her off, get her to the door, building himself up in his mind for that kiss. Should I go in?
Without question. 100%.
Just be aggressive, Jay. Just be aggressive.
Do you think he's ever slapped himself in the face a couple of times?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Not only that, I'm certain that wherever he played high school basketball, they was slapping the court. 100%.
Slapping the court. Yeah.
Without question. He was the number one at taking charges too. He was doing all that. He was slapping the turf.
He was doing it on the football field. He's afraid of the one volunteer. Come on, coach. We got another one in us. Let's run another conditioner.
Yeah,
come on,
exactly.
Let's go.
Another gasser.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a dude that I hate. I'm sorry.
I stand JJ's ass. Man. Calm your ass down. You ain't this intense, man.
Clint, are we in a crosshairs at all?
I got a little something for you on a positive note. I mean, I was coming in and I was a tad bit lost, kind of circling the joint here, looking for the right street to get back to Buffalo Wild Wings because I got off my beaten path here. And I'll be honest with you, man, y'all had such a good segment going on that I got lost in the segment, not even realizing where I was, and it was just a tremendous segment about the O-line, about the guard rotation, about the frustration, the downfall, in a tactful way of criticizing. I thought that was tremendous, boys. I thought it was tremendous.
Awesome. That's very kind. That's very kind. I very much have appreciated your eye on what Nick Caley's doing because it's very much helped me, especially from somebody that has played the game. It's one of the many reasons I appreciate listening to you fine fellas. And so we'll be done for the day so that you guys can get off and running and doing that thing that y'all do so damn well out there at the Buffalo Wild Wings right across from Willowbrook. Go see the fellas, get you something to sip on, get you something to eat, and enjoy the best damn afternoon drive show in all of the great city of Houston. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 an Odyssey station. Oh, that's in Houston, mind you. And right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live, and we are live and in color. Both of us. We are live and in color.
Yes, we are.
I don't know what happens to me, man. I'm sorry. We got a lot to get to today here as we are live again. Thirsty Thursday. Come on out and make yourself a good decision, but coming out and not being afraid to make a bad decision. As we're right off Tomball Parkway on the other side of the highway from Willowbrook Mall. Come on out, enjoy yourself. We've been here a lot of times. In fact, I wonder if my girl is going to be here. She wins all the time. You know, there's just certain locations where people just win. And you're like, all right, man, she's won. I remember she's won a chair. She's won tickets. I know she's going to be out here. Somebody stop her. Get on out here. Get yourself a chance to win in the 4 o'clock hour. Got a chance to win a gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop and a really top-notch cooler you can win courtesy of our good friends at Bud Light as they always take care of us. The Bud Light girls will be here a little bit later on to be added in the fun.
See there? You can't,
How was that, Tyler? That wouldn't.
It's the. I mean, can you not just start with Bud Light girls? Will be here in a little bit. Come on by. Hey, we're gonna do it. We're gonna get this car. We got this car.
They're gonna add to the fun.
I mean, do we? I mean, it's always. My wife tells me, Clint, you always try to do too much. You always try to say too
You're
much.
Right,
just
Bud Light girls, they'll be here.
Come on,
yeah, girl.
Come on out with them.
Let Tyler add that flair with that. Come on, girl.
They're bringing a lot of flair to it as well. But no, make your way on out here. It's a good time to be had. All right, Clint, I think we need to start with some big news. We will hear from D'Amico Ryans and Davis Mills a little bit later on. We'll hear from D'Amico later on in this hour. Also, by the way, at some point in this first hour as well, we will hear from Jake Andrews. He will join the drive coming up here in just a bit. But I did want to get to the big news, and this is the big news of the day, and I don't think real surprising, but obviously still a big deal. D'Amico Ryans has officially, Clint, ruled out Jalen Petrie, who had the concussion, missed last week. Fairbairn, kicker with the quad issue, he missed last week as well. And then he also rules out C.J. Stroud.
D-Mills gets it done!
He is also ruled out right now, and so those three will not play in this game. C.J. Stroud, Jalen Petrie, and then Kaimi Fairbairn also out of this game, Clint. So those three didn't play last week. Those three didn't practice yesterday, and they are officially here on Thursday already declared out. Clint, your response to the big news of those three important pieces being out for a second straight game?
Yeah, look, not surprised. We're living right from a standpoint of the opponents that we're catching when we're limping into games last week and limping into games this week. But so it's one of those where just thankful and fortunate to the football gods that made this happen at this point in the schedule. Number one. Number two, you got a short week next week, so I do wonder how much of this is geared towards, okay, let's really focus on getting all these guys back by next Thursday instead of the end of Buffalo Bills, so it's going to be a much tougher opponent.
You're right, it's a short week, too.
Short week, Thursday night next week. So, look, you never want to lose C.J. Stroud, and you damn sure don't want to lose Kaimi Fairbairn, the two guys that are responsible for the majority of the points in one way, shape, or form. And so those are definitely painful. Jalen Petrie, hate to lose the player, crazy instincts, great player, big part of the success that we're having, but not irreplaceable in D'Amico's defense, as we've seen time and time again over the last couple of years. So great player, not minimizing him at all, but D'Amico does a good job of filling in for him and others when they're out. So the two point getters are the ones that
jump out
that jump out, obviously, and would be a bigger concern if it wasn't the Tennessee Titans that we're staring at on Sunday.
Listen, obviously, your starting quarterback, one would argue maybe the heart and soul of your team, and especially on the defensive side of Petrie, and then, as you said, the guy who is huge for you with your offense struggling to score touchdowns, kicking field goals. But Clint, I'm going to be honest with you. And 713-572-4610, you can chime in if you disagree or not. None of that should have any bearing on this game. And that's weird. That's weird that you would say that. But none of that should have any bearing on this game because the Tennessee Titans suck.
Yeah.
And they've already fired their coach. There's a lot that they're struggling with. That's not a good football team, and I know you were missing some pieces, but I can't explain enough how much worse they are than the Jags. And you should win. The only problem is Tyler's going, but outside of that, they should even overcome that. But this should not have any bearing on this game because this is just not a team that should be able to play anywhere near the level of the Texans.
Well, this is the one thing, with or without the guys that you mentioned. Look, obviously the injury report is what it is, but this is one of those games to me where you feel like D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, say what you want about those guys, but one thing that is true is, at least to date, is that they don't seem to play down to their opponent. They just beat the brakes off Baltimore. They just beat the brakes off. It was late, but they beat the brakes off the Titans. They did what they needed to against San Francisco, and obviously, we know what last week was. But this is one thing that I feel really good about with this team is they don't play down to their opponent. And so this is one of those weeks where that'll be tested.
All right, let's head to the phone line and talk to the source, a guy who's one of the leaders there in that locker room, the center here for your Houston Texans, Jake Andrew. He joins the drive. Jake, man, we appreciate you jumping on with us.
Hey, appreciate you guys having me. How's it going?
Pretty good, man. Just take us through the mindset right now, man. It feels like, it almost seems like you guys are in playoff mode. And Amico just spoke with the media that you guys will be without your starting quarterback, C.J. Stroud. What's the mindset going into this game against a team that you're heavily favored against?
Yeah, I mean, we don't look at that. I mean, up front, defensively, these guys have, Joseph Day. They got Sweat. They got, obviously, Simmons. When he's healthy, I mean, he's one of the best D tackles in the league. This is no walk in the park defense, for us up front. So we got to be dialed in. We don't care what their record is, what the scores past games are, anything like that. We know we got to go in there and handle business the right way because this is a really good defense that's really well coached.
Jake, anybody ever told you got a Jason Kelsey sound to you, bro?
Oh, do I really? No, nobody ever told me that. No.
Yeah, you got to look. I mean, that's a good one, though, right? At your position, that's a hell of a one. But you sound a little bit like him, man. But anyway,
yeah.
What about one thing that's a big talking point this week, obviously beyond the tremendous comeback and dramatic win last week, but on the offensive side of the ball, particularly closest to you, the guard situation. 2 fresh guards started last week. Just can you talk a little bit about the rotation of all the guards all year long, really, since you've been a Texan? You've not been able to get comfortable with anybody next to you, but there's been a turnstile at both guard positions. What's that like? Is that a bit of a struggle? Is that something that you just is part of the job?
No, you said it best. It's part of the job, and I don't really mind it, man. We work so hard in practice and a bunch of different guys and just kind of preparing for instances like this, hoping it goes the best way. But, it's the NFL. You're not going to be blessed with the same 5 all year long. If you do, you're super lucky. So we try to get ready for it. And, I don't mind it, man. It's nice to get some fresh legs in there and get different eyes on things. And, it's a lot of fun, too. They played pretty well last week, and we got to do the same thing this week.
Jake Andrews, center for the Houston Texans, is live with us here on The Drive. Right off the practice field. Jake, what would you say for you being right there, and obviously you are maybe the voice there of that offensive line. The last 2 weeks, you've gone up against the Denver Broncos, who I think have the best front in football outside of the Texans. Let me make sure I get that in, Jake. The best front in football outside of the Texans. I'm not going to lie to you. I think even as a whole with the inside, they're probably a bit stronger. And then you face the Jags, who gave you guys some problems last week. But the last 2 weeks, I think you could argue is the best 2 weeks we've seen the O-line play, especially when you look at the competition. For you, what changed? What do you get a sense that you guys were able to manage in these last 2 weeks?
I think we knew that we could play like that. It was just a matter of clicking it all together and being able to actually put it out there on the field on Sunday. It started last Wednesday in practice. We had a really good Wednesday, and then we got to Thursday and had a really great Thursday practice as well. And it just carried over. I mean, that's when you're gonna get a good shot at winning games, and that's what we got to keep doing. We had another good day yesterday, so we just got to keep building on that so that we can keep putting that same product out there against good talent, like you said.
Jake, I want to preface this by saying that, everybody knows that C.J. Stroud is the Texans quarterback when he's healthy, and I'm not in any way, shape, or form, intending to pit anybody against the other. But so I want to preface that. But I am interested in having a little fun from a standpoint of just because you and the quarterback are the main communicators on the team in game, obviously in practice as well, but play to play. What can you give us, explain a little bit, kind of the difference just between those two? They are two totally different guys. Obviously, we can see that from the media, but just having a little fun with it. What's the difference in the communication styles and kind of how those guys handle their business as the quarterback?
Yeah, Davis wouldn't mind me saying this, but CJ's got a little bit more swag. You know what I mean? When he walks around, when he gets in the huddle, a little bit more swaggy, and I'll tip my cap to Davis too. Davis has really good leadership skills, and when he gets in there, he commands the huddle, as does CJ. They're both really great. Obviously, they both have really good arms, both explosive. CJ likes to run it around. That's probably the biggest difference is, the play's never over with him. You got to keep blocking. However, Davis, showed the wheels off last week.
That's
he got
right.
The end zone for him. He did it. So I guess you got to say it about both, man. No, they're both great to work with, and I really appreciate both of them.
Jake, a couple of guys on the offensive line, in particular, the rookie at the left tackle spot. As you know, you've been in this league, understanding how difficult it is to come in there, and that's, as D'Amico has said, arguably one of the toughest spots. What have you seen in his growth? Because he really appears to be coming on Ariante Ursery on that left side.
Yeah, he does stuff the right way. He tries to learn, and part of being a rookie is sometimes it's a hard part, but being out on the field and learning while you're out on the field, you got to kind of adjust on the fly because you haven't seen thousands and thousands of snaps like some older guys have. Titus Howard's seen X thousand amount of snaps. It's not the same. So being able to adjust while you're out there on the field and take the coaching while you're out there on the field on Sunday, he's done a really good job with that. And then he works his tail off during the week, practices hard. I can't say enough good things about him.
All right, Jake, man, we appreciate you jumping on with us, man, and safe travels to Nashville and good luck, and hopefully you guys get this dub and get ready for the Buffalo game on the short week.
I appreciate you guys. Thank y'all.
Man, who was that, Jake?
I was Frank Ross yelling at you.
Hey, tell Frank I need a cut, man.
Hey,
okay,
tell Frank.
I'll let him know.
He's got to get better this week now. He got to get in that meeting and get him better now. Come on, Frank.
He needs to give me a haircut. I'm lagging right now. Appreciate you guys.
I appreciate you. All right, that's Jake Andrews. I don't know why I just lied to Jake, man. I can't let Frank touch my head yet. I'm a limited.
If it's free?
No, I can't do that.
What if your barber doubles the price and Frank's free?
No, I don't know yet. I'm just not even in the business of trying out a new one. I told you.
You're in the space of considering.
Hey, man, I'm 41, man. 5 people.
Yeah,
Many of them on a force to move. I need to look at Frank's work, but I don't know if I'm ready.
On a Ron to show Hughley budget. That's impressive.
Oh yeah, no. Listen, I told you, there's some things I don't mess around with. Haircut, toilet paper. Outside of that, man, there's some things.
Haircuts and toilet paper.
Hey,
if you ask me that question, I'd say SUVs and TVs.
And my TV, like cable, stuff I'm watching. Yeah, I mess with that. I will. I was running with Xfinity and YouTube TV. By the way, get it together, please. Jesus. All right. That's Jake Andrews. Again, we'll let you know, again, on the other side, the big news from an injury report standpoint. And should there be any concerns, who's the one you're most concerned about coming up here as the Texans will have to deal with some guys being out? That's coming up next.
All right, let's talk about your hair, man. Look, if you're losing it and you desire to have it back, I got good news. It's a good thing you're listening right now because Advanced Hair
day after every game. Join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppa's John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-20.
this point right now, and then just kind of just having to fill some things in. So we'll see. And I'm guessing they'll probably call somebody up in this game to add some more depth in that back end from the practice squad. So we'll see what that looks like. But
well, again, I mean, D'Amico Ryans has been absolutely tremendous in these situations with multiple defensive backs out. So I don't necessarily sit here and go, they're never going to figure this out.
Especially not in this game. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, especially in this game. Like, I don't look at it and go, oh, well, boy, they're not going to figure this thing out. I got confidence that D'Amico Ryans, obviously, it's not like this all hit at once. I mean, clearly the Texans lost C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Jim. They knew that they were going to be thin at safety before M.J. Stewart went out. So this isn't something that just popped up. So I've got confidence that D'Amico Ryans is going to handle that depth there at that position. I mean, to be honest with you, like a champ, I have zero concerns. I would think Jalen Reed, the rookie, is one that I would say is probably going to get a lot of run there. So him and Miles Bryant jump in. Boy, you're dependent on a lot of young guys on both sides of the ball. That could be fun to watch for a while until guys get healthy. But Jalen Reed was having a really good training camp until he went down, and now it looks like he's going to get a shot. To
coming with some interesting thoughts. One person says, Ron, Justin Tucker just finished his suspension. They should give him a call. Why? Hold on. Let's chill out here. I don't know if we're going to go there just because he finished his suspension. And by the way, Matthew Wright wasn't a problem last week, especially, and he shouldn't even have to be heavily involved in this game. And then the next one, C.J. Gardner-Johnson still out there. Do the Texans bring him back? That is absolutely not happening.
I don't think he's out there.
And he's not out there. He's with the Bears.
He's playing with the Bears. He was on a list of 10 star players or 10 guys last week that had great games, I think is what I saw.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he's with the Bears. And second, I don't care if he was available. There is no way that they would crawl back to C.J. Gardner-Johnson and say
they paid him $7 million to go away.
Yeah,
that's worse than Des Bryant, right? At least Des Bryant, they just cut him loose and it didn't cost. It cost him. They paid him $7 million to walk the hell up out of there.
Yeah, this ain't no.
It must have been bad.
Yeah, I can tell you, two people ain't never coming back. Steve Nelson, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They are not crawling on their hands and knees to go get those guys. Speaking of him, let's listen to D'Amico Ryans coming up. We'll hear from him as he speaks to the media ahead of this game against the Titans. That's next.
Hey, look, we got some good news from our friends over at Coushatta Casino Resort over in Louisiana, y'all. Let's head east, man. It's a short trip east on I-10.
ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Spit on that name. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook off Tomball Parkway, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive as we are live here on a Thirsty Thursday. A couple of people here who did not know they were getting into this today. Look over here like, what the hell is going on? But what's going on is we are here live on a Thirsty Thursday and out here having a good time as we'll be here until 6 to NRG and hear from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans.
Good afternoon. First, I'll start just by saying for this week, CJ, Amy, and Jalen Petre will be out.
What are you looking to see from Davis now that he's getting a second week in a row?
For this week, I'm looking for Davis just to continue to improve. I thought he went out and did a nice job leading us to a victory on last week. Just looking for him to go out, execute the offense the proper way, get us in the proper calls, and just do his job to the best of his ability.
When you think about your offensive linemen and the options that you guys have, are there particular skill sets that are necessary that maybe this guy has, this guy doesn't have, that makes them a better fit with some of the other guys on the line?
For our offensive line, we're looking for whatever gives us the best chance, the best opportunity to go out and play good football up front, communicate, be on the same page, do what we're asking guys to do, and play good football. That's what we're asking to do. So whoever's out there, that's all I want to see.
On Sunday, Tay talked about Trent Brown and how much he has helped him, and he also talked about just overall the line. He said it's really been about communication. Can you just talk about the growth of him as a rookie, especially in such a key position, how much he's grown?
Yeah, Tay has done a really nice job in, it kind of goes missing at times when you understand that a rookie is playing left tackle. He's done a good job of being steady. I mean, early on, he had some mistakes, things that happen, that's a given for a rookie, but he's steady. He's been steady the entire time, and that's what I appreciate about him. Like, he's not too high, not too low. He's even keel, executing his job, and having a guy like Trent who's done it for a long time to help him, give him some pointers. I think that's very beneficial to the rookies, and that's very beneficial for our entire league when you have veteran guys who are willing to share, willing to help guys out. Now, they'll give you the information. Now, those guys have to go out and still perform, but it's very helpful. That's how, all the young guys, myself included, coming into the league, you really lean into the veterans and what they're able to teach you. So I'm happy for those guys to build that relationship and hopefully it continues to flourish.
What is it going to take to be able to stop Tennessee's defensive front, especially the defensive line?
Yeah, Tennessee's defensive line is the strength of their entire team. We know the guys inside are really great players. They can wreck a play at any given time. So to do that, we just have to play with awareness up front. We got to play with toughness. We're going to have to grind. Simmons is a really great player. He's going to play hard each and every snap. There is no let up in him, so we have to outcompete him as best we can, knowing that, he's going to make some plays, right? We got to weather the storm. We got to keep moving forward. We can't allow one play to get us down. We just have to keep pressing. We have to keep mixing it up properly.
Miles Bryant, he's played nickel, he's played safety, he's played outside corner. Obviously a versatile player. What are some things you see that allows him to be versatile?
Miles is a really smart player. That's why he's able to do multiple things, multiple spots. He's a guy you can trust, a guy you can count on, whatever the situation is. Even if Miles doesn't practice a position, if there's a guy I'm going to throw out there at any given time, it's going to be Miles Bryant, because he's sharp in the classroom, he's sharp on the field, and he's always going to be where he's supposed to be.
What is it about Danielle Hunter that has made him valuable for this defense?
Danielle is arguably one of the best pass rushers in the history of the game. Like, he's shown that time and time again. He's been on the tear here lately. I mean, he's done a fantastic job, and the thing that really sets him apart is when he's exploding off the ball, he's playing with speed to power, right? It's tough to block. really tough to block. And it's really not just him alone. He does have a nice move, but when the guys in the interior are pushing the pocket and really not allowing the quarterback to step up, that's when we're capable of getting the sacks and closing the deal. So Danielle's done a really fantastic job, not just now, but his entire career.
Looking ahead a little bit, how obviously you guys have a Thursday night game next week. With the concussion protocol, how difficult can it be for someone that hasn't, whoever it is, generally speaking, difficult to kind of clear on a short week? Just kind of looking a little ahead.
Yeah, when it comes to the concussion protocol, it's every guy is different. So it's a day-to-day process. So I'm not looking. It looks like I'm looking at the day-to-day process to see, where guys are.
You've often talked about kind of the willingness of the offensive lineman to do what you're asking them to do. When you are evaluating, how much of that is the ability to do it, and then like the want and desire, the mental side of like wanting to do it?
Yeah, everybody wants to do it, right? Guys that are in this league, they're in this league because they want to do it, and some guys are better players in this league because they do it better. That's just the nature of where we are. Some guys are better at doing some things than others. So you continue to try to, one thing, you find guys that have the mental toughness, right? And that position there is it's about technique. It's about communication. It's about, not having any grenades go off and just really like being sound and disciplined. That's the one position that you have to be locked in every single snap. Right, the picture changes a lot defensively. They have a lot of moving pictures, a lot of things that happen up front that guys have to communicate. You have to expect things to change. So with those guys up front, you have to be smart. You got to be physical. You got to be tough.
Under the next man up reality of the league, is Graham Mertz your number two, and how has he progressed if he is since he's joined us as a rookie?
Yeah, Graham has continued to progress, do a good job. He's been running our scout team for the past 2 weeks, and he's done a really good job. Made a really nice throw out there today. He made a really nice play on a seam throw. He's progressing, doing really well. He's taking the mental reps while he's not in physically. When our ones are up, he's back. Standing, making that rep, continue to ask him questions. Hey, what are you doing in this situation? What's your read? Just keeping him mentally in tune because we can't give him those reps.
You have some guys who are going to start, so their preparation doesn't change. As a coach, is there any extra appreciation when you have guys like Miles, Trent, even Davis to a certain point that they likely aren't going to play in certain weeks, but they're able to contribute when you need them most?
For those guys, if you're call it a backup in this league, I'm always impressed with backups because you get the least amount of reps. When your name is called, you're expected to go out there and do it just as if you got all the reps. So it's unfair to the backups in a sense, but also if you are a backup, what's your preparation like in the background? It has to be spot on. You have to be on top of. You have to have that A+ mentality, right? When you're in the classroom, you're studying at home because you're not getting that rep physically. So those mental reps have to kick up, and you have to dominate every rep you get.
How have you seen Cam Ward grow from the first time you saw him earlier this season?
Yeah, I think where Cam has grown to me, where it's early on, seeing a lot where he was running out of the back of the pocket, trying to make the big play a lot, where you see him trying to settle down. I think offensively, they'll try to settle things down here after the bye week, kind of, not try to take the big plays as much and try to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands a little quicker. So I think that's where the coaching staff will come in and try to help him to settle down even more.
Last week, how important a guy that's a team, obviously being both here, but just having them on the team from a personality standpoint, from a team chemistry standpoint, how vital has he been just with overall?
Yeah, man, Aziz is the glue. All right, he's the heartbeat. He's the glue of our team. He keeps this thing together. Without him, I'm not sure where we would be. Without his leadership, without his mindset, how he shows up every single day, the passion that he brings, the wisdom that he brings to the locker room, out on the field, just man, I can't say enough great things about Aziz. I love the person who he is and how he's grown and matured, and I'm thankful that he's here in our locker room. Of course, I love the player, I love the mentality, but the locker room, the man that he is and what he stands for, what he represents, there's not a better guy, I would say, in this league than Aziz.
Last week you showed the video of Danny Williams, his shoulder being popped out and him finishing that heavyweight fight and never quitting on certain moments. That really resonated with a lot of the team, and they said so when we interviewed them after the win. Is there a Saturday night video or film that you're thinking about for this week heading into this one at all?
Yeah, I can't tell you guys all that. No. It's for me, it's everything for me is like, it's in that moment. It's like what I'm feeling at that point in time. So it's not that I have things planned out a week at a time of what I'm showing the guy. I get a pulse of our team, get a feel for where we are, how the week went, and what our guys need to hear in that moment. So I'm not just like when things hit me the right way, I sleep on it. It's in my heart to show the guys, and I feel like it'll resonate with them. That's what I'll show them.
Obviously, it's not the goal, but just to get back to 500, that benchmark, what does that mean for you guys? Is it important?
We want to win the football game. That's the most important thing. Really don't care about all. It's just, can we win a football game? And what does that take? Like, it takes guys having that will to go win, that determination and go finish. It takes guys being locked in on their assignments, doing it to the best of their ability, and again, not blinking. 4 quarters of disciplined football and finishing. That's all that matters to me.
Last one, sorry. Coach, the league always pushing towards more safety in the game, and especially about protecting quarterbacks. This is the second time in CJ's career he's had to deal with concussions, and then there's other, franchise and star quarterbacks around the leagues that has dealt with concussions throughout their career as well. Could you see the league potentially moving towards making the quarterbacks wear the guardian caps just to protect them from concussion protocol?
When it comes to the protection of the quarterbacks, I think the league has done a good job of really changing the position-specific helmets. So quarterbacks actually have a position-specific helmet that's designed to help them, right, limit the concussions or the impact once they hit the ground, right? And if we had to take it a step further to the guardian cap as well, I think for me and for everybody, man, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make sure these guys are as healthy as possible. Whatever team you're on, whoever you play for is foremost. You never want to see anybody, especially battle the concussions, right? That's a delicate situation, and you don't want to see guys go through it. It's tough watching guys have to go through that. And so whatever we have to do, and I know it's, you play a physical game, some things you can't, truly control how that impact happens, but I think the league's done a good job of changing the position-specific helmets for the lineman, for the quarterback, and they continue to advance and progress the helmet protocol to make sure we have the safest equipment possible.
And I just want to say, with you being able to step away from football on yesterday to attend the funeral of one of your friends, how much did that just bring back to reality that it's more than just about this game, it's about the friendships and the relationship that you develop?
Yeah, thank you for that, man. It's everything, the relationships, the people, like who you touch, who you impact, like every day. So I say, man, every day is a great day, like to bring joy to someone's life. And we get to do football. It's entertainment, but we also understand that, man, it's real life. And everybody has families and loved ones that they care about. So for all of us, it's like, man, show love to everybody. Treat people how you want to be treated. Show people, right, that kindness, right, that we all don't deserve, but you just show it anyway to everybody. And that's what it's all about. And how you treat, how you love other people, that's what we should do.
All right, that's head coach D'Amico Ryans as he spoke to the media. As we come back on the other side, let's revisit some what jumped out to us. You can text in what jumped out to you, 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch will do that coming up next.
All right, I know there's a lot of folks out there that are dealing with allergy, sinus, and or sleep problems. You're snoring like a freight train. Maybe your significant other snoring like a freight train, keeping everybody up, you know what I mean, waking up tired because you ain't sleeping well. I tell you what, Dr. Matoran is the answer. I've been to his office. He's got all the bells and whistles, plenty of space.
done. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook off Tomball Parkway, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There we go. That's right. We are back, and we are live here on the road on a Thirsty Thursday. The Drive is live, and we are here right off Tomball Parkway here in Houston, right near Willowbrook Mall on the other side of the highway, and we are at Buffalo Wild Wings. We've been to this location multiple times. One of our favorite spots. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. You can be here as well. The Bud Light girls just walked into the building, and great food, great drinks along with that. If you're looking for anything, they got a good wing deal. They always have great wings, but they have on Thursdays great boneless wing specials that you can take advantage of when you get up in here. So make your way. And coming up, starting in the 4 o'clock hour, you got a chance to win prizes. In the 4 o'clock hour, we're going to hook somebody up with a gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop. All you got to do is put your name in our raffle box. Our guy Shay right here, I think we've got tickets or names. Tickets today. That's right. Tickets. Grab a ticket, put it in our raffle box. You got a chance to win a gift card coming up and a really strong cooler coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, courtesy of Bud Light. Top of the line type cooler you can win in the 5 o'clock hour. Just put your ticket in our raffle box and you'll give yourself a chance to win. All right, Clint, we'll hear from Davis Mills coming up at the bottom of this hour, but we did get a chance to hear Clint from the head coach DeMeco Ryans, and as they prepare for the Tennessee Titans, they'll go on the road after that big, huge comeback. And really, you throw everything away if you fool around and lose this game, which I just can't imagine them doing. But they'll go and face the Titans. He spoke about a lot of things. One of the first things he spoke about, Clint, was that C.J. Stroud would be out of this game along with Fairbairn and Petrie. They're all going to be out, as he announced today to kick off the press conference. But he talked about Davis Mills and what he's looking for him to do. Hopefully, Clint, the second straight week, and it doesn't seem like that's what he's expecting.
Yeah, look, with the way this team's built, it'd be ideal for your quarterback not to have to throw the ball as many times as Davis Mills threw it, not to have to score 19-plus points in the fourth quarter to win a game. That's not going to be the recipe for this team to win consistently, and even though you've got a lesser opponent, it probably is not going to be the recipe for you to win this week if you get down that many points in the fourth quarter. So, I think this week it's really every week for the Texans, but if we're being honest, it's this week it's more important than ever. You've got a lesser opponent. If the quarterback goes out there and just does his job, stays within the offense, doesn't turn the football over, that kind of thing, doesn't hold the football and get sacked, and doesn't let their defensive front, whoever's going to be healthy and play, they got a couple of guys that can cause some problems. I would say it's a bit of an upgrade from what they saw last week on the inside in particular. Don't let that become a problem, and you should get out of there with a comfortable win. So, look, if you got faith that anybody's going to go out there and do what they're asked to do and not try to do more than they're asked to do, it's probably Davis Mills.
Yeah. Again, as you said, they should not need Davis Mills, Clint, to go grab a cape like they had to in the fourth quarter. No. Anything else jump out to you from what DeMeco had to say there?
Yeah, look, I think there's a couple of things that they're also related to, obviously, the injuries that we've seen the Texans have to deal with here of late. With Jalen Petrie being out, Miles Turner is a guy that's been in and played a lot and played well. And to start the show today, we talked a little bit about it. And I said, look, Miles – and I don't have any concern there. And DeMeco Ryans kind of shed a little bit of light on that. He is. He's a little bit higher on Azeez than he is Miles Bryant, but boy, just talking really smart player you can trust, you can count on. He said if there's one guy that I'm going to throw out there in a pinch, it's going to be Miles Bryant and trust what he can do. And
so he's got the ability to do everything a smart player.
Yeah. So clearly, that thought backs up what we've seen out of Miles Bryant when he's been put on the field. Last year and this year, He's been really good in that reserve role. And then the other thing is with the offensive line.
God, that's what I was going to.
Well, this is a little bit bigger. I mean, he talked about the offensive line 2 times. We've heard DeMeco Ryans talk about the offensive line multiple times over 2 years now. But you know, they really, really, really lean into it. If you listen to what they're saying, and then you watch what they do on Sundays in a sense of not letting Juice Scruggs play and Lakin Tomlinson finding the pine and trying to fit City Sal in there. And, you know, they really are leaning heavily into this. We just need guys that are going to do what we ask them to do.
Like that's been the issue as opposed to their physical ability.
Yeah, it's not the inability to play the position or not big enough or not strong enough or doesn't know the system well enough. I mean, it's constantly guys we can trust. You know, guys that'll do what we ask them to do every single play. Guys that'll what was what did he say? Fundamentals every single play. It's just interesting every time that he talks about offensive line play. It's as if the guys that are getting benched, or rotating, are guys that they can't trust. Guys that
insubordinates.
They're
not doing that. They're just going rogue out there.
I mean, it's wild to think that you can add City Sal to that list as well. You know, you got Lakin Tomlinson, you got Juice Scruggs, you got City Sal.
But I'm assuming 62 got the start. Because he went in there and during practice was doing everything he told, and then what happened when he got in there?
You can be real good in practice, do everything them coaches tell you to do in practice, and then you get out there in real speed and your ass can't keep up. Yeah, it's interesting the way that they kind of in hindsight discuss or justify. I guess it's more of them justifying why they're rotating guards, why they pull a guy up off the practice squad and put him above all the other guards that have been playing all year long, and then you bench him for one of the guards that's been playing all year long. And like the justification of all of that is, well, you know, we just need somebody out there that'll do what we ask them to do every single play. It's almost like we just need a guy that's coachable.
It seems like, Clint, because I was thinking the same thing, it seems like, Clint, that they are in week 11 of the season, and that's not even counting, you know, preseason and all that. They're in week 11 of the season, and it literally does to me seem like, one, by what he said, hey, buckle up. Every week, you know, you are what the lineup is going to be, even with everyone is healthy. Right now, in my mind, I got an idea of what I would assume it would be, but I don't think you can assume anything with what they're thinking. It does seem like, and maybe this is the fault of the players, Clint, but it does seem like in week 11, your practice week for some of those guys in certain positions, your practice week determines if you're going to play out there. I think it was 62, 70, and 74, and they felt like 62s and 54. And they felt like 62 and 54 practice weeks were the best last week, and they got the starts. Like I think we could see a lot of them. We could see Trent Brown in there if his practice week went well enough and somebody else has suffered. I don't think they're afraid, as you were saying, to move anything around. It is weird. Week 11, it seems like that offensive line is going to be determined by the practice week.
Yeah, it's at some point it becomes, I guess my bigger point is that at some point it becomes who's coaching these guys. You know what I mean? Who's selecting these guys? Because right now you've got 3 guards that you don't believe are coachable, based on what you said and your actions that followed. Week. Well, I'm just talking on the whole year. Ed Ingram you trust, obviously. Jarrett Patterson gets in there and plays well, but clearly you don't trust him, or you'd name him a starter.
Yeah.
You know, it's just interesting, man. How they go hammer down on these guys that how they have handled these guard situations.
Yeah, we talked about the offensive line being a big thing. We talked about it all offseason. Clint, I am surprised that we are in week 11 and that hasn't been solidified. Right? Like we're just going to pick the best group. That is a bit surprising. All right, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on the show there. Like as we said, Davis Mills, we'll hear from him coming up the bottom of the hour. Clint, you and the people, any concerns of a potential trap game situation here for the Texans? All right, the Titans are one of the worst teams in football. 1-8. Their one win was, lucky as hell. They've got the worst offense in football, and their defense isn't great. And, Clint, they could be without some of their big parts in their defense. Yeah. And now you're set up to play Buffalo on Thursday, followed up by the Colts and the Chiefs. Any concerns for you that this team puts themselves in a position where they're either overlooking, they're looking at Buffalo, they're not going in here with the complete 100 right mindset?
No, I don't. I think DeMeco Ryans has been tremendous in a sense of building a squad that doesn't play down to the opponents, and I think it's obvious this year in the outcomes of all these games. If this was a team that was going to play down to their opponent, I think the Baltimore game would have been a lot closer. I don't think they would have ever pulled away from the Titans late in that game, and Joe's done a really good job of them putting these blinders on and playing week to week, and I don't see that happening now. I can fairly easily give you a scenario to where the Titans make it tough on the Texans. I think there's a couple of things that the Titans do threaten with that could be problems and have been thorns in the side of the Texans, where I could see this thing possibly getting interesting. Now, I'm not betting on it. I would take the Texans.
What are those things you're talking about?
Well, look, I think if their interior defensive line is healthy,
it can go,
and their interior defensive line, no doubt about it, has the ability to collapse a pocket and create havoc around a quarterback, and that's been our issue, is interior pressure on the quarterback and interior pressure and what all it does to the run game and the quarterback and our play caller.
They couldn't handle Simmons in that first game.
Yeah, well, Simmons and Sweat, they got some dudes in there now, so, I could see that for our offense being an issue, and when that is an issue, our offense just go. It's like our offense just shuts down. It's the inability to do anything. That's the problem, right? And then defensively, I don't want folks to forget who Cam Ward is. Cam Ward is the real deal. Cam Ward is a old school gunslinger, and if you give him a chance, which this defense has done, if your pressures don't get to the quarterback, then there'll be some guys running open back there. There'll be some opportunities for some big plays. There are every Sunday, but most of the time, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter get there before the quarterback can get it off. A couple of times, particularly quarter, if Cam Ward is able to avoid pressure and get a big ball over the top a couple of times in that first quarter or in that first half, and you look up and their D-line is causing troubles for our offense, that could be a recipe for us to struggle a little bit more than folks might think we would with the Tennessee Titans. Their strong points, I think, or let's call it potential strong points. We don't know if they're ever going to show up and play. But their potential strong points have been trouble areas for the Texans. And if they compete with the Texans, that's the way they do it.
Yeah. I could see it coming off an emotional win. You go in here and this team is terrible. I think early is big, right? You got to come in with intensity early, because that's the only way they'll hang in. I've watched the Titans, Clinton. I think Cam Ward's the real deal. I'm with you. I think he's a competitive player, but Clint, they'll throw it in early. This thing gets bad. I've seen them. They'll throw it in. They've fired coach, all of this. They'll throw it in. But early, you got to go in there and punch them in the face. And I'm with you. I think DeMeco. Listen, I have some issues with their discipline as a team when it comes to penalties and personal fouls and things like that. But he is really good at getting the message across of, hey, we got to take this serious. Yep. We got to play this way, as you said, no matter the opponent. Listening to them and the way they played, he had you convinced that Stoerner was out there like the 49ers were the real 49ers, and he did that. So I'm with you on that. But you can see it. The Buffalo game is looming, and they know that is an important game, and it's coming on Thursday. You could see that happening, but I'm with you. I think DeMeco will have them, and CJ's not playing, so even more that makes you jump in with how you're feeling. Text line coming in. I don't think they underestimate the Titans. or it's a trap game. I think they will beat the Titans, but I think they may lose the next 3 weeks in a row to Buffalo, Indy, and Kansas City. We'll see. The season will hinge on that, but you can't get to those games without winning against the Titans. From what we were talking about earlier, you guys have to read between the lines a bit. To me, it sounds like Juice is not on time in meetings, etc., and is having to be told the same multiple things each week. I think maybe if you want us to read between the lines, I think maybe you should stop jumping to conclusions. Like you just heard what D'Amico said, and then has Juice late to meetings. I'm gonna tell you right now, Clint. We've watched him. Juice is not good enough to remain on this team. If he's that kind of stuff. Now maybe his technique is breaking down. That's different. But showing up late to meetings, we've seen them just kick punt people, and he would be in 7 plays in.
Yeah, this isn't a disciplinarian thing.
I'm with you.
I mean, nobody can be late to enough meetings to have to rotate every other series for 8 weeks. I mean, that now you're putting everybody's job at risk. Like, no, it's just not a disciplinarian thing. It's a game. All your technique and fundamentals go out the window, and when that happens, you ain't worth a damn situation.
That's what
is what it is.
Yeah.
Or somebody's making calls and telling you to go up to the second level or telling you to double a D tackle or whatever, and you're not executing those on time and efficiently. And this is an issue of I would say discipline and discipline is not the right word. I'm telling you, it's not a discipline. Like when I say not discipline, I mean it's late for practice.
Yeah,
or,
nothing like
not that crap.
No.
I'm talking about
it is your on-field.
Your on-field, the inability to
execute
on the field, and it's. I mean, obviously it's egregious because if Juice Scruggs is so bad he can't earn a start. Like the crazy thing is, and what the in the loop guys were talking about that I thought was interesting was, like, if that is the case, that being mentioned every week. That would lead you to believe that I'll take a lesser player that'll just do what the hell he's supposed to. And Jarrett Patterson, for all intents and purposes, did that. So why wouldn't you just commit to him?
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see how they play it this week.
All right, coming up as we continue, Dana Brown, the GM of the Astros, he had some things to say about one of his young players. I want to see if you like the way the Astros are handling this. We'll discuss that next.
All right.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook off Tomball Parkway, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, fellas, ladies out there, everybody listening. We are live here, Buffalo Wild Wings. We're seeing some people fill up. The Bud Light girls are here. That's right.
How we doing, girl?
They've been able to pass out a little merchandise, and you can be a part of that as well if you make it in here. And coming up in the 4 o'clock hours when we'll start to hook people up with prizes, a gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop. All you got to do, and I see some people during the break getting their tickets in. If you're on the way in or you're here right now, you haven't done so, get you a ticket to our guy Shay right here. He'll put it in our raffle box, and you got a chance to win some prizes that we have out here tonight. We'll hear from Davis Mills here in just a bit as he spoke to the media. But general manager meetings are happening in Major League Baseball right now, and Dana Brown talked about a few things. We'll talk about some other things because he had some comments about the injury situation and the injury situations that they ran into last year that I think is interesting. But he talked about one of his young players. As we know, the big Kyle Tucker trade, they got some players in there. We know Wisniewski is going to be out for some time with that Tommy John. Paredes was probably the best out of the bunch. But the guy many people were really excited about was the young Cam Smith, especially what he did in spring training. And, up and down, maybe a tough year last year for him. WAR just under 2, had almost 500 plate appearances. His slash lines were 236, 312 on base, which isn't awful, 358 slugging, 9 homers, 51 RBIs. He did finish 10th in the Rookie of the Year voting for what that's worth. But Clint and Tyler, Dana Brown said the Astros have to firm up, quote, their outfield. Part of that calculation is Cam Smith going to be an everyday right fielder. Brown made it clear today, Clint made it clear that Cam Smith doesn't have a guaranteed roster spot heading into spring training. He doesn't have a guaranteed roster spot heading into spring training. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. How do you like the way the Astros are handling the Cam Smith? It seems like challenging him right now that hey man, your spot don't mean that you're going to be on this team when we start the season next year. Your thoughts on how they're handling Cam Smith?
Well, I mean, look at it. To me, it's not Cam Smith. I mean, it's the outfield in general. I mean, one year leading up to it, you're trying to convince us that Jose Altuve is a left fielder, yeah. and now it's just always something, man. And he's been a part of it long enough now for it to be his problem, right? I mean, before Jake Myers caught fire last year, the turnstile was in center field. Then it was the Altuve thing in left field, and now it's Cam Smith until the trade deadline. They went out and got Jesus Sanchez, and now and his free swinging ass. And the whole time you're firing your hitting coach because your lineup's not more disciplined at the plate, and you got this whole deal where this righty lefty thing. Is such a major part of how you're rotating your outfield that it's hard for anybody to become a solid starter, to be honest with you. So you created, I mean, the only position you can say that they were somewhat disciplined and it ended up working out, unfortunately for injuries, is center field. I mean, the Jake Myers thing looked like it was solidifying nicely after sticking with him for several years. But yet you choose by choice in right field and left field to create this turnstile where, you got a different guy. 3 different guys are playing right field. 3 or 4 different guys are. I'm talking about, by injury. So I don't like the way that they've handled their outfield in general. I don't like the heavy hand in we're gonna hit this guy. This guy's gonna play versus left-handed pitch, and this guy's gonna play versus right-handed pitch. Like if a guy is somewhat comparable versus lefties and righties, let him play. I understand Jesus Sanchez was a guy that was awful versus lefties or right, whatever the hell it was. So he should be the one that's punished for that, not Cam Smith.
Yeah.
So I don't like that aggressive approach to the lineup.
Yeah.
In that, I like guys being able to settle in, and they just refuse to do it.
Our guy Champ Slice said it's all talk. I almost hope it is. At some point, man, we know like the big piece that a lot of people are, man, this is where the trade is going to happen is Cam Smith. He was the exciting piece of that trade. That's the one you're going to make happen. And I don't know why we're trying to be hard towards him. Maybe they know, and Cam Smith reacts well to threats, because that's what this is. This is a threat. Hey, boss, you may not be here. Like, come on, yeah, you are. Like, they make this deal for Kyle Tucker, including you. And like, again, if he stinks, that's one thing. But to me, it seems like, hey, man, you're going to be a guy we want to run with. We want to give you the confidence as we're rolling in here. We're 1 year removed. I mean, he struggled, Clint. And I think it was a platoon player. But at some point, as you said, man, where is the patience like you had with Jake? How come Cam can't get that level of patience right there? Anybody should get that level of patience. It should be the guy that is the centerpiece of this trade you made to get rid of Kyle Tucker. And I mean, 10th and Rookie of the Year is not. It to me is a solid start.
Hell yeah!
Right now,
yeah,
right.
No, I mean, look,
right now, it seems like they're saying, "Hey, man, you better get yours together, or your ass is up out of here."
Look,
like,
the Astros. Look, I'm not saying that there's not room for them to improve in the outfield and go get somebody that's better than what they got. I'm here for that, however you want to couch it. But I would have no problem with Jake Myers in center, Jordan in left, and Cam Smith in right, and let's ride. Like that. That is, to me, that is a solid outfield. And of course, I'm of the belief that I don't believe you need to bring. I don't believe that Jordan needs to be a DH. It has to be. I'd prefer him to be, but if he's your best left fielder, I believe I got to put him out there. Especially now that you got a guy like Jose Altuve who clearly is on his way to DH somewhere. And so, yeah, I mean, we don't need to make this more complicated than it is. If there's a move out there to be made to bring in a better, like a really good outfielder that's an everyday player that's great. But you're not in a bad spot with your offense. I mean, with your outfield.
Cam Smith has got to be one of the top guys you look at and say, all right, who is going to be able to take a step? Like, who is somebody that person's going to improve to help the Astros? Cam Smith's got to be at the top of the list. But, I mean, y'all making threats like his ass may not be on the field.
Yeah, it's wild.
It's wild. All right, coming up as we continue, let's listen to he's going to be the starter this week. Davis Mills will start his second straight week as C.J. Stroud has been ruled out with that concussion. We'll hear from him as he speaks to the media coming up next.
Serta Pro Painters, y'all, every day.
the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan, or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Let's get it on, baby. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook off Tomball Parkway, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. 4 o'clock hour. That's when we'll start hooking people up with some prizes. I see some people grabbing some every day. We appreciate you stopping by, hanging out with us. I need to get one of them Kangos, Craig. That's what I need. I need to get me one of them Kangos.
You do. You do.
I think I can do it.
Well, no, do you think you can? Hell, ain't no doubt.
I ain't done it, man. Rest in peace. My pops was a Kango guy.
I could see it.
Yeah,
I could see it. You definitely are a Kango guy.
Yeah, Kangos and Newports. That's dirty red right there, baby. Yeah,
I don't know about the Newports.
I don't think I got the Newports in me, but
no cools.
No. I don't want to pick everything up. But no, man, that Kango's nice. Might have to go up, man. I'll be really getting old then. If I bang out,
well, you are old. I mean, at some point you got to go from trying to be the cool youngster to just being the cool old head. Well, I know I am. Ain't no doubt about it. I mean, I've accepted. Ron's having a hard time with this over 40 stuff.
I'm having a hard time with it. I'm looking at it. You're right. As someone said to me, Jalen Hurts wears Kangos. You're right.
He sure does.
Yeah, he bangs them out.
He's an old soul now.
Yeah, he is. Hold on, Joe. He looked like he used to do a lot of stuff with his dad. Like he was his dad's friend when he was like 8. Is what he looks like. All right, let's head to NRG and hear from the starter for 2 weeks in a row, Davis Mills, as he gets the ball in the start in Tennessee. Let's hear from him now.
Davis Mills, sorry.
Just was talking about how the confidence they have in you to QB1 again on Sunday. How much did this last game, if anything, had a chance to prepare for the start?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously going out and winning games adds to your confidence and comfortability out there. But, I mean, I think every week's different. We got another tough opponent. Looking forward to Tennessee this weekend, and I mean we got to prepare extremely well this week and go out there and execute. That's all it boils down to. So that's what I'm trying to do, and that's what we're trying to do throughout the week.
Nico Collins had 15 targets in the game on Sunday, the season high, tied his career high. Is that something that is built in? Hey, we want to get Nico the football, or is that just hey, you see it from the spot? You know how good Nico is. You try to get him the ball. What kind of goes into getting him that many looks?
Yeah, I think it's, a little bit of both of that. I think they were giving us some looks where he was isolated in one-on-one coverage, and we liked the matchup. And then there were other things where we were trying to scheme him to get him open. Nico is extremely explosive with the ball in his hand, and, I mean, as many times as we can get him the ball, good things usually happen for us. So, and it also, if defenses start covering him, it opens up a lot of our other guys too. So I think when he's playing well, I think our whole offense is going to do well. But I mean, I don't think anything was forced. It was just Nico's going to make a play. He's open. He's running good routes. He's on time. My offensive line's doing a great job protecting. So, yeah, obviously we want to try to get him the ball.
A little bit to that point. I know everything's like a game to game, but what did you like that you guys did as a unit that you can carry over to the next week to kind of get the unit as a whole to keep going?
We did a really good job just operating in and out of the huddle, getting up to the line fast, where we were able to kind of get in some advantageous looks, especially in the run game, but in the pass game as well with some play action stuff. I think that, works for us every defense. And then a lot of it was just kind of going back and leaning on a lot of comfort pass concepts and then having twist off of them, making a lot of different things look the same. That's kind of what we leaned into and what I was talking with Kales about last week about what I kind of wanted from it, and he was able to put a really good plan together, and we were able to go out and execute that.
This season, you and CJ, of course, have used your legs more to get out of the pocket. Even on your touchdown run, you was able to slide up a little bit and then, we seen the end results. Has there been an emphasis in Nick Caley's offense for you all to be able to use your legs more, or get out of the pocket quicker?
Yeah, I mean, we have moved the pockets and ways to get us out of the pocket that are designed, and then a big thing that Gerard's been talking to us about in the QB room is always pushing forward in the pocket. Nothing really good ever happens when you're escaping outside the tackles. You get a lot of holding penalties or guys falling off late and you end up getting sacked or have to throw it away. So the more you can command up through the pocket, the defense kind of will sometimes fall off their guy and come up and try to get you, and as long as you remain a passer, you can find someone open in your progression. Or, I mean, you can take off and get the. So I think really moving up in the pocket and kind of letting the rush develop and being able to access the defense like internally is usually advantageous.
On that run, what made you come out of the pocket like that? Was it because you seen the backs of the defenders?
I mean, it's kind of just like you're not looking at the rush when you're dropping back. I'm looking through my progression and at my receivers and the space in the defense, and kind of feel the people around you. And I felt some off my right edge as space was opening up to my left, so kind of just naturally start moving that way. And as I'm moving, it kind of just opened up, and I saw no one was really playing me, and I could take off.
Touch on this. Go ahead.
You talked about the Tennessee game 2 years ago where they went with Case kind of motivating you. Is there any extra, I don't know, just feelings, the fact that you get that opportunity now to go back to that place where that area of motivation took place?
No, I mean, that's in the past. I'm really focused on what's going to happen this week. We got another tough opponent, like I said before, and we got to execute our game plan at a high level if we want to go out and win this thing.
You are listening to Texans starting quarterback Davis Mills for Week 11 in Tennessee.
Do you have? How much does he go to you, like week to week? Like, how much do you change? Like, what's that relationship like as a backup?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the strengths of our quarterback room. I think everyone has a very open dialogue, and we talk through pretty much all the play comfort levels. And I mean, even when I wasn't playing and TJ was taking all the snaps throughout the game, there's still kind of some dialogue to make sure if you ever get thrown in there, like what are some of your favorites as well, because anything can happen on game day. So I think that's something that just as a room, and most quarterback rooms throughout the league probably do that as well. But I think I've said it before, I don't think he has an ego at all. He's open to really trying anything, and as long as it works and as long as it's sound football-wise, he's willing to take a shot. And I think, I mean, the way we can build things off of what we've shown on tape and keep getting better as an offense, I mean, everyone's willing to strive for.
What's the challenge in going against a team that you've already faced this year, who knows your tendencies, and how do you not look past a team that doesn't have a great record?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about in the team meeting today and watching film, like, these guys play hard. The record is what it is, but, I mean, they're coming out. There's NFL players on that team as well. They're paid to do the job, and just like we are, so we know they're talented and have the capability of winning the game, but we got to go out and execute and play at a really high level and kind of take things in our own hands to go out there and to try to win this game. We can't sit back and start off slow and try to fall into something. We got to be the aggressors and go out there and execute.
Follow up on that, I mean, as you said, the record is what it is. Obviously, the last time you were a full-time starter in 2022, obviously, the record lean on that experience as to, because that year you guys, majority of the weeks, played hard, did everything you guys could to get the win. So how much do you lean on that as like a reminder that this team is just going to lay over you guys to win?
Yeah, it's a lot of that. It's also what I said. I mean, every player in the NFL is extremely talented. They wouldn't be in their position if they weren't. So, I mean, anything can happen. We got to go out there and not worry about the other team's record and go out there and play a really good football team and focus on ourselves, and the results will come.
Davis, you all were able to overcome that deficit in the fourth quarter, but that's probably not a position that you want to be in. Like, how do you learn from that game on things not to do to not be in that position?
Yeah, exactly. We got to go out there and start fast, be efficient, move the ball, and score points in the red zone. Keep drives alive on third down, but ultimately it comes down to scoring more points than the other team, and it's nice when you can do that early in the game and start running the ball later in the game and burning clock and getting 4-minute mode and rely on your defense to keep getting you the ball back so you can burn more time. So, I mean, that's ideal, but anything can happen on game day, like I said, but I think a big part of it is starting fast and going out there and scoring more points.
What are some of the things that you think that you can do to help the offensive line this week going up against such a ferocious and aggressive defensive line?
I mean, a big thing, my job is going to be getting the ball out on time, finding the quiet spot in the pocket where they can really set their blocks and anchor, and just communicate. Sent does a great job doing that, but I'm echoing all the calls and getting the ball out on time where some of their tougher blocks might not be so tough because the ball's already out. So I'm going to try to help them out, but when there's plays where I need to hold on the ball to let routes develop, we're going to try to protect as best we can and get the ball up. So I think it goes both ways, but I think just playing efficiently and taking what the defense has given me should help those guys.
We got time for a few more, y'all.
Post-game, Dalton said it seemed like you were too calm, almost like he needed you to speak up a little bit because he couldn't really hear the plays. This week, have you been able to, any way, feel a little bit more comfortable with this role going into it? And how has that communication with you guys in the huddle, maybe in any way gotten a little louder?
Yeah, I think some of it is credit to our fans and NRG being quiet when we're on offense, and I was communicating in the huddle, and I didn't want to say something too loud or the defense can hear me because they're only standing 5 yards away. So, take that with a grain of salt, but I think a big part of it is just like communicating really well, making sure everybody knows the plan and knows their job once we're in the huddle, and breaking it and getting up there and going to execute. So I wouldn't say I'm not uncomfortable and I'm whispering out there, but it's funny. It's funny that happened.
To follow up on that, a lot of other offensive players said the same thing about your demeanor, and you stay calm, you stay cool. So what does get Davis Mills rattled? Does anything?
Not much. Just being calm. I've always been pretty analytical, where stuff that happens in the past, doesn't bother me too much. I can't do anything about it. And I'm ready to kind of attack what's ahead and what's in the current moment. It's funny, my wife used to get mad at me sometimes, she'd ask me a question or kind of want to argue a little bit, and I wouldn't react. She's like, "Why are you not mad?" I was like, it is what it is. We'll figure it out. So.
Thank you. That's how you got into Stanford.
In your last two starts, both have been memorable, unpowerful wins and comeback and things of that nature. What, just from your recollection, what is it like to be in those type of games where you kind of pull off an improbable comeback?
It's fun. The game's not over till the clock says 0, so I've never had the mindset where you're giving up or going out there to get through it. You're going out there to win the game every play. That's the biggest thing. Not a lot of guys in the NFL lay down when they're losing, especially this past week. Everyone is extremely confident in our abilities, and we think we can beat anybody. So that's the mindset we have every snap.
That's Texans quarterback Davis Mills, who is officially starting this week. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. Look, if you're a backup quarterback, speaking of Davis Mills, if you're a backup quarterback, this is precisely how you want it to work. And folks, I'll explain next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Generator Supercenter. Look, power outages, they're going to happen around these parts, y'all. Extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricanes. The bottom line is you need to stay ready so you don't end up in a panic. Get you a free estimate on a Generac home standby generator from Generator Supercenter. They're the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer.
from Google, and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Touchdown! Wow! Here comes the general.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, Dirty's Daily, baby. We are out here at Buffalo Wild Wings, Tomball Parkway. Come on up, hang out with us right across the highway from Willowbrook Mall. Come on by, hang out. This is a great location. We've been up here quite a bit over the years. Today's Dirty's Daily is powered by the penny. Did you know they made the last penny today?
I did not know that.
Did you know they're not making any more pennies?
Damn, I did not know
yesterday, that. It was actually the 12th. What was that? So it was yesterday. Andy, the old white guy that's a weatherman and gives the traffic update, said, no. It was yesterday. No more pennies being made.
Of course, Andy knows they're missing.
No more. Are you going to miss the penny, Tyler?
No.
I mean, here's the deal. There are over 300 billion in circulation today, so we're not going to run it. They say we got enough in circulation right now that it's going to be 33 years before we run out of pennies. I don't know how we're going to run out of them. I guess people are going to start rat holing them or something. But
what channel you think is Andy's news channel?
I don't know, but Andy knew it, man.
Andy C-SPAN. No, he's a local news guy. He's got to be one of them. Andy at 10 o'clock. That news is being watched.
Got to get that forecast at the least.
I don't know if he's ABC. I don't know if he's NBC. It is watched.
Powered by the penny. I'm going to tell you, man, we've the penny's been around for 232 years. Andy, did you know that? 232 years. Entered circulation in 1792.
Andy caught that whole news story.
And how about this? Somebody said they stamped the last 5, I think. The last 5 ever printed, they stamped with a certain omega mark so that they can auction them off in the future so they can identify literally the last 5 pennies ever put into circulation.
I got a bunch in my car.
Did you know this? That the penny.
Are we still on the penny?
Yeah. The penny, it costs more to produce than it's worth.
Well, maybe that makes sense.
3.69 cents, Andy, to be exact. 3.69 cents to produce 1 penny. So it obviously was not it was a costly endeavor.
Copper price is going up, yeah?
Andy.
Yeah. Well, and did you know this?
It's not Fox with Andy. It's got to be one of the other 3.
The U.S. Mint is in Philly. Did you know that 30% of their employees are veterans? Did you know that, Andy? I've not hit anything. You must have read the same article, man.
You watched the whole news story. I'm telling you, he sits there at 10 o'clock. That is a prime news story.
9 billion pennies are used each year.
Points.
300 in circulation.
What stations?
900 used each year. Boy, there's a lot of people out there sitting on pennies now.
I got a bunch of them.
A lot of folks sitting on pennies. You too good to use them?
When I get change, I got a little change spot in the car, and it is loaded up with pennies.
When we run out, what are they going to do? Do you think the company's going to round up and give us our change, or round down and give us our change?
I have not given that much thought.
They're going to round up and give us our change, and then they're going to keep the leftovers, because eventually them pennies that are left over are going to equal nickels, dimes, and they're going to get us again. They're going to find a way to get us again. But Dirty's Daily is powered by the penny, no doubt about it. All right, the backup quarterback.
Show you. That's my final answer.
By the way, before I go any further, everybody in the building, Miss Scarlett right here.
Miss Scarlett.
This week is Miss Scarlett. It's her 10-year anniversary at this location right here.
Come on, give her a hand.
10 years.
She's here every time we're here taking care of her.
10 years in the same Buffalo Wild Wings, rocking and rolling. This week is her 10-year and has done several shows from this location, and she has been the only bartender in the building every single time.
Do it, lady.
Every single time. So not only has she been here 10 years, she is doing a jam-up good job and ain't afraid of a little work, damn it, and some long hours because she's on her feet getting it done. And the bar is full before the tables are full, so clearly she's keeping the patrons happy while she's doing her job. So, Miss Scarlett, congratulations. Well done. Good job. And I hope you get however many more you want. I don't know that you want 10 more, Scarlett, but if you want 10 more, I hope you get 10 more, sister. Good job.
Oh, sorry.
Davis Mills, he's a starting quarterback this week for the Texans, y'all. And I don't know how much thought anybody's ever put into the life of a backup quarterback, but I've been one before. And this right here is precisely how you want it to work out, Ron. This is precisely how you want it to work out. It starts with 2 years since his last start, right? So you get in the league while you're cheap, you play a little bit, and people really don't expect you to do much because the organization was so dysfunctional, but you play well enough and do enough for people to have confidence in you as a backup, right? So the start is good. And then you go 2 years with no start, right? You back up a rookie quarterback, he's drafted in front of you, he goes, plays rookie of the year level, and clearly is going to be the face of the franchise moving forward. So 2 years you sit, you don't play. Then all of a sudden, you get that next contract. They pay you a little money to keep you around, right?
Yeah, they do.
So the first half went really well. First part of your deal, your career went really well. You sit for a couple years. Then all of a sudden, C.J. Stroud gets hurt. You get another defense in football. And you actually play well, but you miss a couple throws. You miss a couple throws. You miss a couple throws that would have changed the game. And it's very fair for everybody out there to go, hey, man, he didn't get the reps. He didn't get the reps. It's a really good defense. Didn't get the reps. So you get the benefit of the doubt. Give him a little bit of grace right there as the backup quarterback. Then all of a sudden, next up, you got Jacksonville Jaguars. You need a division win big time, and you got a team that's got a good record, but is not nearly – the team's not as good as I think their record is. And the defensive front is not a defensive front that can create havoc around your feet all day long. They lack the ability to overwhelm the quarterback. And what do? As a backup quarterback, you have a moment. You have a monster moment.
There you go.
Bigger than anybody expected. And you put the team on your back, as you would say, you put on the cape and bring the team back. And you are the reason that this team won that football game, along with the defense that went 3 and out about 8 times in a row.
He made plays I didn't have it on my bingo card.
And you win that game, right? And then I'll be damned if you don't go to practice expecting the starting quarterback to be back, and midweek they say, nah, not yet. He ain't ready. You got to go. And you look up and you go, well, hell, why not? It's the Tennessee Titans. It's the Tennessee Titans who have fired their coach. The team is all but quit on them. And I got to go out and play well against arguably the worst team in football. CJ comes back next week. I'm going to knock on wood and say I hope he does. Comes back next week for a much tougher opponent, much tougher defense. And the Buffaloes go out there and plays good right now against Tennessee. Ryan, you can chalk up another contract.
Oh, he's earned 7 more years.
No question.
I think he's earned 5 right now.
No question.
With that performance out there, he's not facing Strahan and Seahorn like you had to in your second start.
Yeah, that was a rough one. I didn't know at the time how good they were. That was a rough one. I didn't know what I was up against. But I'm going to tell you, that's the recipe, man. You get your opportunity against Jacksonville again. You get a signature moment. Then you play a crappy team that you should just go out there and be able to be really conservative and just don't turn it over, don't lose it. And when you go back to the bench, you turn the reins back over to C.J. Stroud, who's never going to give them back up to you, right? But you go back to the bench, and you be honest, you hope that you don't have to play 100 snaps in the next 10 years.
Absolutely.
And you just consistently pick up a check.
That's why like Chase Daniel, he did that.
Oh.
Every time he had to go in, if you can always look like, all right, my quarterback has to miss 4 games. Can you hold us afloat?
Oh, that's
that's what when you look at backups, like can you go 2-2? Can you hold us afloat? And with that performance, oh hell yeah, Davis, right. They'll remember that for years.
Right, the bar is so low, like you said. Just go 500 and don't lose.
Go 500?
Don't be the reason we lose and give us a 500
4
record.
4 games. Can you keep us in there?
That's it. I mean, see where I went wrong. I had a 500 record, but I was the reason we lost the second game. So that became a real hard film for other teams to watch and go, yeah I want this guy to be my backup. Davis just can't pull a Stoerner. He can't go out there in the second half throw 4 picks. If he just keeps the train on the track, he goes back to the bench, he turns the reins back over to C.J. Stroud, and he will sign another.
Yeah, he's got. Seriously, he's got what he has shown thus far, and I don't expect him to put out a dud on Sunday, but he's gonna get over 10 years in this league, easy.
Oh no, hell, he's already. Where's he at now?
Him and Nico came in together, so
This is 4
or 5 years. Yeah, easy. He is
4 because at start in Denver, I watched him lose. That was his rookie year. Yeah.
So this is 4th year. Yeah. He's he is. There is a trust. He comes in. He knows what he's doing, and you ain't got nothing to worry about. He gonna sit over there in his hat. He ain't gonna say nothing. He ain't gonna. Yeah, he is perfect. He's perfect right now. He gonna hold on to this thing for a minute.
Yeah. Forget this. Right now, he's got a 2-year deal. He's got a 2025. He signed a 1-year extension, right, with the Texans. So his next deal is going to be a 3 or 4 year deal worth a handsome check. Now it's going to be solid. But this is exactly how you want this thing to play out if you're Davis Mills, and it couldn't be any better. Now what you got to do is again keep the train on the tracks against Tennessee, and then hope that C.J. Stroud comes back and takes over the reins, and then you go back to the bench and just watch the bank account grow, man.
Man, stay healthy.
It's that easy, man. This week, if you hadn't heard, D'Amico Ryans announced to open his press conference today that C.J. Stroud, Jalen Petrie, and who was the other one?
And Fairbairn.
Those 3 guys are out again this week. Not like the organization to come out and be that transparent this early, but those 3 guys are out, so we do know Davis Mills is starting again this week. It's the Tennessee Titans. We should be fine, barring something crazy happening. We should be fine this week. Hey, Tyler, I know the folks that are listening, they may not all know, but Tyler went to school with my wife for a good chunk. Hell, all the way up, didn't you, T?
Yeah, elementary through high school, man.
That's right. That's all the way up.
That sure is beautiful.
It's a beautiful thing, ain't it? Well, here's the deal. This is actually really cool. So my wife finds out yesterday that they are opening a 25-year time capsule at her elementary. So her teachers in 25 years ago in elementary, they put a time capsule and let all the kids bring something, whatever at that point in time was important to them. And they put it in some kind of time capsule. And apparently, Tyler, you were there. Did y'all bury it in the ground somewhere?
Yeah, man. I remember the day out there at Stephen F. Austin, them digging that hole as us little kids watched, and us all burying something in this big old time capsule. I can't remember what I put in it, but I do remember the moment.
So they are.
You got to be there for that.
This is the 25-year mark. They're digging up this 25-year time capsule.
Be there.
25 years, and they're inviting all those kids from that class back up there to claim their findings in this thing.
Go Gators.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I thought that.
Does she remember at all what she put in?
She does not remember.
Or is she drawing a blank like Tyler?
She does not remember what she put. Either she doesn't remember or she's hiding it from me telling.
I remember doing this. I just don't remember what school I did it for.
What if I show up there and it's a love letter from my wife to Tyler or something?
Wow.
I can guarantee you and promise that won't be what's in there.
Okay, I'm glad you jumped in there. I was going to say I didn't know that they had a thing.
The old cat gets let out of the bag from old elementary school. That my wife she liked big-headed guys back then too.
We liked it with blonde tips.
I mean, I thought. I mean, you don't have much of a response. I thought that was really cool.
I think it is cool. Yeah, it is. I'm wondering. I am wondering what they – I'm surprised that you guys don't remember what you put in it.
None of them did. She's got one girlfriend that said she thinks she wrote a letter to herself and put it in there.
I'm trying to think of what this idiot Tyler put in.
I mean, Tyler, what grade was that, T? Was that 5th grade?
5th grade, yes, sir.
So right before y'all left. I mean, that had to be something with motorbikes or something, right?
Doc Martens.
Ooh, you might be onto something.
Doc Martens.
What did you put in
a black trench coat and some Doc Martens.
Something with motocross is a solid guess.
Oh, that is good. That is
What
good.
did he say?
Something with motocross is a solid guess. I was thinking maybe something with horses for Lowe. Maybe it's
a great one.
I don't know if she was into him. Yeah, she was into him that early because her grandmother and him got her. Her grandfather got her into him, and her aunt got her into him pretty early. I don't know if she was showing him, but she got into it pretty early.
Old Mrs. Stoerner, she kept her horse at that horse stable right behind my house too.
God, I want to know what you put in there, Tyler.
You mean Miss Lewis? Miss Stoerner didn't have no horse, cuz.
Yeah.
We wasn't in the owning horse world. We weren't in that world, Chief. We was just trying to keep that old truck from getting repoed, if you know what I mean.
Old bits and spurs, man.
We wasn't feeding horses. We was making sure that Hank and Clint had a little dinner. We were damn sure wasn't worried about feeding no horses, Chief. What do you think you'd have put in there, Ron?
Man, 5th grade, I was really into the Power Rangers. At that point in my walk.
That's a good one too.
I don't think I've ever.
I had a Zord. Maybe that would have been too valuable to me.
I definitely would have put the my.
You guessed it. I was the Black Ranger.
I was the Black.
I was Zach, the black guy. Who was the Black Ranger. They could have shook that up.
I think I would have put. I'd have put my.
But you got to remember, this is 5th grade though.
Yeah,
I
would have put my ponies jersey, football jersey in there.
Oh, would you?
The ponies, man. That's back in Optimus Little League football, man. Optimus ponies. Team I played with, me and my brother. I got to play up a grade because my brother was smaller and I was bigger. I got to play up.
Yeah.
I think that was 5th grade. It was a pony.
What number was it?
Pony or it was a big number because I was a big fella.
That was the time when the size decided your number.
If I was playing quarterback, it's because I was bigger than everybody and they couldn't tackle me. So it was just I would drag them down the field. I'd drag them for an extra 5 yards or something. Short yardage quarterback. Everything else was linebacker and running back and all this bigger, what the bigger guys played. Not quite O-line, D-line, but the bigger linebacker, tailback, fullback.
Linebacker, tailback.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can guess it wasn't for speed either. So.
That power, baby. You would go down.
Straight power, man. That's
Text line, by the way, coming in, said, I was at that game that Clint threw 4 picks. I think being the backup quarterback is one of the best jobs in the NFL, someone texted.
It is until you throw 4 picks in the second half against the Giants.
Yep.
It is until that happens, and then it all comes crumbling down, boys.
Then maybe you could be Nate Peterman. Peterman just kept getting those opportunities.
Yeah, look, I mean,
he threw 5 and got a job.
Well, you just you do that, and then you learn all the lessons. Typically you'd like to play a little bit of quarterback and kind of learn one lesson every game, or maybe one every 2 games.
Not all in a half.
Learning all those hard lessons that don't throw it back across your body. Don't throw the dig route.
You felt good. You tried to throw across. That one of your picks was a throw across the body.
Well, it wasn't near as what you see these guys do nowadays. It was I threw back across the middle of the field, not necessarily back across my body. I was set to throw.
But you threw the middle of the field late.
That linebacker was late. It was a dig route late, and that linebacker was hard left.
Still remembers it.
That linebacker was hard left, and I never saw him. And when I threw it, he undercut my dig route. And then I underthrew the guy. For some reason, Coach had me throwing a jump ball to Rocket Ishmael in the end zone. That's the hard part. Is drove him right down the field, touchdown to go up 31-7.
Did y'all end up losing?
I think it was 30. Yeah, in overtime.
Oh boy.
I think it was that touchdown would have come out of halftime. Throw a touchdown to Jackie Harris, and it's a
tight end.
It's a terrible call. They call pass interference. Come back. I throw an interception the next play, and then just goes south.
Now, did you play the whole way
right back?
Through,
Drive right down the field again. I throw another interception in the end zone to my left.
Did they get you out of there, or did you play the?
They benched me for Ryan Leaf. And Ryan Leaf got the last. Collins, Sean Payton, Kerry Collins, that whole crew.
That crew over there. The Giants team later go to a Super Bowl.
They put it on us, man. And needless to say, they ended my my time on the field. I got a couple more years in backup, but it ended my time on the field.
All right, coming up is we will hook our first winner up. If you're in the building in this 4 o'clock hour, we'll hook somebody up with a Texas Star Grill Shop gift card. But as we take a little break here from the Texans, as I told you, man, Dana Brown addressed the number one issue facing the Houston Astros. We'll discuss that next.
All right, we got some big news from our friends over at Cochran Casino.
on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppa's John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook off Tomball Parkway, here's The Drive with Stoerner.
That's right. Here we go as we are live and people are starting to make their way in. And it's beautiful here. Coming up, we'll be here till 6 o'clock. We are live right off Tomball Parkway here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Right near Willowbrook Mall on the other side of the highway. Like I said, we'll be here till 6 o'clock. TV's all over the place. Big Thursday night football game with one of the best teams in the AFC, the New England Patriots, as they are still trying to grow and get themselves up. They'll play the Jets in a AFC East battle. You can watch that here. Got some NBA going on here as well. So TV's available all over the place, whether you're near the bar where you should be, or over there in the dining room. You'll be able to check everything out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Great wing special as well. Got the boneless wing special as well if you come on in here. And we're going to start hooking people up with our first prize. Your chance to win that after this segment ends. If you have not put a ticket in our raffle box, you may want to get towards doing that before this segment ends, as we will hook somebody up with our first prize. All right, Clint. Listen, I know we've had a lot of fun on this show with it, just because it is so insane the last couple of years, and in particular last year with just the whole injury situation with the Astros and how many guys get hurt, how many guys with elbow discomfort or forearm tightness, or the whole Jordan saga, the whole Kyle Tucker saga the year before. It's been we've almost had to laugh to not have to deal with how ridiculous this is, and we understand they've made moves, Clint, to move on from a lot of their training staff, Clint. But a couple of updates, and then I want you to hear what Dana Brown had to say about their situation with injuries. Couple of updates on the injury front from Dana Brown as he's in Vegas for the GM meetings. Josh Hader has thrown off the mound 3 times and is progressing well, Clint. You'd be happy to know that. Yordan Alvarez is jogging at 65-70%, but is expected to be ready by spring training. Jeremy Pena, Jose Altuve are totally fine. And then my favorite one, Isaac Paredes is about 65% recovered from his hamstring injury.
My God.
Dana Brown said it sounds like he may be somewhat behind when the Astros report to spring training, but should be fine at the start of the season. And then the comments that Dana had to say about the Astros situation, he said that the Astros are taking a, quote, deep dive into their return to play procedures. We felt like with all of the injuries and using 60 players to get through the season, at times we have felt that some guys came back a little sooner than we would have expected, Brown said. So, Tyler and Clint, first of where they are right now. And then that statement. Now, you're going to have to help me understand how on November the 13th, that Isaac Paredes is 65% recovered from his hamstring. Well, where the hell was he on September 27th when he played his last game when y'all ran his ass back out there?
Back to
if he's 65% healed right now, where the hell was he in September?
Well, he had to put off surgery, right? He put off surgery, hopes he could come back and help.
Did he have surgery?
Had to.
I did not catch hear that he had surgery on the hamstring.
I've not heard that he had surgery, but I heard he was putting off surgery to wait and see if he could get back. And then
I need to hear some.
The only way that I could see that he's not, closer, if that he's only 65%, is that he had to have surgery as soon as the season was over, right?
I don't know. I mean, we got Jordan at 65-70% jogging right now. The season ended. His season ended in early September.
His was a hand issue. What's the jogging got to do?
No, remember he had the ankle.
Oh, that's right, the ankle.
stepping on home
that's
plate.
Right, that's right. That's right.
I do not.
His ankle exploded.
Yeah. I'm just saying, as he's talking about their issues rushing guys back, I mean, however they slice it, man. Isak Paredes should not have played at the end of the year. I don't think, especially when you're talking about the injuries or rushing people back. And now we're in a space, and I would think, Clint, that hell, a hamstring surgery, he mind the 65%. If he had a hamstring surgery, his last game he played was September 27th. I don't think he'd be back and rolling in a month or just a little over a month. Again, we laugh and have fun with this, but Clint, this is clearly the biggest thing that they need to improve. This has to improve, because you could argue that was the single biggest reason why this team didn't make it to the playoffs. Why this team didn't make it to the playoffs, because of the injury situation, rushing guys back, guys having to miss longer time. It is something that just has to be corrected and adjusted in whatever way they need to. It is absolutely ridiculous.
It sounds like he's doing exactly what you're asking him to do. It sounds like there's an overhaul. They're doing an investigation. It sounds like they're being transparent with the guys. So I agree wholeheartedly. Clearly, they got to fix it, because it was egregious in some categories last year. And so hopefully that's what he's Dana's talking about here.
I need a real check on this surgery. I mean, the way Isak's out there 50%. The way he's talking about, he's healed up to 65% recovered from the hamstring injury. Tyler, he must have been out there. He must have been out there 50% out there.
Can we just stop though with the BS number labeling of percentage of guys? Just stop. You did the right thing and you fired the lead guy on your medical. That would be vastly improved this coming baseball season, but just stop.
Yeah, someone texted in, he was trying to help the team. That's where he was. No. If this cat is September 27th, this last game, and right now we're in the healing process. It's early November, and he's 65% healthy. He shouldn't have been out there. He shouldn't have been out there. They had guys to play the position.
Well, look, he was, and at the end of the day, I think he put off whatever rehab he had going on. So maybe he's ahead of the curve. Maybe he's ahead of schedule.
He's ahead of the schedule again. Yeah. If this is ahead of the schedule, Clint, that means that 65 is growing from September 27th when he played his last game. My man went out there and said, man, we got you. We took a deep dive into this thing. Luckily, this guy we had played late September, 65% now in early November. We'll see. Hopefully that does improve. That is ridiculous. All right, coming up, the Titans have a player that is returned. He returned to practice and looks like he is trending towards playing. I still don't know if this is a real effect on if the Texans should be in trouble to lose this game, but this is a difference maker and changes where they are. We'll take a look at that and discuss where he is coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, look, now, if you've got a big, beautiful property, you need that peace of mind and you need a program. And Louis Flory over to Ability Tree Experts, he is simply the best in the business, the only option in the business. Whether you got
Exclusions apply. Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook off Tomball Parkway, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Let's hear it here, man. We got some folks, man. We love the love that's being shown to us. A lot of our daily listeners in the building, and you can be in the building as well, as we'll be here for the show until 6 o'clock. But, hey, man, it's a Thursday night. Good way to get kind of the weekend started. Come on out here and enjoy you some wings, good drinks, some beer. Shout out to Bud Light as they're in the building, and the Bud Light girls are around as well. And, hey, some wings.
See how
good beer, some
how
sports.
Easy it was?
Yeah, them Bud Light girls, they're around right here for you. So, and also, we also have another prize that you can win in the 5 o'clock hour. So if you not put your ticket in, you can do that in our raffle box as we'll continue moving forward with that coming up. All right, Clint, some news here. We've heard some things from the injury front for the Texans, and we'll discuss a little bit more of that coming up at 5 o'clock. But on the Titans side, again, the Texans are going to be without their starting quarterback, and they're still a 5.5-point favorite on the road, which shows you the difference that a lot of people see between these teams, and it is legit. But their best player has been out for the last couple of games, Clint, Jeffrey Simmons. We saw Jeffrey Simmons against this offensive line, and there was some issues for the Texans' offensive line the first time they played him. There is video out there. I've seen video. He has been out there on the practice field, and he looks like a player that is trending to play. He looks like somebody that I just based off the video I was watching, how quick he was moving, I'd be surprised if he's not there. And Clint, although I still believe the Texans should win this and they should not have problems in this, he is a problem. He is, and if there is a route that this game is even interesting, him and because I don't think Sweat was healthy the first time the Texans played them, to have to deal with both of those guys in their front. That is where things could get dicey.
If there is a path to the Tennessee Titans, this be a 4-quarter game. If there's a path, it goes through Sweat and Simmons on the inside of that defense. And that is the path when our offense has the football. The one thing that we've struggled with is interior pressure. And when you're dealing with interior pressure, all of a sudden an average defensive end becomes above average. All of a sudden tip balls become a problem over the middle of the field. Everything is just exponentially more difficult. And if the Texans' offense struggles, which it has been very inconsistent this year, if it struggles, it will be because Simmons and Sweat on the inside are absolutely wrecking shop. The Texans ran the football well last week, particularly late, ran it really well. If the Texans can't run the football or don't run the football effectively this week and get things rolling in that department, it's going to be because of Simmons and Sweat. And so when you look at this thing, the Simmons return and Sweat being available, that is the only way that this thing is, in my opinion, is even a game, is if those guys are causing major issues for the Texans offense.
We saw against the Broncos, it was much more Zach Allen and the guys
on
the interior, the interior that gave them problems, as opposed to, I'm not going to say Cooper and Benito didn't give them problems, but it was much more the guys on the inside. And as you said, I mean, their offense struggled. And quite frankly, I do think they've come a further way, but they struggled for 3 quarters against the Titans the first time, right? And remember, it was 6-0 going into the first quarter, with their field goal kicker missing 2 kicks, 40 yards. It was 6-0 before the Texans finally kind of blew it open and scored 20 in that first half. Again, I don't believe that the Texans are in any kind of trouble with this, but as you said, if there is a route and early on that's a problem and they can't run the football, or this absolutely changes the game plan or anything like that they develop, that one is a weird.
Well, Ron, we see it happen every week. There's a game or two that, whether it's the better team or not, like a team jumps out to a 14-0 lead, right?
Especially at home,
that can change the dynamic of a game. It can make the Vegas line be lopsided by double digits. I mean, a lot of crazier things can happen. And I'm just saying, if you're looking at Simmons and Sweat on the inside, I mean, that's where, you could be looking at a Texans game, and God, I hope this isn't true, but you could look at a Texans game where, hey, man, you come out and a coaching staff put a great first 10-play script together. They go down and get a field goal. And then all of a sudden they come out and Simmons tips the ball, gets a pick, and next thing you know, you're down 10-0, and you're midway through the first quarter.
And now you're chasing.
And really, it doesn't have anything to do with their team and the fact that you got a backup quarterback. It has nothing to do with all that. It's just how the game of football is played.
We watched it last week with Jacksonville, right?
Yeah, fair. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
You get a pick right off the bat, and they get a field goal. They get a fumble.
I really wasn't even.
You described it.
I wasn't even thinking about last week's game, but yes.
And then a punt return.
Yeah, I mean, so if that happens, and all of a sudden you're looking at, now we're fighting back uphill, and now so it's a little bit of a different swing there, and that is exactly what the Titans are relying on to even be competitive with anybody, right? And so again, the getting Simmons, I think, gives them a puncher's chance to make a couple of plays that just normal interior defensive linemen don't even pose a threat.
And then to kind of connect things with that, if you missed it, D'Amico Ryan spoke to the media, and we carried that right here. You can listen to that at about 2:40 on the podcast page on the drive. But he was talking about the offensive line, and after that game, we've not even just after that game, but we've seen a lot of shuffling from the offensive line at the left guard spot. You remember the first game of the season, they shuffled. I mean, 3 different spots. There's been a lot going on with that offensive line. Here was D'Amico today speaking about what he's looking for from the offensive line.
For our offensive line, we're looking for whatever gives us the best chance, the best opportunity to go out and play good football up front, communicate, be on the same page, do what we're asking guys to do, and play good football. That's what we're asking to do. So whoever's out there, that's all I want to see.
Right now, man, as we talk about it, looks and Simmons are going to be there on the interior. And Clint, I'll be honest, we talked about the offensive line and the potentials of issues all season long. I am floored that we are still here at week 11. And are you 100% sure who's going to be the 5 out there on Sunday?
No, I'm not. I have no idea. Even if you just do what I think is
I think I got 2-3 positions I feel good about.
Look, as much as I liked what Trent Brown did, I listened to Nick Caserio last night on Texans All Access, and look, Titus Howard's going to be your right tackle. I think Ed Ingram's going to be your right guard. Jake Andrews is going to be your center, and your left tackle is going to be Ariante Ursery. The thing is, your left guard. I think there's a strong case that Jarrett Patterson should have earned the job last week with his performance last week. But you look at it, is Jarrett Patterson a better matchup for Simmons than Juice Scruggs or Lakin Tomlinson? Just the physicality, the anchor, the ability, the different build, the physical strength. I mean, I don't know who the better matchup is there. So, no, I have no idea what the O-line is going to look like. The interesting thing to me is as this goes on and just keeps on, and look, and it would mean absolutely nothing. All of this talk to the media from any of the coaches would mean nothing if we didn't have what's going on the field, where we've been rotating left guards, which is, I don't give a damn who you are. That's odd. That's strange. That's abnormal. That you don't just go to work and go, okay, we're going to rotate guards because we think it's the best thing for our team. Like that's a strange approach to left guard. That's what happens. Go to inch, and all of a sudden you got Jarrett Patterson, the guy that come off the practice squad starting, 62. Right? And then all of a sudden the guy on the practice squad's benched, and here comes Juice Scruggs. So clearly Juice Scruggs wasn't injured. Right, so like there's the interesting thing to me with all of this is with all of that action going on in the field, right? DeMeco and everybody, including Nick Caley, everybody constantly is banging the drum of ultimately we need guys to be coachable. And guys are losing their job because they're not coachable. Guys can't go out there and do what they're asked to do, right? Communicate, do your job with good technique and fundamentals. That is the, I feel like the bare minimum of being an NFL offensive lineman. Be able to communicate, have good technique and mechanics, and be able to do it 52 to 70 plays a game. But yet, that's the reason why we can't settle on a left guard. It's the damnedest thing, man. And the more we hear from DeMeco Ryans, the more crazy it is of just like, how can we not find a guy that, if it's that damn important to this crew, if it's that important that it's technique, mechanic, communicate, lock in, all these stats, be coachable, do what you're asked, and he's almost saying it out of disgust at this point. Right, you know what I mean? Like the tone.
Like it seems like it's all right, man. Day to day.
Yeah.
How you perform today? That's how the depth chart.
It's almost like he's talking.
Week 11.
It's almost like he's talking to him through the media of like, hey guys, I know I'm as frustrated with it as y'all are. We just got to find guys that can do their job, do what we ask them to do. I know it's frustrating. I know it sounds crazy.
What do you think I'm dealing with?
What do you think? Yeah, right. So it's almost like, and it's crazy that you've got 4 guards in the building and none of them can hold it down.
Yeah. But like
I guess there's 5.
It can't not, but it can't be as bad as let's get 62 in here, man. He's been the one that's been following the
Clearly, it was as bad.
No, it wasn't. We clearly saw it wasn't.
Well, no, you saw.
We clearly saw it wasn't as bad to bring him up.
Here's the moral of that story, Ron, is at some point you can be the guy that does everything the coach wants you to do, but if you ain't talented enough, you can't play.
They just, they got to stop doing unserious things. And I don't even mean it just from the standpoint of from us, from the players in the locker room. They've got to stop doing unserious. Like guys like Danielle Hunter, he ain't gonna say it. Aziz definitely ain't gonna say it because they are joint at the hip. Anyway, but like there are veterans in that league that have played on playoff teams. Like you got like bringing it 62 to start out of nowhere with your backup in the season on the line. That's a very unserious move. They got to stop doing it. You think the fans are doing it? There are other guys in that locker room like, what the hell are we doing?
Well,
what are we doing?
Here's the why you're harping on it, Ron. The interesting thing about that is, when DeMeco got hired, all of that stuff stopped on the defensive side of the football. The defensive side of the football got real. Now, Petrie, you ain't doing what I asked you to. Get over here and sit next to me. There's been like holding guys accountable has been crazy. The offense is this is the same stuff that was going on when Culley and Lovey were here.
Yep.
Offensively.
Absolutely. Yep.
So it's interesting. That offensive side of the football, man, they got to figure that thing out.
69.
I hear you, man. I hear you. I think there's a lot of that going on.
Good luck, man. That should be done in Nashville for Tyler. All right, coming up, 5 o'clock fire. Sorry about that.
Facts. He said
5 o'clock fire. The injury report is out, and obviously huge guys that have already been declared out. We'll let you hear from DeMeco himself on that. And also the Rockets, they got a big win they got a win last night of a team they should beat the hell out of, and they certainly did that. And a big Thursday night football game as well. We'll look at that, all of that, as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right.
$7.95. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The drive is live.
I said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Flip, flip, flip all these burgers. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is we are live on a Thirsty Thursday here at Buffalo Wild Wings, right off Tomball Parkway. If you're looking for a landmark, we are on the other side of the highway from Willowbrook Mall. And we'll be here till 6 o'clock. Plenty of time as you're getting off work to make your way on out here. spots around the bar, and you can pull up and hang out, have you a good drink, get you some wings, get you them. If you like Tyler and you like boneless, get you them.
You've been saying that. I got to correct you. I like tenders. If I'm getting wings, I get bone-in.
Tyler, but you like boneless wings, don't you?
No, I don't.
You don't like boneless wings? Hell, okay.
I mean, nuggets are okay, but I like bone-in.
I like boneless wings. I like them all.
You like nuggets?
Bone-in? I do. I like them all.
Is there a difference between a boneless wing and a tender?
Yes.
Smaller.
Which one, the boneless wing is?
And the part of the chicken.
One is a nugget?
Yeah.
Oh, is it a whole different part of the nugget, too? I mean, a whole different part of the chicken?
We're all about educating on this show.
Is one of them dark meat, one of them light meat?
No, they're all white meat.
Yeah, they're all white.
Oh, well, then what the hell does it matter?
Anyway, if you're like me and you like boneless wings,
I mean, you had me going for a minute.
They got a special
into Tyler's tenders, man.
On
if they're dark meat.
On a Thursday, come on out here and enjoy yourself. And again, if you have not put your name in our raffle box, we are going to have our final prize of the night, courtesy of Bud Light. A great, top of the line cooler right there. You can win. We'll do that coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. All right, Clint. The big news of the day is the injury report, and D'Amico Ryan spoke to the media earlier today, and he expressed that C.J. Stroud and Jalen Petrie and Kaimi Fairbairn are all out today, and they've decided to declare them out of this game. Of course, they did not practice. Clint, when you hear that, what's your thought process? Those are three very, very important players to this team.
Well, yeah, look, when it comes to scoring points, there's nobody more important to the Texans than Kaimi Fairbairn and C.J. Stroud. So it definitely hurts. It's definitely not ideal, but the football gods are blessing us, man. We happened to catch Jacksonville and Tennessee 2 games in a row, 2 very winnable games. Obviously, you saw what happened last week, dramatic fashion. Didn't have to be that way, but it did. I'll take it. This is a game where you feel like you should be able to you're just a healthier organization. You should be able to go out there and win handily. Hell, you're a 5.5 point favorite on the road with your backup quarterback. So that speaks volumes right there for what they think. You're just in a different class as an organization. And so luckily the football gods are shining down on us with the schedule, hitting us with these kind of injuries and these kind of issues.
This would be different if this was next week.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You got Indy, you got Kansas City, you got obviously Buffalo next week. So these injuries could come at a lot worse time. That's for damn sure. So I hate to be without these guys, and I hope they get healthy, and I hope we get them back by next Thursday. But right now, if it's going to happen, if you're going to have a couple of game stretch, 2-week stretch where you're not full go, hell, let it be these 2 weeks.
Yeah, and other guys here, as we look at the rest of the practice practice injury report here, as Harrison Bryant, Clint, and Dalton Schultz did not practice. Those have been your top 2 tight ends. Now Cade Stover is back, and he did practice for a second straight day. But Dalton Schultz and Harrison Bryant have not practiced all week, and you would imagine that they may be up in the air potentially to play. Now, with Dalton Schultz, he's done this a couple of times this year where he hasn't practiced through the week and was able to go on Sunday. But, Clint, if you come back and you're down to Cade Stover, although I still think they should be able to handle the Titans, but that would be a weird thing for you to have to come back and Cade Stover would be your top tight end, and Dalton Schultz, Clint, has just been a major part of this offense as they played probably better after the first few games.
We've talked about the tight end position multiple times. You're lucky that the one that has been healthy and stayed healthy is Dalton Schultz, because he's the best tight end you got, and he is a guy that should be and is more times than not a big part of this offense when this offense is rolling. And so you're lucky that that's been the guy that's been healthy. You mess around and lose him, and you got a banged up Harrison Bryant and a first week back Cade Stover. That tight end position is going to be in a tough spot. So I got to believe these are not vet days, but hey man, it's mid-season for a veteran that knows what the hell's going on, is playing well. Give them the rest days, keep them off their legs, let them get healthy, and let them help us on Sunday. Hopefully that's what's going on with Dalton Schultz right now. now.
This again, there, him and Harrison Bryant, also ones who didn't practice. I think on a positive front here, as we said, Cade Stover back. Ed Ingram also practicing 2 straight days with that knee. He missed the last game. Danico Autry returned to practice with that knee. It looks like on Wednesdays he's been given what feels like a rest day. We see young Miller.
Yeah,
Milner just walked in the
Milner
building.
walked in the building.
Little brother's there, huh?
Looked like he just played 9.
He got more swag than that on the golf course, man. He's been working, Chief.
Yeah, he'd probably be a little bit more drunk. But Danico Autry, he returned. By the way, also the other side for the Titans, they had several guys out and didn't practice yesterday. And Jeffrey Simmons, the big name there, he returned to practice. Xavier Woods, their safety, is the only one who did not participate. So they should have a lot of their guys back. Calvin Ridley had some injury concerns. He should be good to go as well in the game on Sunday. So that is the latest on the injury report when it comes to the Texans and the Titans.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, as we rolled through here last night, the Rockets, who've been outside of that game against the Spurs, they've been rolling pretty good here lately. They beat the hell out of the Wizards as we thought they would. 81 points in the first half. That's what I said yesterday on Tyler's Best Bets, that the individual numbers for players would be a little nervous. You just don't know how long they in. I think for me, still what jumped out was obviously they just, in games like this, they got a bunch of guys that can hurt you. But, man, that point guard situation continues to grow. Now I think the next thing is, can we see them against better opponents? Now I don't think in 2 days when they play another sorry team in a couple of days. It's an NBA Cup game, but another team that they should beat. But you do want to see them do it against better competition. But you look at yesterday, Amen Thompson and Reed Sheppard, both of them 8 from 11 from the field. Reed Sheppard 5 of 8 from 3, what you need. He had 21 points, 3 assists yesterday. And then Amen Thompson did what he's been kind of doing all year long, 18 points, 8 of 11, very efficient, 8 assists in the game. And they didn't even play, a lot of heavy minutes in that game. And that, to me, is the big start of the season. And even against the Spurs, both of them played pretty well in that game as you want them to grow. But they're going to beat the hell out of teams like that. But you just got to kind of take away the things of importance that you're hoping to grow, and those two guys are at the top of the league.
Well, I'm looking forward to eating crow on Reed Sheppard. I just hope that I end up being dead wrong. I mean, because there's no doubt. I mean, there's been a handful of games this year already where, forget the box score, forget the numbers, Ron. I just when I watch him play, he just looks confident. He looks like he belongs. He looks like he's ready to run the show. He looks like he's ready to command the floor. And so, obviously, if he's knocking down shots, it's a big part of it. I don't look on the defensive end of the floor. He's going to be a problem. The reality, but on the defensive end of the floor, they're going to eat his lunch when they got to play man. So hopefully,
you got to hope people behind you can help.
Yeah, you got to hope you got help.
Shooting,
I mean, but hell, I mean, you got a big lineup behind you. They ought to be able to help you. So. Doing what he is paid to do, it looks like he is confidently moving in the right direction. So it's looking like I'm going to eat a little crow, and I would happily do so if Reed Sheppard ends up being a big part of this thing by mid-year, even by late season.
Yeah.
Which he's going to be a big part of it either way it goes. Clearly, he's going to play minutes, so he's already going to be there. But just can he play well enough and convince these guys that he needs meaningful minutes when it matters the most.
And that's the big thing to me too. As I said, they're off tonight, but they play the Trailblazers, who are all right, 6-5, but they're not a good basketball team. That's a team that they should beat again. You want to see them against better competition, and they'll play Orlando coming up, which is a pretty good team out of the East. We'll see what they're able to do if they continue to give that type of production at that point guard spot between the two of them. But yeah, man, this is all you can ask for right now. And I think the big thing for me that I love is Udoka is approaching Reed Sheppard as if he is an important part, and he is playing him. Reed Sheppard knows that he's playing every game, and he knows probably about the time he's coming in every game. Yeah. And he's like, this isn't a deal of like, all right, man, if I go 1 for 7 tonight, man, I might get benched for Aaron Holiday or something. No, he knows, like, I'm going to be in this thing. And So did what they need to do as they dominated the Wizards.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
5 o'clock fire.
That guy's pretty good, too. Thursday night football tonight, and you can take that in right here, Buffalo Wild Wings, or you can listen to it if you're riding around on your way to Buffalo Wild Wings on Sports Radio 610, as you can hear that courtesy of Westwood One. Jets-Patriots. This is another Thursday night football game, another game that is a division rival game like last week between the Raiders and the Broncos. This line is even larger than last week's line was. It is there you go. I don't know what you have, Tyler. I got it at 13.5.
Yes, sir.
Is what I'm seeing. The Patriots are favorite at home over the Jets. I think last week that the Broncos were maybe a 9 or 10-point favorite over the Raiders. And, hell, they barely scored 10 points in the game, let alone beat them by that much. By the way, the Jets, they placed their star wide receiver, Garrett Wilson, on IR with a knee injury, so he is not going to be available along with many of the other guys they've traded and gotten rid of. Do you think this one, Clint, is one that stays close the way that New England and the Jets have been playing?
Look, I mean, this is a blowout by every sense of the phrase. But as a betting man, I could put as much money as I wanted on New England, but this is going to be a dang 3-point game somehow. I mean, it's too good to be true. I would bet a house note on New England, but you look at New York. Obviously, no Quentin Williamson did pan out. Now Garrett Wilson's on the IR. I mean, good gosh.
Two-game win streak.
Hey, good luck, Brees.
2-game win streak, baby. 1-2 in a row.
Yeah, good point. Hey, Brees, can you carry him, Hoss?
He had a big game, catching the ball and running the ball. Yeah. But yeah, man, I don't know, man. New England, they're also one of those still young teams, still getting the culture from Mike Vrabel, where like they want to win. They're still coming in with 100% focus and not looking over opponents, because I don't think they're that type of team yet in their mind. So they probably will lay it on these cats tonight.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, they got a lot to play for.
They do.
Like you said, I mean, anytime you're a young, hot team like this, and you're probably not going to get comfortable at the top. I mean, you don't have a ton of success, a ton of experience being up there like that. This group doesn't. But I mean, you got what are they right now? 8-2.
They're 8-2. I mean, they had a huge week because Buffalo lost last week.
You're still in contention for a bye.
The one seed,
you know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
that one seed is there, which I think that's the biggest advantage in sports. All of sports is the NFL playoff first round bye, and so you got a lot to play for right now, and there's no reason that they shouldn't believe that they could win that division and win the AFC right now. We'll see if anything changes down the stretch, but New England's got a whole hell of a lot to play for, and the Jets don't have much. And in fact, you can argue the Jets have a lot to play for, which is a first-round draft pick. I mean, a number one overall draft pick.
Yeah, and they keep winning. So we'll see. Big one tonight in the AFC East, really for the Patriots. Can't lose this one to the Jets in the East. Coming up as we are continuing live here, Buffalo Wild Wings right off Tomball Parkway. Any concerns for you? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in. Any concerns of a trap game for the Texans? And what should the expectation be for this offense? All right, they put up 20 and a quarter against Jacksonville. What should the expectation be for this offense against a terrible Titans team? We'll discuss that next.
All right, if you're out there and you're dealing with chronic joint pain, I don't care how old you are, I don't care where you're from, I don't care what joint it's in, I'm telling you, you need to stop what you're doing and listen up, man. I got good news for you. Relief is closer than you think, and it doesn't have to come from a scalpel. It doesn't have to have surgery. You don't have to have a joint replacement. I'm telling you. With QC Kinetics, they're going to tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair.
Pants for babies and families. I'm talking about the 27th annual Bad Pants Open happening November 10th at Champions Golf Club, raising funds for Texans children's NICU families. Even though the player field is full, you can still sponsor a hole or donate to help provide Angel Eye video access, peer support, and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
The top-ranked show in the city.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook off Tomball Parkway, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Let me hear you. There we go.
Appreciate that shot from Big Sterling Milner, baby.
I'm telling you, man. These
hope
Milners,
that's legal. I'll put your name out there, bro. Hope you're not in the doghouse, man.
These damn Milners, man. That's what they do. I mean,
he gets it honest.
The oldest one, the youngest one, the biggest one, the smaller one. It doesn't matter. Shots are coming. Same type of shot. Every one of them.
Milners will show you a good time for sure.
And you know what these? You know the real. It's clear that this is something that is something y'all do. Clint, there's never an opportunity to say if you're going to take one or not.
Nope.
There's a method to that madness.
You know what I mean? Like I think
being T-Mill.
Like 713-572-4610 YouTube and Twitch. Which guy are you? Because the Milners are. I'm just going to buy it and here this says, hey, you want a shot? Or you want a shot guy? Or are you just I'll just get the shots and just show up? Because there's two different people.
He didn't even. I just saw
Tyler
him walking around here with three of them in his hand.
Yeah, I'm just sitting right here, and I just arrived from the restroom, and it's right there. And he's got lime sitting there right there, and that is what his brother does. Tyler has never asked me, hey, man, you want a shot? They just show up.
Take the option out of it.
Yeah, he's like,
we're all going to have a damn good time.
And I think this was even before Tyler knows 9 times out of 10 I'm probably going to try to get out of it. And you want a shot? No, I am a. Hey, Andy, you want a shot? I am. And probably there's probably money attached to that. There's probably thought of like, well, that's a less one. That's a less one I have to get.
You're hoping they say no. It's one less you got to buy.
That's one less I got to get. That's one less. All right. I said this going into the last break. What's your expectations for the offense? My man right here, Doug. My man said 35. 35, he said. I said 35 what?
That's what that fourth quarter will do to you, baby.
He said 35 points. No, listen, we know.
Why not? They scored 26 in the fourth quarter. Why can't we get 35 against the lowly Titans? I'm with you, big dog.
I hear you. Listen, Jeffrey Simmons looks like he's going to go. And last week, as Clint just said, you scored 20 in the offensively. You scored 26 in the fourth, but offensively you scored 20 in the quarter. Is starter. CJ is out. Davis is starting. Nico should be there. Your offensive line should be 100% healthy. And I don't know how comforting this is, but your coaching staff will have the ability to choose the offensive line that they want out of there with everybody healthy. What's your expectation? I see somebody else text in. My man said 35. My man texted in and said, Guy Jean, I am expecting the Texans to be conservative on Davis Mills and let the defense do their thing versus the Titans. I think 35 is a little aggressive, but they should beat the hell out of this team. Right? The last time they faced them in the fourth quarter, their offense exploded for 20 points in that quarter, and they turned a 6-0 ball game to a 26-0 ball game. And Jeffrey Simmons is a problem. Sweat is a potential problem. But this team is not a good football team, and this team is a football team that I don't think needs a lot of help to just. All right, boy, here we go. Hey man, let's see what's going on second half a little bit later on tonight. Let's stay healthy for Broadway a little bit later on tonight. I even though they've got injuries and Davis Mills is out there, like to me they should be in the mid-20s approaching the 30s. To me, I don't know about 35. That feels aggressive, but I don't necessarily think this should just be a let's play to our defense type of game. Maybe next week, but I don't know about this one. It's just a play to our defense. But what your expectation?
It's going to be play to our defense organization. That's the way they're built, and that's just how it's going to happen. But I do think that I think the Texans are in a really good place offensively. As I've said before, I think when you play a lesser team or the opponent's strength isn't the one that is your weak spot, I think this team plays pretty good offensive football. And I think we see that this week. I go with 27.
27? Somebody texted 24-27.
I'll go 27.
Because Woody Marks lit them up last time, both catching the ball and running the football. He had 2 touchdowns in that game. That was when we thought it was a breakout game, and then he just didn't get touches the next week. Hopefully that is not what we see here. No L'Jarius Sneed, as somebody on the text line reminded me. He is out for this game, their best corner.
Hell, didn't he just get arrested?
I was going to say he might go to jail. He may be in jail. So he's definitely not playing in this game.
I mean, he wasn't even in Nashville. I think he was in Dallas.
See, I agree with the thought process of, in most games, play to your defense. But, I am hoping that this kind of gets in the way that the Baltimore game was, where they could have played to their defense, but they also saw, man, we got real advantages, and we can go off on this.
Well,
team.
I think you got to be really careful. Again, I mean, you've got left guard problems. You got a backup quarterback in the game. You don't want to get too crazy, too carried away. You just want to get out of there with a W. Now, I do believe this. I do believe that the Texans, given the opportunity to stomp a mud, I think they will. They have every reason to do so. Right? Typically, when you play a team like the Titans, the situation they're in right now, you'd rather not just flat out embarrassing them. You'd rather, get to the fourth quarter, run the football, let's get out of here. The Texans have every reason, justifiable reason, not just bull jive, like every reason to go in there and be all gas, no brakes, however you want to play it. I'm not saying throw the football 50 times. I'm saying however you want to play football is you're going into this game, and if it does get out of hand early and you do have a 2-score lead or something, you've got every reason to continue, keep your starters out there, roll for 4 quarters, and again, quote-unquote, run the score up. You need it. You need the reps. Your offensive line needs the reps. Your backup quarterback needs the rep. Your young receivers need the reps. Cade Stover needs the rep. Your young left tackle needs the reps. So, I mean, they've got every justifiable reason under the sun to go out there and literally pour it on them for 4 quarters.
Yeah.
Now, whether they will or not, we'll see. But they've got every reason to do it.
But their mindset isn't always that.
Well, I just think when you're dealing with Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans, I think the mindset is
they'll be all right. They'll come out. They'll be all right to win 13-3.
Now, again, crazy things can happen. You can give up a punt return for a touchdown, or a kick return for a touchdown, or a pick six, or an interception. So crazy things can happen that'll swing the points significantly. That'll make anything we say this week be nowhere close to what happens.
Yeah.
But the reality of it is, when you go into this game with the Texans defense, you got to go into this game thinking if we just stay ahead of the chains, we can win this thing by 2 scores. I mean, that's got to be, and it's that important of a game. Get to 500, and anything can happen the rest of the way. Right? You jack around and get cute with your backup quarterback. You jack around and get cute with whatever they're going to do at left guard. One play with Simmons and Sweat in the game, one play can change the dynamic of the game. Don't let that happen. And so this organization is definitely, they lean towards the conservative side. I think this is a week when they're real conservative, but I still think we can score points. I still think we can score points this week.
Even being real conservative. I just hate that.
Yeah. I mean, because you just mentioned it, man. I mean, they just don't have dudes. I mean, they got Simmons and Sweat. I mean, beyond that, they're going to have a hard time covering Nico.
That's what I'm
saying. They're going to have a hard time defending the quick game. They're going to have a hard time defending screens. They're going to have a hard time defending some of the play action stuff that the Texans do. I think they're going to they are bad at multiple layers of defense.
Like, Clint, you don't think that they come out of you, and you're probably right. You don't think they come out of that second half last week and say, "Hey, we spread them out. We found some. We spread them out.
No.
Bam, Higgins becomes a thing here.
We
ran the football well.
I hope they do.
Let's get in here and we put up points when we need it. That's not just we can do that because we need to. We can. Why don't you just do that?
But what you're saying, the way you're saying it is the problem, right? Like, my question with them is you can still be the more physical team. You can still be a run dominant, time at 40 if you want, or whatever it is you want to do. I'm not saying that's what they should do. I'm saying whatever they want to do. You can still do those things, but do it in a spread fashion. Do it with some urgency so you get to the line of scrimmage and give your quarterback the chance to decipher, your O-line the chance to decipher what the hell's going on. So your point is I hope they do absolutely take that approach. I hope we see less cut splits. I hope we see less jumbo and heavy sets when you get into third and short, fourth and short, or goal line situations. I hope we do. I don't think we will, but I hope we do.
We'll see.
Because that's to me, the reason I hope to see that is because that's the only way you're going to win games moving.
That's what I'm saying. Because if they, I'm not saying they can do that against everybody, but the Jags defense, I mean, they don't stink.
But you're not going
to be Buffalo and Kansas City in them. Like you got to push the envelope.
And it's this simple. It's this simple. Just to simplify it for radio purposes, you're not going to beat Kansas City, Indy. Who else is it? Buffalo
coming up.
Look, you may sneak up and get one of them, but you're not going to make the run that you need to make unless
Chargers.
And it's simple. Unless you put C.J. Stroud ultimately in position to play and be the most explosive that he can be. And that is in a more spread. And again, I don't care if you throw it 50 times. You can throw it 30 times. You can throw it 25 times. I don't care. But in a more spread situation where he's got a nice, plain, easy, comfortable position that he's in, you're not going to do it with that asking him to be Tom
lead. Is that we saw what happened when they got to a point when the Jags had to throw.
Be nasty.
When we knew, and everybody in the building knew the Jags had to throw, it was a bit of an issue. Like I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. All right, coming up as we continue right here live on the Drive, T-Mill's Best Bets. We'll get you those as he had a night last night. T-Mill's Best Bets as we will I'll try to tell you about the Cavs and the Heat as he'll come back and get back on the winning track. And is there any pressure for a certain athlete here in Houston? Is there any pressure? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Football season is in full swing, and Underdog is absolutely the best place to get in on.
Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer, and do it today. Take control now with Generator Supercenter of Houston, 281-251-6100. Check them out online at generatorsupercenter.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook off Tomball Parkway, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are back here, it's been a lot of fun out here.
Been a good one.
It is. Congrats, our man Brian. Man, he not only said I got the Texans scoring 35 on Sunday against the Titans. He said it with his chest too, 35. But he also was our winner of our final prize. He got a nice cooler courtesy of Bud Light. I don't know, Tyler, if he's out here calling scores and then winning prizes. Maybe they might score 35.
Might
Who
be on to
knows?
something.
He might be on to something. Maybe he needs to go to Nashville with you to go to the game and
take all luck we can get.
Reverse there is no curse. Hopefully there isn't. We'll see. But congratulations to our winners and everybody else who stepped out. Shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings and Bud Light. Scarlett, she left, like you said earlier, her 10-year anniversary. Shout out to Scarlett. She left with balloons and stuff. She said she's about to take a shot.
Scarlett went she went change gear. She would change gear, go on the other side of the bar. Now Scarlett's ready right there. Come on.
Yeah, she took care of us. 10 years. She took care of us as she always does. The staff is fantastic here. Shout out to our guy Shay, our promo staff, who always does a great job. I believe Big
Shay.
I believe he'll be with us tomorrow in Webster at Boomer Jacks. By the way, again, we'll be out at Boomer Jacks tomorrow for Football Friday in Webster. Chance to win future Texans tickets courtesy of our good friends at Houston Ford Dealers. Also, Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards. Tomball Ford, free oil change. Any kind of car you got, they will give you a free oil change. Got a chance to win that and potential other surprises as well. So come on out. If you're going to be near that Boomer Jackson Webster, make your way and hang out with us on a Football Friday. Also, shout out to our engineer, Andy, who kept us on the air and also on YouTube and Twitch.
He validated my penny story earlier, too.
He did. Yeah, he had more facts than you did.
A lot of people tell me, a lot of people might think I'm lying. Nuh-uh. Andy fact-checked that thing for me.
Andy watched that whole thing, baby. And so we appreciate him and sending his brother out here to give us shots as well. So we appreciate that. As it's been a great time, as always, out here. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up. He's going to try to respond to an 0 for 5 night. That's right. 0 for 5 last night. That's all right. He'll get back on that horse. I know I accidentally said he was in the red yesterday, but no, it ain't no accident today. He is like home game at Nebraska right now is where he is. So we'll get his best bets coming up. John McClain, I believe, yes, John McClain will join Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris after we're done. And then Thursday Night Football, courtesy of Westwood One, Jets Patriots. You can hear that right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, Clint, before we hand things off to Tyler and get his best bets, do you think this is let me get a gauge on this because you may have brought this to the table. Let me get a gauge on this. Davis Mills going to get the start again today or on Sunday. Be two games in a row, really almost 3 to be honest with you. He came in early in the second quarter against the Broncos, so he's gotten a lot of time. If he plays well again like we believe he does, do you think there's pressure on C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, I do.
I'm gonna need to hear what kind of pressure.
Well, I just think it's a natural setup. I mean, whether it's fair or not, it's irrelevant. I think it's real. I think if Davis Mills he won. How many times? This is honest to God truth. Just be real about it. I don't care who you like more, who you like less. How many games since C.J. Stroud has been here has he put the cape on and went and won the game for the Texans?
A few times his rookie year.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers is one where there's no doubt he caped up and went and got it done.
I think Cincinnati.
Right? There's been a couple. There's been a handful. There's been a few of them. Right? Davis Mills did it on Sunday. All right, in a game that was big. You lose that game, season's over.
Yeah.
Right? Now you're going to go, and it's likely that he could go throw for 300 yards and 2 or 3 touchdowns against the Titans very easily, right? And have arguably be in Jacksonville. I mean, he could have 2 of the better outings by a quarterback this year in a big way. And then CJ gets the reins back against who?
Buffalo, yeah.
And then who?
Indy and Kansas City.
Significantly better defenses.
Yeah.
Again, whether it's fair or it's foul, if this defense, if this offense for 2 weeks, Davis Mills gets this thing rolling, and then all of a sudden C.J. Stroud runs into Buffalo, Indy, and Kansas City and sputters back to what we saw before, it's going to get real noisy around 7. Absolutely. Fair or foul, it's going to get noisy.
But to me, it's not any pressure of him losing his job to Davis.
I'm not.
I think it's internal pressure.
I'm not there yet, but I mean that's ultimately what we're talking about, and it's not necessarily Davis. It's like you're talking about a guy that was the face of the franchise, no doubt about it, 2 years ago, and now we're slowly kind of we're backtracking and we're backsliding a little bit, and now all of a sudden you go 2 games, and then when you return, the backup has outplayed you significantly for a 2 or 3 game stretch. Then the narrative around that quarterback is going to change.
Yeah.
I don't care how much you like that. That's just the reality of it is the narrative is going to change whether you like it or not.
I think there'll be some internal pressure for him. For him to say, all right, I got to keep this thing rolling.
Absolutely.
I got to keep this thing rolling.
Absolutely.
But I don't think this. I don't think this has much to do with his future, though. Like I think if Davis performs well.
Oh yeah, I do. Look, if
I don't. Yeah,
Davis performing well for 2 weeks, and if we go back to the offense we were before when 7 returns. Ain't many people going to sit around and go, yeah, but, man, that was Buffalo, Kansas City, and Indianapolis.
I think people are going to say stuff. I'm saying is I don't think the Texans are going to change their mind on how they feel about CJ for the future.
Oh, I do.
Oh, yeah. 2 games from Davis?
I'm not saying that they bail out, they jump out of the boat, but I'm saying they're going to the feelings change. Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't.
The way this season's gone?
Yeah, I don't. Like, especially if you say this offense plays the way it was, I don't know they necessarily believe that it's CJ's fault or as much on CJ that the offense isn't playing that way. And I think that has a lot to do with how they feel about him moving down the line in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know. I mean, there's no better proof in the pudding than what happens on game day on Sunday when you watch it. And if it rolled over into the next 4 quarters against the Titans, which they should play really good.
He should play well against the Titans.
And more importantly, if this offense then goes backwards against Buffalo, Indianapolis, and Kansas City, and goes back to more of what we saw before, where you can't score more than 6 points, where you can't get in the end zone, I'm telling you, there's no way to not look at it different, internally and externally. There's no way.
Yeah, I don't think CJ has anything to worry about with his job. Now,
I don't think he does either right now. This is speculation, and it is a big what if, but I think it's very real.
Yeah.
Because I do think Davis plays well this week.
I think
it's going to be hard not to play well.
I think the whole team does.
Yeah.
I think he does play well. But I do think there is all right, look, man, Davis got us rolling. We're rolling in these 2 games. Like, I got to play my part. I think there's going to be pressure CJ really puts on himself. Like when he comes back again, whenever he comes back, I think he puts a lot of pressure on himself to continue the offense rolling, and not holding them back. All right, Tyler, you struggled last night. That's all right, though. Hey, man.
See, he could have just went to best bets without doing that.
We already discussed it was an 0 for 5 evening.
I want to give the full story. There, we get new listeners in every I believe 2 minutes. So I want to get that back in there again. Tough night last night. And he's going to try to bounce back. Try to bounce back to this thing. All right, what you got tonight? Best bets again. If you aren't able to remember these or you're late, you can always go to his Twitter page at his best bets, and he's been killing them in football. I believe that's it.
Yes,
NFL, these NFL picks.
Yes, sir. And for the record, we haven't had an over night like that BS last night in over like a month and a half.
It wasn't your fault, Sean.
It's not my fault. I got 5